Welcome, everybody, to VRML CON 2025.
Orion Drift here at VRML. I'm Palador with Sir Dimwee. We're reuniting. We got you, we got me. We have Ignite about to be playing here. What year is it?
I don't know. Well, you know, it is VRML CON 2025. Let me hear you, everybody. 2025. We got a big crowd here to experience Orion Drift on stage in person in Phoenix, Arizona at the Mix Center. This is incredible, Palador. And
Yes, sir.
It is so good to see you again.
Very good to see you. It's just like old times, you know, new times, new games, but a lot of the same faces, same feels. We're here again. You know, you knew it was never going to be the last time. There's always a next, and especially here in VRML, where the seasons, the tourneys, it keeps going on and on. We've had an incredible weekend here with all our games: Onward, Pavlov, Reachers, Veil, and of course here Sunday, our main event, Orion Drift. So excited! I've been looking forward to this for days, for months, actually, months.
Literally months. And yeah, so very excited. And a shout out to the Breachers finals yesterday.
Yeah.
I got so excited. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice. I did a little too much damage, but we're going to move on from that. Because today is Orion Drift.
Yes, sir.
And behind us, we got Big Backs versus the illustrious Ignite.
Yeah.
Who are you guys looking for? Crowd, who are you looking for? Let me hear it for the Big Macs. Let me hear it for Ignite. Okay, we've got favorites. All right, Big Backs are the crowd favorites here, Palador.
Yeah, you can always tell by those kind of reactions, right? We saw the Breachers with F3 and the reaction there. You know, everyone loves the underdog story, and this team, didn't we hear in Big Backs in our prior cups? They did have some upsets there.
Yes.
Against Ivy, I believe, correct?
Yeah, excuse me, in the qualifier, yeah, they had a big upset victory against Ivy. Now they are coming in as the lowest seed, but this is a team that will be able to pull out a surprise victory at some point today. Is it going to be against Ignite in this matchup here? Time will tell.
Time will tell. So these players warming up and just getting ready to get going soon, I believe. But man, you know, indeed, underdog story here. But to open things up, especially talk about trial by fire to trial by Ignite. You know, one of those teams dating back multiple years, multiple games, multiple championships in those multiple games. It's just a crazy thing. Obviously coming in here from our online tournaments, the Ignition Cup, which was not supposed to be named after Ignite specifically, but they happened to come back in time for the Ignition Cup. They won the Ignition Cup. They won their namesake, and for goodness sake, I think we're getting ready to start here pretty soon.
It appears, of course, this is Ignite versus Big Backs we are watching here. Of course, it's going to be Ignite. It looks like maybe we have started, as Baz is going to get a quick save here to start us off. Excuse me, for Ignite, as they send this one into the Big Back zone. That's going to be close on the goal, but just wide of Chowtown. Shout out to Chowtown's mom. Gets that save.
All right, gets the save, and now back into the mix here. It's going to be Baz maneuvering, losing the ball, coming in. Swagmore with a tap, Swagmore with a tap, and Baz right back for score.
That follow through there from Baz to make sure they got that one in. There was a couple attempts there, but of course that backboard being flat there, it'll bounce right off, and they get that one in as T-Led is going to pull this one out here for Big Backs. Oh no, immediately turned over Swagmore, got a hand on it, but there's tall dude, very tall as Baz is going to move that one in. Has an open goal in front, sends it. Oh, just wide, gets it on the return. And they are up to them.
Well, back-to-back, Baz to Baz, and they're feeling good to start off in this first minute. Again, one of those things to watch out for with Ignite across the years is the Mercy situation here. They are cutthroat, they are high scoring, so they want to score quickly here if they want to prevent that and keep that rhythm or get the rhythm going.
Yeah, good opportunity there from Gift for Big Backs, but now long shot. Ooh, oh, not quite in. Good stop there. This would be Chowtown with the stop as that one is near the wall. No, back towards the goal. T-Led gets a hand on it. Another shot opportunity goes off the wall. But Baz, it keeps that one in. Play to Chowtown. Gets that one out.
Yeah, nice from Chowtown. Chowtown with a chase down, but met there by Fizzin. Able to tap it back over above the halo and sending it bouncing towards Chowtown. Takes a few awkward ricochets, getting mixed up in the middle. Chow going high. And Chow going low, but no, Goblin not in thanks to the interruption there on the shot.
Yeah, Goblin, big stop. Swagwar now turning this one around for Ignite, moving into the zone as Gift right behind Swag, trying to set up a pass there, hits the catwalk. Bass sets up Goblin, but that's going to be a big stop there from, I believe that was Tall Dude, sending one out, but Ignite still in possession. Fizzin sending that one in, but Gift gets a big stop there on defense. Gift trying to get that one out of the zone, and does. But there's Baz on that short back line. Baz across, hits back. What a stop! Chowtown gets that one out.
Yeah, they're making a big stand here for Big Backs on the defensive end. They've shown it, denying what is a really high-scoring team. So every stop they get is some positive momentum for their team as they now try to get that momentum going to the other side. Now the crowd lighting up, and the goal lighting up. There's the first goal, Big Backs.
Big goal there from Big Backs. Get that one in. They get one on the board against Ignite here. Cutting that lead in half, 2-1. Ignite now with possession. Swagwar moving on in, gets a good stealing card to keep that one up. Ooh, they answer quickly with ease. 3-1 now Ignite.
Yeah, the quick response there. No time at all. It was about 5 or 10 seconds. Well, Chowtown, the pass to Tall Dude from up high here. Fittingly so, Sir Dimwee. The Tall Dude, one of the tallest players here at the con. The beauty of beating people here, you get to see him in real life. I think the tallest player. How tall do you think he is?
I don't know, probably 6, 7, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
But anyways, we're gonna get going here.
Oh, the crowd didn't like. They did not like that. Dang.
That was not reaction. This Baz is looking to stop this one on defense. Goblin will get that one out. I'm so sorry.
I guess so. We apologize, audience. With that said, no apologies on the goal. This is an unapologetic team, an energetic team. They're 4-1 now. But look, we've gone 4 minutes nearly into this round, and it's not a quick finish. They're really hanging in there for Big Backs.
I gotta say, nothing beats being in front of a live audience as Chowtown sends someone across. Look for Tall Dude. Oh, big stop there. Swagwar is gonna start walking this one up, sends it. That's gonna be a long send, and is anybody gonna get there? No, Swagwar from downtown.
A devastating shot, and from the moment that he had that brief open lane, I figured that was probably going in. I've seen it too many times the last couple of months.
Too many times indeed, as now Chowtown held on to that one for a moment. We'll get that one to Gift here. Gift slapping it down to the floor, although Goblin gets a hand on it. Goblin sending that one in. Goblin goes just wide. Chowtown will get there as Fizzin pressures, causes... No, that was a nice pass down to T-Led. The Baz clean steal. Sending that one up. Gift trying to get that one intercepted. Not going to happen. Big setup there. Swagwar will get that one in to put Ignite up 6-1.
Only 30 seconds, a little bit less, in fact, on that as they approach that Mercy scenario potentially, but just trying to get maybe one more goal here for the Big Backs. And nonetheless, it will be taken here by, who is it? Ignite here on the other side, looks like. Right to him, actually. Chow getting a piece of that one and going back to the mid lane.
This one here, up for grabs, gets picked up here, and will move in. That's Gift moving on in, has one in front. That's Goblin, sets up Chowtown. Chow still with possession. Chow sends it. Oh, but Baz is going to get a big stop there in the goal. And we're just waiting for this one to hit the floor. 6-1. Ignite will take this first round as Baz is looking to put one more on. And big stop there. Gift will stop it, but that will end the round. 6-1. Ignite.
And that was a gift of a save, but it will be Ignite solidly taking that first round. So credit to them. They're, again, getting into their groove, a high chemistry team for sure. But many compliments as well to Big Backs. They hung in there, and a lot of teams would fall at the hands of Ignite in a lot quicker fashion. I'm still, again, you cannot let up, especially in the LAN scenario, because we've seen, so many teams across so many LANs in the games we've casted before, these upsets happening because it's a different environment. when you're here at LAN in front of a crowd, a stage, the big lights, the casters in your ear, you know, it's craziness.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that yesterday in Breachers, a team coming back, you know, a big upset in the early round, and then almost a big upset coming into final. So it's the kind of thing when you have a crowd in front of you, when you've got the energy, when you've got people here rooting for you, but harder than that, rooting for the team you're playing against, that can have a great effect on how you play. I think we're about to get started back here in round 2, Paladin.
Yes, we are. So not all too long to discuss. We can hear in the back of the room here the discussions going on and re-strategizing, and now back into the first neutral jump ball there. Swag will hold the pose, and oh, I suppose it's a good one.
Yeah, quick goal there from Swag. Got that one right off of the jump ball. As we're going to come out here, nice and clean here. Chowtown and Taldu pulling out some OG strats. Chow moving on in. Does get tackled as he moves into the zone, and that one will turn around back towards neutral. It looks like we might have a drop play here. Unfortunately, Fizz is going to move this one in. We'll get it in for another, as Ignite's going to take a 2-point lead in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, so indeed it looks like one player, T-Lud over there, momentarily out, but putting the headset back on as we speak. Potentially, so a numbers disadvantage at the moment.
Yeah. And back up on stage, I see she is now. She's going to be getting back in. It's Goblin. Gets this one in the defensive zone, but, excuse me, Taldu gets it back. Goblin, though, gets it right back, though, hitting that Geo. Taldu just sending this one across, does get that one to Chowtown. Chowtown and Taldu doing some good work here on the back line. Chowtown moving in. Chowtown sends it. But Goblin will get that stop as Vaz brings this one around for Ignite on another attack here, though. That's Faffy. I believe Faffy came in here. Faffy sending that one across. I believe maybe Faffy in for T-Led, or maybe T-Led's in Faffy's headset. As now moving on in is Swag War, has Faffy in front. Swag War has the open goal. Oh, does get stopped there by Faffy, who I believe is T-Led. No. T-Led is in the game.
Yeah, some nice stoppage there defensively, just interrupting Swag on the swim up the floor. Meanwhile, Fizzin coming in, and will be a shot as well. 3 uncontested points in the opening couple of minutes.
And a 3-point lead here in this best of 3, of course. The first 2 rounds you're going to see here on the main stage are going to be best of 3. That's the first round of the bracket in this double elimination tournament here live in Phoenix, Arizona. Sunny, beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Isn't that right, everybody? Sunny, beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Let me hear it.
Let's hear it for sunniness.
Yes, that's going to be a shot there on goal. It's going to get stopped. Chowtown moving this one out to the near side. And does have a friend nearby that's tall, but Chow. One in front, Swagor gets by. Chow, good jukes.
Hello.
Another one gets by another, that's 2.
Goodbye.
Gets by another, that's 3. 4. Are they going to make it happen? Oh, no, not quite finishing.
That was 99% of a clip into the last second there. Beautiful ball handling up the floor, but could not complete it. Will be the defense now turning to offense for Ignite. Baz contesting well here on the side on Chow. Chow's been bothersome in his own right all over the floor here, but so now some just jostling of position and jostling of possession as they try to exchange some passes down. Tall dude intercepting for a moment, as well as Flaffy now on possession.
Flaffy sending that one out. Ooh, Swagor, big interception. Swagor looking at it open. No, sorry, not open goal. T-Led is there. Fizzin trying to make something happen, but Chowtown gets in the way. Sends it what up. Baz, though, for Ignite. Gets it. Excuse me, gets possession. Sends it across Swagor uncontested. Gets that one in to put Ignite up 4-0 with 2 minutes to go.
And we've seen that a few times now, didn't we? Those passes to a cutting Swagor in very close proximity to the goal, and it's paid off for them many of those times as well.
Indeed, it has. And now Chowtown, oh, Goblin almost getting a hand. Chowtown gets by 2, has a third on. They're playing 3v1 against Chowtown right now. Faffy, though, sending that one up. Goblin, good stop, sends that one high, but it will maybe in the hands. No, it's going to be Ignite. Swagor, far side. Swagor moving on in. Swagor sends it. Baz, open goal, 5-point lead now to Ignite. Minute and a half to go.
Yeah, they're just, you know, it's very hard to hold off Ignite for all too long. Mentioned in that last round, right? This is the team that for years, no matter their team rosters and compositions, they mercy an awful lot. Flaffy now showing no mercy. Oh, but right on the turnover, a Fizz in there. Some good defense with the steal. Down the floor, there's Chowtown rather. And once again, on a deep fling. We'll just miss narrowly there, Dimwee, but really doing some work.
Doing some real Flaffy, almost getting a hand on that one. Though Ignite maintaining this possession. Swagor doesn't get that one. Looking to receive it off of the wall. Does, no, not quite. Chowtown getting there instead. Taldu receives that from Chow. Taldu setting that one deep in. Is that going to make it? Oh, just wide setup. Faffy gets the goal. And Big Backs are on the board.
There you go. That Flaffy, taffy, flexible on the floor. Able to get that goal to go and stave off the otherwise potential mercy, as it will be Swag. We're now missing there on that one. Baz trying to regain control. Swag, though, swooping in. Swag, a no-looker over to Baz. And that will be right back to the top on the goal attempt. Chow, the stoppage. Nice cork on the defensive end, but still maintains possession on this side.
Okay, I figured out. I'm sure Chad has figured it out. Flaffy is in for gift. That was the change we saw. Flaffy in for gift. That's now Chowtown maintaining this one up on the ceiling, sends it across. Flaffy is there. Flaffy back across. Look for Tall Dude. They've got some magic happening. Oh no, big turnover. Goblin gets that one stopped as we are looking to end this second round. Ignite up currently 5-1. We'll get the victory here, although we just waited for this round to end. And there we go. Touches the floor. Ignite will take round 1 in this bracket 2-0 over Big Bags.
Yeah, these first 2 matches of the stream on the best of 3, and that will indeed be the first match of this best of teams Ignite. Just an extreme show of their prowess, of their skill level. You know, it took a little time to warm up there, but you come to expect it over the years. You know that these are players who have competed at LANs before. They competed in championship matches before, in tournaments. So you know, a spectacular showing for them, and still an impressive showing there from the big backs. I mean, you know, they showed some stuff. Shout out to Chow as well. I mean, appropriate to his name, Chow was eaten, at least for a little while.
Yeah. And we saw some phenomenal coordination there from big backs, especially on the back line, as they were making great defensive plays, big stops, and then not just getting the stop, but moving that ball away from the goal and getting it downfield, getting offensive opportunities. It was just unfortunately they weren't able to complete those opportunities.
Yeah.
But of course, Ignite, you know, one of the favorites here to get some goals on Ignite. I expect big backs do really well in the lower bracket today.
Yeah, I expect as well, and we can hear them in the background.
Yeah.
T-Lud, shout out T-Lud. And literally, when we say shout out about T-Lud or family, shout out KFC, we really mean shout out. They are some of the loudest, most energetic players that you'll find.
Where's KFC? Let me hear him. Okay. But
there you go.
But all right, yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, but spectacular match there. Of course, we have our alternate channel running as well. So you have your options across the day. You have our alt stage running. We have here's 8 teams here competing today. Again, that $5,000 prize pool, getting their share of it. Of course, you know, just incredible competition ahead, didn't we? We're only getting started. We're going all day here.
All day. And with that, we're going to take a quick intermission. We will be back with the next round soon.
All right. All right, everybody, welcome right back to VRML CON Phoenix 2025. Back into the mix, no time to break it all because it's a fast-paced game and a fast-paced tourney all day long here. So I'm excited to be back again in the booth. I'm Palador, being joined by Sir Dimwee, and as well as Plague Doctor here, ready to bring the sickness into the cast, I do suppose, in a good way.
Yeah, you know.
So yeah, welcome to it. Dimwee, we have our next match here coming up shortly once we get the players in our arena. But tell us about it here.
We got Tactical Nerds versus Spectre. I believe Plague really has the insight for us on this matchup here. Plague, I mean, what are we looking at between these two teams as they come up on stage against each other here?
Well, when we were talking about this matchup before, we especially talked about Tactical Nerds when we were in the precast, making these packets, talking about just overall the teams. Ignite and Tactical Nerds are favorites to win or to have that big matchup, but I think Spectre is really a bit of an underdog that could surprise us quite a bit. They've had some fantastic players on their team, Avarokin, Chris, Dynamite. We saw Dynamite actually in some of the other games. I've seen him inside Orion as well. I mean, really, a lot of the times we have these players come in that we aren't expecting to do especially well. You know, they play some competitive, they play things like that, but coming into VRML to a paid tournament, $5,000 on the line, the stress is real, but I'm hoping to see them be, you know, cool as a cucumber, come on through and just really put out a stellar performance against Tactical Nerds.
Yeah, and of course, Tactical Nerds, the favorite in this matchup, the underdogs in the tournament, I think, especially in that hypothetical matchup against Ignite. But as I understand, they are a phenomenal team. We're going to see some phenomenal performance from them. But again, you know, as we talked about, Palador, a lot of what comes into your performance at an event like this is the fact that it's live. There's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, and big prizing on the line.
Yeah, I mean, once upon a time before I started casting, I was one of those players back in Echo Arena in the early OG days. You know,
way back.
Yeah, teamed up with someone named Lemming. People might know him. Came along to eventually help create some of the most popular things going on in VR, including Orion Drift. But I mean, back in the day, you know, Lemming would have said the same. My other teammates, you know, Simeon, iShiny. It's one of those things where you can never scrim for a LAN. You can practice, you can, you know, tighten up your strats and your rollouts and things like that, but you can never prepare for the LAN environment until you're actually there. It's a different beast. And sometimes it takes a little bit, you know, you put the headset on, got the nerves going at first, but give it a couple minutes and usually you kind of meld into the immersion of VR and it's smooth sailing from there. But there's definitely a lot of pressure still. I like Plague added too, just with the prizing, you know, people want to be the first champions here of this VRML CON for Orion Drift. You know, it's a big deal.
100%. You know, and you're going into this, I mean, Orion Drift released into early access, obviously. It's not even a full release yet. Early access only a few months ago, and we've seen the skill ceiling just go higher and higher and higher. The demands for player skill, especially at a live event like this, are huge. Especially playing with teammates around you. People are used to their own playing spaces. People are used to their own spaces inside boundaries. Having to adapt to this is what will really even the playing field for these teams. So I'm excited to see if Spectre, like we were talking about, can really just bring out a surprise performance and just have a really explosive start to their tournament spot here.
Yeah, you know, Dimwee, we saw as well in Pioneer Cup, Ignition Cup, to Plague's point, we really did see the advancement of metas, of strategies, of just mechanics even, from event to event. You know, we had some weeks or a month about separating those cups, and there was real visual improvements, differences in how players and teams were playing, and a lot of surprises. So that's another thing you kind of wonder here, because it's been a little while since our last qualifiers online. So I'm kind of interested too in seeing just how it's advanced even more in the last month or so.
Yeah, and a lot that might not translate when you're watching on stream is how nuanced this game really is. Like it is soccer in space. I mean, effectively, like you are doing moves with if you can really. There's some content out there you can find on YouTube. These kids will make these videos that will really get into the nuance here. And you'll see these slick moves where they have wild ball control. It looks like they can really, like that's the level they're playing. Yes, that is the level they're playing at. It is insane. It is a proper sport. This is a real physical activity that they're going to be playing out on the stage here. And it's just exciting to finally get to see this live. Because we've all been talking about what is it going to look like, Orion Drift on stage, and well, now we know, and it looks amazing.
I mean, 'cause speaking of which, talking about these strategies, A lot of the times, the carving, the game starts out, you start out on the game, you're just moving around, you're not really sure how to move. Maybe some people come from Gorilla Tag or things like that. But Orion Drift has really nuanced movement, especially with the carving. You start with floor carving, then you do wall carving, then you do ceiling carving, and you have to juggle the ball while you're doing it. There's some things where you really have to be in control of every part of your body to keep control of the ball and keep it away from everyone else. And with the pushing involved there, you have to dodge everyone while you do that. It's not just a simple soccer game. There's a lot of nuance in this play.
Oh, and I have been playing Orion Drift since it came out, and I remember thinking like, I'm getting all right. I'm getting pretty okay. And then you can find on TikTok my first competitive game, and I learned a lot very quickly. I was getting all right for myself, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm still ranked bronze in comp, so that'll tell you something about how good these players are.
It's one step above wood, so I mean, not too bad.
It's above plastic.
Exactly.
You start out somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Not bad, not bad. But yeah, these teams too I've observed across our cups, from VRML, the Pioneer, and the Ignition Cup too. Talking about that skill level and talking about the mechanics as well as the game sense, things like that. One of the consistent themes actually that we did witness across not just NA, but also EU and OCE, a lot of those top-seeded teams were filled with Echo players actually. In fact, the championship teams for those cups were comprised largely, the rosters largely of Echo players as well. So that experience level, obviously translating from sport to sport.
Now it looks like we are going to get into this game here. Tactical Nerds, versus Spectre. And that ball is in play. That countdown has begun as we are going to have there on Tactical Nerds, Janu, Lemby, Plunge, and Wizard. And then there on Spectre is going to be A2, Drago, Munchie, Hex, and Crixus as we get started here.
All right, here we go. Oop, losing the dribble right off the bat. There's Drago, will drag it up the ramp, being met by a couple of defenders. Janu now taking it over and sending it. Will be lost, actually just dropping the ball. Drago, a tap over to the mid lane as the players now converge. A big tackle there coming in to enable Drago some time to recover. And sends it back a little bit risky there with the defense encroaching. But nonetheless, a Plunge with a dive, and they will just survive that brief attack.
Looking at it, we saw a goal reset there. We don't see that very often in Orion Drift from what I've seen. You get to see teams pushing it all the way up. But Janu, speaking of pushing it all the way up, almost has it directly up to their goal on Spectre, trying to just defend themselves as Plunge hopes to get his hands on the ball. We're seeing the difference between this matchup and the last one. They're a lot more clumped together and allows for more fierce competition. Ignite was going for long shots. Ignite was going for some really big shots. These guys have really tight competition. They do not want to lose a goal.
Well, speaking of tight competition, Crixus looking at a 1v4. Doesn't quite get there. I believe got by 3. Drago, they're getting a good stop there. That is Lemby trying to move that one out. Does get by Drago. Lemby moving up here. Oh, gets by 3. Is going to get a shot. A setup there to Plunge. Oh, goes just wide. Drago gets a hand on it, trying to get the one out of the zone. Plunge, another shot. Not quite in. Hex can't quite get that one away as well.
What a volley of shots. They keep on coming here from the top. A barrage, but will not earn them the points quite yet. Plunge now sending it up. Will be tapped there by Janu. Janu approaching that defense, but Drago denying that opportunity. Drago taking away the ball. Big tackle there by Wizard Gecko, a flying Gecko, a scary thing indeed, off to Plunge in the center.
The defense from Spectre, we've seen them go straight up, just a wall in front of the goal, now going straight for a shot, and a fantastic shot from Drago, I believe, going straight into the goal of Tactical Nerds. Now we have the rollout. I want to see what Tactical Nerds does for their rollout to get it upfield.
Yeah, we do have our first lead of the game here. Spectre up 1-0. Just over 3 to go. Plunge has a hand on Plunge over to Wizard. Ooh. Good stop there on the defense. That one will get sent out. There's Lemby on the shallow back line, keeping it on in. Lemby sending it up. They're looking for a setup. Plunge. Setting it up. Oh, Munchie gets a big stop there. They send that one out to the center.
And will now be overtaken by Janu, flying high down towards that bridge and down towards that trench now, right underneath. Little bit of clever handling, trying to dribble it past, but just sends it right towards a interception. Now a Wizard, the takeaway, moving down the field, but taken right back again on the approach. Lemby, a little bounce over to Plunge. Plunge will drop it. A bouncer, yes, sir. 1-1
here, folks. 2 minutes left on the clock. It is going to come down to the wire very quickly. These two teams very evenly matched so far. Trying to get the rollout, we do see a Kiwi possibly coming out from the Tactical Nerd side, but they don't get it done. Crixus all the way up towards the goal, goes for the shot attempt and gets it immediately.
That was a beautiful shot, doing that corner work there, top corner pocket. Beautiful goal there as Wizard, they're going to, Janu, going to be moving this one out there on the far side. As they set up, Tactical Nerd setting up here on offense. Janu still moving on in, has 2 in front, loses it, and Drago is going to send that one out. The plunge gets the control, has Gecko moving in, but that's going to be another turnover there. Drago turning it around.
Yeah, some exchanges of possession here, not quite solid there for anyone handling it. A lot of interruption, disruption, and eruption into the goal. Nice score.
Tied up yet again. These two teams do not want to lose their first round. Reminder, folks, it's a best 2 out of 3. If you lose one, you are down to the wire. Now just dribbling upfield, Crixus wants to get that revenge shot, can't quite get it down. Wizard Gecko hopefully trying to pass it over to Plunge, but Janu gets it in hand. Doesn't go for the long shot, wants to pass it to Wizard Gecko over near Halo, possibly towards his teammate, goes straight for the goal, gets it out of his hands, can't quite get it done. Tactical Nerds loses the ball in the hands of Spectre. Can they get the clear off?
Well, Drago was able to get pick up the big fuel pod there before moving out, so gave him some space as Crixus sending that one up and looking for a teammate, doesn't quite connect on it. As Wizard Gecko will move that one up there on the far side. Hex nearby. Wizard sends that one up to Plunge. Plunge back to Wizard. Whoa. But that's going to be Munchkie there with a big stop, though, right in the hands of the defense. Janu there with it. Drago right on the tail. Drago does get that one disrupted, but Plunge sending that one to the teammate there. Gecko on the far side alone. Hex, we've got 7 seconds, 6 seconds in this tie game. Looks like we're going to be going to overtime in the first round in this matchup between Tactical Nerds and Spectre.
Wow, an exciting time indeed. Love to see it here at the LAN. So here it goes, the sudden death mode, if you will. And they got to show the iron will to come on through here in the clutch time, where the next mistake or the next success will determine this outcome. Here comes Plunge.
Plunge passing it over, but Hex with the clutch interception knocks it back down to Chris's. They really went with ball in hand. Plunge passing over to his teammate over near Nest on the left side of goal, but looks like Munchie's going to get it in hand, hopes to go for the clear to his teammate. Drago in hand, heading up near Halo, hoping to pass it over to Nest. Gets it over to the left. Teammate's not there to receive. Janu has it in hand, may go for the goal, but it looks like there is a goalie on the Spectre side. He doesn't have quite as good of a shot as before. He really tries to commit, can't get it done, but Plunge, barely missing the corner shot, tries to get it in.
Yeah, Drago trying to get that one out, not quite able to. That ball is loose there on the floor. There's Munchkie to get that one slapped away back to the neutral zone. And we've got Janu for Tactical Nerds gaining possession in the defensive zone now. And so Tactical Nerds going to get a setup. Oh, no, that ball is loose. Plunge gets away with it. Plunge now a little bit ahead of the defense. They've got one in front. That's Crixus all the way back. No, Munchkie is in the goal. They've got a 2v2. They've got a 3v2. They get the goal. It's going to be Tactical Nerds taking this one 3-2 in round 1.
Wow, what an incredible goal there. Plunge doing it all, going low, going high. And man, I would give him a high five right now if I could. I love to see those in the overtime excitement to really clutch things up, Dimwee. How about it?
Oh, yeah. What an incredible first round. What a great matchup they're playing. I mean, those teams were neck and neck. It took us to an overtime in that first round. Incredible.
I would say evenly matched the whole time, which is what you want to see. You know, a stomp is not something where you sit here, you talk about, it's not as exciting, but having evenly matched players, it's something where it's just so exciting to see these players put forth as much skill as possible. And we're seeing these passes coming out from the players. They really, really want to get this teamwork down, and we're seeing them connect the passes over Nest, over Bridges, over Halo, trying to really just get the one over on these players to get this spot in goal. And especially, we're seeing how much these players are moving around. You know, a lot of folks will talk about trying to stay in the play space or really just trying to stay in spot. But on Orion, you have to be moving around. You have to be very active. Yeah. It's almost a workout for some folks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, well, I would say it's almost a workout for most folks. I'm seeing some sweat on. Okay, maybe it's just me. Anyways, so I'm turning around. I'm like, there's definitely some sweat. Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it.
He just had to take a sample.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know.
Hey, it'll go for a good
They
price
didn't
on eBay,
see.
man.
They didn't see the poking at the fact that I got a sweaty forehead. Okay, so because we got the cameras back. All right. But no, it is a very active game. Again, stress that this is a sport. It's a VR sport, but a sport nonetheless. And I will make that argument to anybody.
I don't think anyone will argue with you. People here who played.
They will.
You know, Okay, fair enough. But you know, the people here playing these games again across the whole weekend. I mean, they know these are all VR sports gamers, athletes, what have you. They know that VR is taxing, but in the best of ways. It'll give you a sweat. It'll give you that satisfaction of just coming together in such an immersive form of entertainment. You know, I've been saying it for years, but you know, before I used to play basketball for a long time, multiple times, years and years and years, just casually, not professionally. But like, you know, then VR came along, Echo at the time came along back, you know, 2016 and what have you. And from that moment on, I didn't need to go to the park to play a pickup game of my favorite sport, and that applies as well to Orion Drift and you know our other games here on display. It's just you don't have to go somewhere to get that sweat on, that action.
No.
It's a beautiful thing. I love VR for that.
It really is. And, you know, I mean, this is what I love about Orion Drift. It's a team sport.
Yeah.
You know, you're not playing solo. You can't play solo. Well, some kids will say you can play solo. No, you can't.
Where's swag? Where's swag at?
Especially
wherever he is, sit down.
Especially not.
Just kidding.
Especially not on Orion on 4v4, right? Because the difference between 4v4 and 3v3, we have those two very separate modes. If you try to play solo on 4v4, you're going to get crushed.
Indeed, as we are back, starting here again, Palador.
All right, so here we go into the next round. Again, we're in a best-of-3 scenario here for the starting couple of matchups. And right in the middle there, a lot of players converging and now dispersing. Janu, the dribble, but loses it in a hurry there as Munch will send it waywards.
Now we have these players open goal, trying to just get the ball in hand, trying to let these Spectre players get their hand on it. Tactical Nerds now up around. They have a bit of a cushion, but they want to secure this victory. They want to move on in this tournament. It is double elimination, but going down a bracket is never what you want. Trying to get ball in hand again. We're seeing a very cautious play style from Tactical Nerds. They're just keeping it in hand, wanting to get their passes set up. Janu holding it in hand, heading to Wizard Gecko. Unfortunately, hits it against the top. Plunge gets it in hand, hoping to pass it to the left of goal. Tries to solo the defenders, can't quite get it done. Into the hands of Munchkey, and now it flips possession over. A really unfortunate bounce, but that will put it in the hands of Spectre.
Yeah, it was a big stop there by Munchkey in the goal. Looked like a soft stop, but it was a big stop nonetheless. As a Tactical Nerds back in possession, Plunge there at mid. Plunge trying to get it to the teammate on that far side. Although Lemby losing that one to Spectre. No, Plunge getting it back. Plunge under pressure. Plunge moving in 1v4. Give it! That's going to put Tactical Nerds up 1-0.
He said it under pressure, but you know what? He got it done. It's so good.
The self-pass there, too. Now, he got the self-pass done. That's something that you saw a lot in Echo, but I don't see it a lot in Orion Drift. I see, you know, rebounds to teammates, but that self-pass off the wall was immaculate, getting that to himself to get the goal. I talked about playing solo. You get crushed, but sometimes you have those clutch moments that really, really make the game.
I mean, that certainly was one of them, Paolo.
Yeah, absolutely. Might get one and done
Another
again.
one.
Was that up behind the back, under the legs? Are we in like all-star game for NBA or Orion Drift right now? That was nuts.
Unbelievable. Behind the back, between the legs, either way, it was something spectacular. And well, that's what you're going to get in a VR sport like Orion Drift. Big stop there by Lemby for Tactical Nerds as Spectre had an opportunity there. Didn't quite complete it, though. Munchkey gets a pick up, so gives it right back to Tactical Nerds. Big send up there off the ball, off the wall. Crixoso collects that one for Spectre, turning it around. Oh, no. Big opportunity. Wizard. Oh, not quite making it happen, though. Big possession here for Tactical Nerds.
Plunge just trying to stick the ball in. He gets it in again. Is that 3 for Plunge now? All 3 points from
all
Plunge?
3? I know it was the last 2 at least, yeah.
Hell of a plunger, because he keeps draining it, didn't we?
You and these jokes today.
Today?
Fair. That's fair, honestly. Trying to get
you this decade.
Fair. You know.
Now John here with possession here, moving on up, sends it, hits the wall, and gets sent out by the defense. Another possession though, Tactical Nerds maintaining. Sending that one across to Lemby. Lemby moving on in, has that pass opportunity. But Munchkey there, big stops. Munchkey sending that one in. Wizard Gecko, though, on the back line. Going to keep Tactical Nerds in control here. Up 3-0 with a minute and a half to go, just over a minute and a half. Let's Plunge again with it. Watch out, danger. Red zone, Plunge off the floor.
Oh, he wants it a boost. You can see him pawing at the air there.
You're right.
Trying to get up.
It's one of the worst feelings, Dimmy, I think, is whenever the ball is right within reach, and then you realize, oh no more juice in the tank, and then you just go floating down helplessly, being caught out.
just trying to get the ball downfield is really a struggle in this game. You need to get it past the defenders, but right now, Spectre being down 3 points, they really, really want to keep this defense tight, and we're seeing that now. Drago, the only one on offense currently, the rest of them hanging back on their side, trying to get the defense down. Plunge sends it up on a Hail Mary toss, but Crixes picks it up for his team, hoping to go for a bit of a halo to nest action. Gets knocked out. Plunge gets knocked down, hoping to just get ball in hand. Lemvy almost playing keep away with these offensive players, hoping to keep the ball in hand with 40 seconds left on the clock.
Munchke doing some work there. It's just a lot of back and forth right now. A bunch of tackles coming out, a bunch of steals. Some volleyball at mid. This one gets set back into the purple zone here. Janu for Tactical Nerds, maintaining possession, getting possession, sending it out. Wizard Gecko there on the near side. Wizard Gecko sending it down to the floor. Will be the teammate there. Plunge moving on into the zone, but we'll lose that one on the near side corner. Plunge has a pass option across, 2 pass options. In fact, Lemby sends that one down, no one there to pick it up, and it will be Munchke with a big clear, but there's Wizard Gecko on the back line again.
And being interrupted there with a little tackle. And Lemmy with maybe a big move. The rebound, no. Denied there. Crix, and it'll be Plunge here at top, sending it back towards a goal. Wizard trying to find the handles, but could not. Hex now taking it away, but Hex getting vexed there by Lemvy for the moment as it gets sent sideline, and the time will expire. 3-0 for Tactical Nerds here.
And they will take that round victory 2-0 against Spectre.
Fantastic gameplay from these people, but honestly, Plunge, I would say the undeniable MVP of that matchup.
Oh, yeah.
But also, seeing Plunge here on the Orion Drift stage is just funny because I saw him in Breachers yesterday.
Yep.
I saw him in Pavlov on the day before. And I saw him, I believe, in Vale on that same day for Breachers. He's playing in every game here but Onward. Wow. He is a prolific player today at the con.
So I mean, I don't know if we have awards for that, but he'd get the Iron Man award, I suppose.
Yeah, right.
Just everywhere. Wow.
No, he's been, but he was a previous, actually, on 2024, he was previously a winner of the Breachers VRML CON. He's a prolific player, and he's coming out today to play Orion Drift and putting up a fantastic showing for Tactical Nerds.
I say he is coming out today to play Orion Drift because play he did. Absolutely, if we had an MVP, that's our MVP right there. And maybe bringing that team to victory at the end of the day, because that is a big pickup victory here to keep Tactical Nerds in the upper bracket. Now, of course, all the matchups we're going to see on main stage after this, and of course, after they finish this round over there on the alt stage, we're going to go into a best of 5 now. These games are going to get longer. They're going to get harder. They're going to get more difficult. They're going to get deeper in strategy. I'm curious to see how this all goes after this.
Oh no, more Orion Drift. Oh, no, what will we do?
Oh no.
What will we do? I mean, to be honest, I don't want it to end, and luckily it won't for a long time here. Some promising stuff we're seeing from these teams. And with that said, I can promise you we have another match and many more, in fact, coming your way real soon. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back here on stage at VRML CON Phoenix 2025. right, everybody, welcome back once again to VRML CON Phoenix 2025. We are now, well, soon enough, moving to the best of 5 portion of our brackets, as we touched on moments ago, didn't we? With our next matchup being Nova versus Spectre. I think specifically, gotta say again, we opened the stream, you know, Pally Dimwecast, we had Ignite on it, and we're saying, oh, what year is this? This feels familiar. And now we have a Pally Dimwe stream, but we have a team called Nova. I think that's particularly familiar with you, dating back to what, 2020-ish?
2019, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that first season of VRML 20, it was in November, December 2019. Venom was my team captain, and I got to play on Nova. In fact, if you check on Discord, my PFP on Discord, the super simple Surdimwe logo, made by Venom. I've kept it this whole time, all 5-6 years. That's just a reminder of where we come from. You know what I mean? And,
Keeps you humble.
Yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, it's just like because you know we didn't start where we are. We start at the bottom and we work our way up. And that was kind of like the signal of the beginning. There was that logo that Venom made for all of us. It was me, Venom, Essend, and did we have a? We might not have had a fourth yet, actually, at the time. I don't remember. But yeah, it was really an awesome thing. And to get to see that team competing here now with Venom still at the helm, this is really a treat. It really is.
I bet. And, you know, looking at the performance for Spectre and Nova, they performed pretty similarly in the qualifiers. They were tied on points-wise, and I think it's going to be just as good of a matchup as the last one. We're going to see some pretty tight goals, see some pretty tight competition for these teams because, as you said before, it's our first best of 5 and it's our first elimination match. So whichever team wins this will move on. The other will be done at the con.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, the stakes only get higher as you get higher into these brackets and into the tournament. So they will be fighting here for their lives on stage, but of course, it's been a very lively convention, you know. So even that's one of the nice things about VRML and VRML CON and the lands here is, you know, you're already in close proximity with everyone. So you play your game, win or lose, you know, you go into the audience, you cheer for the next team, and it's very nice seeing that camaraderie, the sportsmanship, and then sometimes, you know, you get a little bit of a trash talking too, you know, just friendly banter. Yeah, some healthy, friendly trash talking there, and you know, we saw some of it, of course, yesterday as well. And it's one of those unique things to land that just adds to those intangibles, you know, that you only get at this experience.
Yeah. No, yeah, that live yelling back and forth, being able to express your love for your competitor, we'll say. The love you have for your fellow competitors, for your brothers in competition. Tough love is certainly a phrasing for it.
So yeah, we especially we saw that in Breachers when you were in here with me, didn't we? I think you were in the crowd, Pally.
Yeah, I was up there getting the full view. And,
it
was entertaining. I can't remember the player's name now from I believe Ivy, but
Sleetso.
Probably.
He was the one who was yelling real loud. Yeah,
he was the hype man.
A lot of energy up on that stage, and that's what we really like to see from our players and from the crowd. Crowd participation yesterday, especially from the Orion folks, was fantastic. You know, the 1v1 chants, everything in between, just getting super excited at the plays that were happening. And I've been seeing that again today. Ignite versus Big Backs, we had some big crowd enjoyment here, as well as on our last matchup. And I'm looking forward to that continuing into our next matchup. And, you know, Spectre and Nova both, they weren't the highest up on the ladder for the tourney, but overall, I think they could have some pretty good placements because of this land placement. Maybe it was an internet thing. Maybe it was just a skill thing. We won't know until we see them in the arena.
Yeah, exactly. So much going into land play for sure. And so the team's getting set up here. You can see them kind of warming up, getting into the mix there. You know, they're here bright and early. Even all in their team coordinated jerseys, of course. Really cool to see. I know I saw VR Wear, shout out to them outside of the stage here, the theater here. Can get some merch if you would like, some awesome t-shirts and jerseys. Shout out as well to, of course, HyperX, amazing giveaways yesterday. We have here today Echoholics. What's up, guys? Thanks for your Echo merch, your Overflow merch. We distributed that quite nicely to people here today, and you know, again, it's cool stuff, and I love the experience.
Oh no, this is really a cool experience being here in person in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, I am curious, speaking of the crowd, crowd interaction, I'm curious. So, of course, in front of us, we're going to have Nova versus Spectre. So, crowd response. Who do we think is going to be winning this matchup, starting with Nova? Can I hear for Nova? All right. Good. Okay, let me hear it for Spectre. How about let's hear it for both teams competing here right now. There we go.
There we go. You brought it around. Nice crowd work, didn't we?
We can't split the crowd, Dimly. Then they won't support everyone.
For me in these events, I always say, I'm the favorite of whoever's the underdog in a given minute.
Yep.
Yeah.
I constantly switch, and that's just because it's the most exciting way to view it, honestly.
100%.
As a neutral. So if someone's down by a point or two, okay, I'm cheering for them to come back. If they come back and they're winning by a couple, well, guess what? I kind of want to see the other team fight back with a burst and maybe send it to an overtime, things like that. And we've gotten a lot of it. We saw that in Breachers yesterday. We've seen it already in overtime in our second round match here. Just moments ago, we saw it in overtime as well. So I expect a lot of that. In the Pioneer Ignition Cup, we got a crazy amount of overtimes. Oh, yeah. Some of them even went 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. We had at least like three 5-minute overtimes. We had several 4-minute overtimes. Insane when it gets to that point.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of skill depth in Orion Drift, but once you get to that pinnacle level of skill of the meta, you start seeing those games. It's not going to be every game. Sometimes you're going to have games that slip away from you. You're going to have a few that don't feel great. You're going to lose by a margin. Then you got other games that just do not end. And this might be one of those matchups. Again, Nova, Spectre, we're even in that qualifier leading up to this match. This, I think, is going to be one of our best matchups this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we have moments still as the players are getting into the arena now, we do want to shout out on behalf of Avaroken. Thanks to Mom, Laura. We appreciate you.
There you go. And also, of course, thanks to all the parents. There's a lot. There's actually, that was one of the things, one of the very first VR lands we did back in, was it Maryland? I was calling it Spotsylvania, wherever we were.
Virginia. Richmond or...
Radio Richmond.
Yeah.
Was realizing how involved parents are in events like this. They do not happen without parents' involvement. So real quick, can we get a round of applause for the parents of these kids at these events that are supporting everything that's going on here? Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the parents out there who are committed to their children's passions. And
absolutely.
Things like this happen because of parents like that.
Yeah, couldn't say it better myself, did we? And even from the caster's end, it kind of feels like sometimes we've been around so long at this point. It's almost like we're watching kids grow up with these games too. I've seen it so much. It kind of sends you into a bit of an existential crisis, to be honest. But it's also one of the most, points of pride, I suppose, as we get started here. Nova versus Spectre, ready to go.
Nova versus Spectre, round 1 underway for Nova. You got to have Felix, Flair, not Noodles, that is Razy VR, the famous, and Venom, of course, the most famous. And, of course, over there on Spectre, you've got A2 Drago, Munchkie, Hex, and Crixus as we are underway in round 1.
All right, so coming away with it is Crix with a dribble up the floor, trying to evade Rainsy, and does so, evades, sends the pass, and trying to invade the goal, but they lose the handles here. Just still getting warmed up, of course, as is often, again, the case in those opening minutes here on stage. Gotta let your mind meld into the headset a little bit.
You can see the fiery competition already happening. Rainsy on that ceiling carve, hoping to head over to Nest, passing it over to Felix. Back in the hands, but blocked off by Hex and the rest of Spectre. Now in the hands of Drago, just passing it back and forth. They don't want to have this ball be static. The best way to lose the ball is to keep it in the hands of one person, because they can now be ganged up on by the rest of the defense.
Nova with possession, although maybe a handoff there to Spectre on that near side. Drago trying to get something working here. Drago not able to get control. No, nobody really with control right now. Rainsy there on the far side. Flair right nearby to help support. Rainsy gets by 2. Rainsy has Flair in front of the goal. Rainsy looking to send that one up. The defense is there to break it up, and there's Hex to turn that one around for Spectre as they get control here.
And Drago flying from the top here, working their way around that donut as they send it left lane towards that trench, the sewer area, coming away with it on this dribble. Rainsy the approach, eyes it, on target, off though. It's a nice block there from the goalkeeper, Munch.
Shot
and right into the goal, maybe a rebounder, no.
That is unfortunate. He tried to go straight for the shot attempt, bouncing off Nest and the back wall, but Rainsy recouping his losses, now picking up the ball, heading towards the halo, maybe passing to Felix over on left bridge with Chris on Nest trying to block him off. Rainsy going straight up to the goal, hoping to go for the 1v2, misses on the corner shot and has to head back towards mid. Venom passing it up, now in the hands of Felix, hoping to pass ball up to his teammates, running out of boost. Doesn't quite matter, back in their hands, but now Hex has it in hand. Dimway, they're taking it downfield.
And Hex, another long shot, flare nearby. That one has a trajectory. Oh, no, it does not. Goes just wide. And Venom is there to pick it up. Hexo getting it back. Rainsy trying to get it out. Does get that one away to that corner. Drago keeps that one in play. Spectre, another opportunity. Drago sending it to Crixus.
Whoa! Hits that corner pocket, and Spectre has taken this lead 1-0.
Oh, wow. The Spectre, the Inspector Gadget, just saying, go, go, and they did.
Inspector
Dimway.
There you go. And now Crixus with a big stop there on defense. Crixus, 1v3. Crixus is going to come away with that one. I can't believe that worked. Crixus sets it up off the wall, and they have 2 on the board just like that.
My goodness, if you could do it with style playing. How about it?
Exactly, trying to get Spectre now up to first that shot with the backwards, just hand straight up off the side of the goal. They just really want to get these shots down. But Rainsy returning immediately. I don't think any of those defenders on Spectre even put a hand on the ball before it went in. There was no defense that they could put up. But now Munchkey with the rollout. There's no Kiwi from the side of Nova. It's going to give Spectre a bit of breathing room to push it up towards their goal.
Yeah, we'll be now coming away with it. Rainsy, we heard on that last score, the fan club of sorts showing their support here. Indeed, Rainsy making a lot of content there on socials. Love to see it. And Venom there as well. Love to see that ball, but just misses actually. Sails below him, but will still be recovered by their team. Nova trying to gather that ball. Crix now with the ball now. Will send it deep towards that midfield. Will be contested by Flare, and it just ain't fair. You got to watch out those midfield interceptors.
There you go. Some good rhymes there from Palador. Venom trying to get that one out. Does not quite get a hand on it. Rainsy, once again, subscribe to Rainsy. Rainsy going to send that one across. Felix, good pickup, though does not get the possession. Crixus in the area. Nobody getting a touch on that. It will be Crixus coming away with it. Flare in front. Crixus gets by. Crixus sending it up into the hands of Venom in goal. Phenomenal goalie there, Venom, as they turn this one around.
Now it's up on the top. We have Rainsy just picking it up, trying to get ball towards the goal. Unfortunately, to the wrong side as Venom tries to reclaim. Tries to reclaim with Drago. Now Felix getting ball in hand, hoping to pass it over to the other side. Can't quite get his hands on it. Now pushing it back over. They really want to get this goal, but it feels like Nova is just being blocked at every stop by Spectre.
Overtime here. As long as the ball doesn't hit the ground, Nova still has an opportunity to tie this one up 2-1. Venom with it. Venom sending it across to Flare. Flare keeping it up. Flare looking for a pass option. Has Rainsy in front. Oh, it's going to hit the floor. Spectre will take round 1, 2-1.
Wow. Well, we said it, sir, didn't we? The overtimes, we've been seeing him across the con so far. We've seen him now twice in only 3 matches. So you love to see it, the tight competition as they close out that round.
It's something where, these teams, I really enjoy that we have that overtime at 0 seconds until it hits the ground, because it gives teams a last redemption shot.
Right.
I've seen that a lot inside these games, whether I'm playing pub matches or if I'm playing comp. It's something where that 0 seconds where you can just keep the ball up in the air is the clutch moment. That's where you see these wonderful, wonderful shots come out up to these pockets just to really secure that victory. But overall, it looks like they just couldn't get it done. But we'll see if they can get it done on second. We're only up 1 round. We're heading into round 2. Ball is in the middle. Now, we do have Spectre up 1, but Nova can 100% get this back, Palador. It's just going to take some work.
And again, we're in a best of 5 here, so it's it doesn't 1 round. You don't have to worry about it as much as you would have earlier in the best of 3s, but still definitely wanting to get back on the board and back into the scoring end. So an attempt there will whiff, and back to Rainsy now here from the mid lane.
Yeah, Rainsy there on the far side, under pressure by Crixus. Does get past to Venom. As Venom is sending one back to Flair. Flair has Rainsy in front, Felix nearby, and Venom holding that shallow back line as Drago will press against Felix. Felix moving on in. Felix looking for Rainsy. Rainsy looking for a tight angle shot, but will hit the lip of the goal. That one will bounce out, and there's Crixus to pick it up.
We saw that 180-degree ceiling carve on the ceiling that nearly got Felix that goal just because of that quick turn, but didn't quite get it down. Trying to go for the redemption shot, gets blocked off by the 3 defenders over on the Spectre's side. Just trying to get it in hand. Flair can't quite get it. We know they're definitely running extremely low on boost now. They need to get boost, and that's going to be a huge opportunity for Nova to start scoring some goals. As they send it up towards the middle, towards the goal, they just lose it in their hands, and it's back over to their side.
All right, now on the recovery, Flair will be there, but so is Crix. We'll cross him out for just a moment. Crix now a shovel pass towards that mid lane, but well defended. Felix and Drago now contesting each other. Winding around is Felix, will create some space. A handoff to Rainsy. Rainsy tapping off the Geo to obtain that possession. Has some options left, has some options right, and oh no, not on the goal, a little too much. Too wide, that is, as it will turn over for a moment. But maybe right back again to Rainsy. The dribble, and then gets tackled right out.
And Chris there gets a hand on it, but it's going to be Rainsy maintaining possession. Rainsy doing a lot of work there, but Chris is going to get away with it. Chris sending that one up. Venom with a big stop. Venom, that goalie work he's known for, is going to get that one sent away there. As Felix on the far side of Venom, maintaining that pressure. Venom and Felix against Drago. Drago somehow still in possession, not for long. No, gets it to Chris. Chris moving it on up, but there's that defense once again. Venom sending that one away.
Oh, absolutely. You saw also there Venom. He rotated back into goal while the ball was disrupted. He was pointing out orders, directions. He was already making the call out to what happens next, and that's what a good captain does. That's what the experience of that leadership gives you as they now get back into the defensive zone on their own. There's Flair, and easy does it. Takeaway. They send it back to the midline on the offense there. No success for Spectre on that round.
One thing I'm honestly seeing is Spectre is keeping Nova on their back foot quite a bit. Nova is trying to get the defense down, but they end up having to do these really long, far clears that puts it directly back in the hand of Spectre, and that's exactly what you want if you're on the other side, because you can pick that up, put it right back up towards the middle, and keep the pressure on, stop them from going and getting boost. You're wearing them down little by little.
Speaking of wearing down, we are almost 2 minutes left in this second round of this best of 5, and it is still scoreless. Neither team has been able to find the back of the net in this one just yet, though that one gets nearby. Felix is there to stop it. This has been a round of goalies. As this one is scooped up. Drago gets it. Drago down to 4. Drago looking to make something happen. Still has possession. Sends it up. Has Hex. Hex there's to pick it up. Hex off that back wall, but there's Rainsy to reconnect. Unfortunately, Spectre was not able to get their players into position there to make anything happen, as Nova's going to turn that one around.
Yeah, they're trying to get this done, and we've seen this 0-0, minute 30 left on the clock, but we saw Nova in the qualifiers be fantastic at battles of attrition, trying to just go long and long and long, and then eventually get that one goal. And we're seeing if Nova can get it done this time. Felix has it in hand, heading up towards the middle. They want to get this shot attempt off, passing to Venom, goes for the shot attempt, can't quite get it. Rainsy goes for the shot, but the double bounce off the hand, doesn't quite get it, and Flair can't recover it. This might be a shot attempt for Spectre, but Venom saves it from scoring.
Again, that positioning from Venom just knows where to be and how to be, because right now, that goal is open, and there's the sound of a damaging goal, and a big one in this final minute for Spectre. That could be devastation. Not a lot of time on the clock for the reaction. Back now to Nova.
Rainsy moving on in here. Now Nova down by 1. Rainsy across the player who pass does not connect. Rainsy now looking to track down his own pass and check out the options. So Drago, heavy pressure. That ball is loose there on the far side. Rainsy can't get control. Drago has it. Drago moving up. A goal here for Spectre would be devastating in this match with less than 30 seconds to go as that ball is loose on that near side. Felix gets a hand on it. Oh, and it will be Rainsy coming away with it. Rainsy now moving into the zone. 20 seconds on the clock. Rainsy 2v3 to Flair. 3v3. With less than 15 seconds left, we got a tie game.
Wow, how about the clutch? And that's a clip, Rainsy. I'll see that on TikTok later.
100%. We're seeing these players. He's trying to make some content, but Chrisix doesn't want to go to some OT. He wants to just get this score down. Venom in goal, trying to defend it. We're going to see some OT now. Felix, with that OT, some folks don't know, it refills your boost. So now they have full boost. They're trying to head back up the field with that advantage. Felix heading straight up towards it, gets blocked off by Drago. Ball in hand for the Spectre side. Not much of a goalie in place for Nova currently as they're all fully up. Now Venom's back on the defense, trying to get it in hand. Can't quite do it. Hex tries to get it, but Felix has it back. This is an opportunity for Nova. There's only Munchkey currently on the defense, and Flair is right there to receive it.
Big plays coming up here again in the depths of overtime. Over in the trench now, Cricks the approach. Got the goalkeepers now flooding into the goal, not wanting to see that one go in. Felix getting possession for that, a 1v3 essentially. The teammates just weren't there to help, and it will be now maybe numbers going the opposite way as they scramble towards the offense. And a big tackle out, and a denial sent back towards mid lane, but there are a couple of Nova players there for a potential recovery.
Yeah, Venom gets that one recovered here, sends it near side. There's Drago for Spectre, picking it up over a minute into this overtime in round 2. Of course, it was Spectre picking up round 1 in this best of 5 series as Flair gets a touch on it. Flair across. It will be Spectre with possession. Drago there at mid. They're looking to set up. They have Chris at center. Hex high up. No, Flair is going to stop that one. Sends it into the zone. There's Munchkey. They pick it up. Another turnaround. They're going to get an opportunity. Flair sending that one across. Is anybody there to receive it? No, it's going to be Chris for Spectre turning that one around.
Just trying to get this ball downfield. It's been back and forth, back and forth. Felix has it in hand. He wants to go for the shot, passes it over to Venom. Go for the shot attempt. Felix can't quite get it down. The clutch push from the Spectre defense. They just want to get this goal off. Rainsy now pushing up to the stop. Gets Felix in hand, but gets blocked by the wall of defenders on the goal. Munchkey gets it in hand, but it's to the 2 defenders in mid. Passing it up, not quite to their teammates. Unfortunately, it gives Chris a bit of breathing room to pass it over the other side. Gets pushed, but doesn't matter. Has it in hand, heading up on the left side table, heading towards on bridge. Gets blocked off by Flair. Needs to find a pass attempt. Can't quite get it down, and now doesn't have ball in hand.
You know these teams, these players are sweating it out right now. It is clutch after clutch play, and every single mistake will matter all the more as they go right down to the bottom here on the floor. Venom popping out of a couple of defenders, but Munch, nice awareness there, jumping out of the goal, and will save at least that attempt at the offense for Nova. And now back at them again. Spectre trying to collect that. That's Hex contesting Felix. Felix, the merry-go-round, but loses the handles. It's Drago. Oh, but unravels on that play. It's Flair, not fair, and right back in there as we continue this overtime. In the deep end, there's Cricks and a miss.
That one's going to go wide. Felix there on the far side. Also, shout out to Nova's rotation on the back line. When Venom's not there, somebody else is. As Ranging now moving in on that far side. Has pressure from Drago. Drago trying to get that one broken up. Does. Munchkey is going to come away with that one. Does not have an open goal shot, so they will move on up, although they might have the numbers here. Is it 3v2? No. Defense is returning. Big shot. Oh, goes just wide. Venom is able to slap it away.
My goodness. Right now, they're converging. You see that pile up, and then they quickly disperse. Plague, you know, at this point, they're just trying to, I think, slow it down a little bit. You can see they're staying on this side of the floor and just trying to maybe breathe, reorganize a little bit, not push it too hard, too fast, without a plan.
I think the play at this point, I haven't been seeing a lot of back passes to try to confuse the defenders. We've been seeing on higher tier play, we see people back passing maybe to mid, just trying to get good positioning, going around themselves, carving around, but we haven't really been seeing that. It's giving Drago the opportunity to get ball in hand straight up to the goal. Rainsy does get the clutch save, but it's still in the hands of the entire Spectre team going for shot attempts, and this is what we're seeing. This is what we're talking about, folks. They're going for solo shots, and it's just getting denied. If they pass over to the sides, get better positioning, it's going to work out a lot better, but they can't reach it in time. Just barely hits the wall, but Flair goes for the redemption shot, can't get it. We're seeing a lot of solo plays here, guys. We really want to see some team play to get these goals down. I think they're ball chasing a little too much together rather than having positioning on the bridges, but that's hard to do in this much of an overtime. Your brain is scrambled, 10 minutes of constant play.
Oh, no, it really is. And,
oh, no.
That's an open goal opportunity. It has the trajectory. Oh, it's going to go a little bit high range. He is going to get there to slap that one down to the floor. Trying to get into a teammate. Hex picks it up. Oh, Rainsy, no. Drago,
here it goes.
Oh, my goodness. It is crazy here. You can feel the pounding of the feet on the floor. Everyone's stamping, and right now trying to stamp an end to this play. Rainsy being contested. Will be the ball going up high towards that bridge. Back down low now. Felix, Chris, and back towards the mid. Venom down there in the back line, just trying to stabilize and does so with some success. Finds Flair on the other end. Flair on the approach. There's the opportunity denied, and no, Munch, a big dive out the goal to deny it as we approach that 5-minute overtime we talked about as if it was planned.
Don't reveal the script.
Oh! Oh, directly past the defender. A lull into the commentary. All it took was us to be silent.
Right?
Maybe that's a key.
Right.
It was the lull before the storm and lightning sure struck. What an ending and what an overtime, guys.
5 minutes. That was quite a bit, and that was only round 2. Spectre up 2-0 in a best of 5, but Nova proving that this might just go all the way to 5. And if it's like that, we've got an hour-long game on our hands, David.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
No stress, no stress.
The producers are sweating, but the casters, well, we're also sweating, but for different reasons, because we love this action.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, this is, what a game. Unbelievable. That was all goalie. And, you know, I love goalie play. You know what I mean? It's kind of infamous.
It was your thing. It was your thing.
I made a video with Venom, Nova's top goalie. Yeah, I'm calling you out, buddy. Yeah, no, I mean, just all goalie play in that matchup. I mean, just insane. Insane. We saw a lot of great defensive coordination. It was once they got into the offensive zone, as you pointed out, a little bit of solo play there, kind of not hitting those passes. And there were a couple times I saw like someone coming in, looking for that pass. The passer's looking to take out a player, looking to tackle someone, looking to take out the goalie, and you just get that disconnect, and you're not connecting on those plays you need to make happen when it counts the most. And see a 5-minute overtime.
I think what really would benefit the play here is having someone on that backline. We've seen Venom be on the backline, and I believe Munchkey for the other side. Having them as a return, we saw that in Echo quite a bit. The you're pushing it back to your mid, you're giving a return back to be able to have more positioning, have more options for where you want to put it. We don't see that a lot on Orion Drift, and that's something that I preach to a lot of the folks, especially for moderating or like rookie stuff. I'm a coach for them, and a lot of it is you want to give yourself options. If you constantly push the ball up towards the goal, you're slowly just narrowing where you can go, and it lets you get blocked off a lot more. If we can just get some good pass opportunities, some good places to go, it's going to be a lot better opportunity for these players to get some goals done. And I think that's what's going to happen. These players, warming up, they have had a couple matches leading up to this, but overall, it's not easy to warm up on a LAN stage like this.
No, certainly not. And it's one of those things, especially if you're newer to a game like this, breaking the habit of always moving forward is so difficult. You have to, I remember way back when, another Echo reference, but way back when, practicing with Venom, we had to go into scrims saying, all right, before we do anything else, pass it back, just to get into the habit. Even if it's the wrong play to make, just to get into the habit, so when we are trying to make the right plays, we have that thought. Send it backwards, cycle it back, get the defense out of position, open up some space. It's a really hard habit to break.
Which is why, you call it a reset, right? You're resetting the play. That's really hard to do.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we have to do. Even in shooters, right? You try, once you go down a few players, you need to recoup. You need to replan. That's something that's really hard to do in a sports game that's such high octane, especially one with such a short time like Orion Drift. I mean, an Orion Drift best out of 3 lasts at the longest 15 minutes, unless you go to OT, right? Yeah. It's something where you have constant action. It's really hard to take a break and go, yeah, I can spend 15 seconds, get the ball in hand, get some positioning down, and get this done.
Yeah, and credit to Spectre as well, because they had that statement first round. They did a great job there. The second round, you saw a little bit of momentum shift there late. I think courtesy of the crowd. The energy that you hear. If you're one of those teams, at least in my experience, when you're that loud, you hear it, and it could definitely get into the heads. If not positively for the team they're cheering, it can also be one of those things that affect the team they're cheering against negatively. It can get in their heads, it can interrupt your comms if it's loud enough. There's been multiple times at LANs, even with sound isolated headphones and such, where the crowds have gotten so loud that you just can't even hear your comms at times, and that could be disruptive. But credit to Spectre, they were able to kind of weather the storm and the little bit of momentum that Nova was starting to build up, and they closed it out in an incredibly arduous overtime. The endurance was real, but the clutch was real, and right now, a real deal. It's the third round about to start here. Finally, as Rainsy now on the approach for Nova.
And a flare. Oh, big goal. Look at that. To kick us off, Nova, in exactly 15 seconds, are going to get the first goal. They really want to push us past 3 rounds. They don't want to go out right now.
Who would, honestly? You have this big competition coming in, and you don't want to get eliminated. Now passing it back upfield, Spectre unfortunately has it now in hand again, but they don't have many passes, gentlemen. They have some folks on the back. Venom is on the defense, but they really want to get this offense off. Now Chris gets it in hand, can't quite get it done. Hex and Drago both too close together. They couldn't get the ball in hand, leaving Rainsy an opening to push towards Munchkey. However, Hex and Drago have something to say about that. Pushing straight up, Rainsy going for the pass. Pebbles going over the top, but Drago gets it straight in hand. That's going to be now Chris pushing up. There's no goalie.
Whoa.
Goes for the shot.
Oh my,
and gets it in.
Wow, what a nice one. Just a little gentle pat on the bottom of the ball to send it lob style over, and that grenade exploded right into the goal to react now for the 1-1 tie up here, Dimwit.
Yeah, Pebbles on, moving on in as Rainsy across. Look at it, 3v3, sends it low. But that one will get slapped out there to the far side. Drago there, oh no, Flair breaks that up. Rainsy gets it picked up. Rainsy moving on in, looking for a pass. Hits Pebbles. Off of the wall. The defense is here to slap it up, but Pebbles gets possession. And that is Nova with possession now.
There's that reset we were talking about. They brought it back to Venom, but unfortunately it was a little late, and Chris now has it in hand, but he runs out of boost. We see him throw his hands up. He just doesn't have it. Drago now getting it in hand with Flair and Pebbles, now pushing through, just wanting to get ball, but passing back to the teammate on mid. Chris has a golden opportunity, but unfortunately it gets taken down by Pebbles, just trying to clear it out. We're seeing these panic clears happening, putting it straight in the hands of Flair. Flair going straight up to Munch. Apparently misses, but that leaves Rainsy an opportunity. He misses as well, and that is a fantastic defense from Spectre, allowing them to not go down another point.
Nice defense there coming in to deny that opportunity. Pebbles now from up high being met by a couple of players.
Oh, the self-goal!
Players, oh no! It goes right under and in as the defenders had dived out.
Yeah, so, yeah, we've got, Spectre, Nova goes up 2-1 here off of that goal. Chris, though, looking to make something happen, moves that one up. Rainsy, good tackle. Venom comes out to challenge that one, and we'll send that one across. Nova wants to hold on to this lead. However you're going to get it, you're going to take it. Is just over 2 minutes to go in this third round matchup. Spectre, of course, up 2-0 in a best-of-5 series here against Nova. But Nova with the 2-1 lead as Rainsy maintaining that possession, looking to pass someone across, does get it to Flair. No, not quite. And there's another turnover. Drago slapping it out.
Just trying to get ball in the hand. Pebbles again claiming it, getting that interception. 3 defenders coming up on him, barely missing it out. Munchkey on the goalie, now giving an opportunity to his team to get it in hand, but Pebbles reclaims it. He must be out of boost at this point. He's going up and down, Rainsy with the 360 ceiling car.
Just because.
I know, just heading back towards the goal, passes it over to Pebbles, hoping to go for the shot attempt, gets it done! And that's 3-1 lead for Nova. They do not want to go down.
They absolutely do not. These are some high-angle shots we're seeing from Nova that they're getting in here. They're getting these goals way up high, setting them in, getting it past goalie. Chris, Venom, good pickup there, good read. Drago trying to do something with it, but Venom gets it right back as Nova setting up here in their own zone. Rainsy with it, and they're turning around here, Powder.
That they are winding it out toward the mid lane. Hex trying to intercept, but a quick couple of passes there, back and forth, 2-man game. Rainsy now sending it over to Flair, but nice dive from Chris. Well played on the defensive read as it gets sent right back out to Venom now. Again, manning that back line. Oh, over the arms of Venom, and that could cause great harm into the goal. Rebound, no. Sailing past a few different arms, flailing, flying, and vying for control here in the trench. There's Drago being assaulted there by Pebbles. Gets it over somehow to Rainsy, and now Pebbles again, whirling, turling like a dervish here, and trying to evade Drago as they swipe at each other. They swim, and maybe it'll go in. No! Bouncing out of there. Munch, the denial, with the good shot, but right back on that second attempt. Nova has exploded here, going supernova, in fact, didn't we, after dropping those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, they are. They're up 4-1, 12 seconds to go. Looks like we might go to at least 4 in this matchup as Rainsy turning this one around. Maybe going to get one more here. Pebbles sends it, gets it. That's going to end your third round.
Wow.
Nova is going to take it 5-1.
Gentlemen, who is this team? Did they change out all of their players just now? What is this? We had them go down 2 rounds, and now Nova has decided we don't want to leave. We're going up 5-1, and we'll see if they keep up that momentum heading into our next round. We're going to get into it soon, but I want to talk about the change in play style that we saw. We see that Nova did start passing the ball back to Venom on the mid, or Flair, who is in mid as well, trying to just really get their passes down. They've figured out the strategy they needed to take against Spectre.
Yeah. No, they really did. Getting those resets, it cannot be overstressed. How effective. I mean, just watch hockey. Watch hockey, watch basketball. You move in, you don't have the shot, you don't take the shot, you send it back. Yeah. Get that open space, pull the defender out, get somebody out of position, get the numbers. The moment you have numbers, attack. Punch hard. But you got to get the numbers first. Once you have those numbers, you attack, you get those opportunities, you get those open spaces. And the way to do that, the reset. You got to reset that ball. You got to send it back to the back line. You got to get the defense to chase it down.
All right, that said, chasing down this opening launch here will be Venom taking it over for Nova. So I'm really curious to see how Spectre reacts, because they were great in those first couple of rounds and in that overtime. But after that, just rapid fire assault we saw that last round, I would love to see exactly that, right on point. Getting the goal was Drago there, I believe, and swooping away with some extra confidence to start out that first minute.
So Rainsy taking it downfield towards Spectre's goal. They really want to get this redemption shot. We're seeing these players over on Nova going for these top-down shots quite a bit. I think Spectre is really going to be starting to adapt and having more players on the defense up top. You know, ceiling carving maybe, or some wall carving, just trying to get these players to get away from the goal. Rainsy again heading straight up towards the top, going for the down, but clearly it works for Nova. Maybe they should keep doing it. These solo plays are not really solo plays, right? We have these players coming out, intercepting the defense, stopping them from putting the kibosh on this push, but it doesn't matter. Chris goes for the shot attempt, but Venom on the defense. Nova has really good offense and defense so far. They've really improved their play over these few rounds that we've seen.
Yeah, no, their transition play right now, when they get a pickup and they move it on in and they get those numbers real early, like that last goal from Rainsy, they've been executing on it beautifully, although that's going to be a turnover there. Spectre with an opportunity, Chris with it there on the far side, moving on in the trenches. Drago ahead, gets by one. Rainsy, though, big stop there. Although, Spectre will keep that one in play on the shallow back line. No, big turnover, Pebbles. Big opportunity as Rainsy across. Will they send the shot? Helps it, sends it. Nova has the lead.
Oh, what an angle. Insane. Just gotta love the concentration to be able to hit those shots and to be creative with those bounces as well. You know, realizing that it doesn't always have to be straight in. You got some angles, you got the walls, you got the floor. And right now these players hitting the floor, hitting the ceiling. Oh, so appealing as they're wheeling and dealing right into the goal. But Hex now coming away with it with a backwards fling, nearly hit. That just grazed the rim. And it will be now Flair with possession for at least a moment, but have to be careful because Hex playing some pesky defense there.
We see these players having to scramble for some boost. Pebbles now pushing straight up, doesn't have really much to work with, had to go straight for just a push on. He had no passes. That's where a reset would have been really useful. But now reclaiming with some boost, Pebbles passes it over to his teammate Rainsy. He doesn't have anyone to go to. He's going to have to go for a back pass to Pebbles, now over to Bridge, but there's no one there to receive it. That's going to allow a golden opportunity for the offense on Spectre to get some good progress going. On a push, Drago, ball back in hand over towards the Bridge, gets taken out. Chris wants to reclaim it, but Flair goes for the Hail Mary clear straight towards the goal, but back in the hands of Munch. And now in Rainsy's hands, they want to go for the shot attempt over the top of the goal. Now in the hands of Pebbles, bounce pass, but can't quite get it done.
I got to shout out the transition chain we saw from Spectre a few moments ago. They were turning around and they needed to get to the ball quickly, and instead of trying to run, they just used the pull through, the re-grabbing to get to it really, really fast. As Flair is going to hold possession there. Nova with it. Pebbles moving on up as Rainsy behind. Flair across, drops it to Rainsy. They've got a three-person attack here, the 3v4. That defense for Spectre is collapsing in on their goal. The attacks from Nova, I think, have changed Spectre's defense a little bit here. As Nova, struggle with it here. No, Hex is going to move on in. Venom coming out of the goal to challenge that, but gives it to Chris.
Yeah, good rotations here from Nova, but just the same. Spectre trying to get right back at them now. They're fleeing into the goal as Pebbles pushes this offensive set here to Rainsy. Rainsy trying to set the sun there on the goal. Another one of those bouncers, but just didn't have an angle that time around. As Venom from the back line, reliable there with a lot of those clears, intercepting them. Now Pebbles on the approach. They have Flair to the left. We'll go to Flair. Maybe Flair right back to Pebbles here, trying to eye it down. Collapsing. Oh, and snap! It's into the goal just like that.
And we've seen Pebbles consistently throughout this match be a very aggressive player. drops down. And we see this every time. He just rushes straight into the middle of all 4 of those defenders and goes, you want to block me? I'm not going to let that happen, but doesn't matter as Chris returns the shot immediately. Venom just not able to get the defense off Rainsy now to do the rollout. I'm not seeing a Kiwi from the Spectre side. They're kind of giving Rainsy a bit of breathing room up on the Halo. They don't want to give too much away from positioning-wise as Rainsy now gets blocked off. Venom loses the ball in hand, but Drago can't quite get there in time to reclaim it. Now he does. Coming through sewers, heading up through, can't quite get it as Venom passes it up to his team on bridge.
That's a beautiful pass there. Flair, beautiful flick to get by the defense. Ball is still loose, so that's going to be Chris. So there's a possession there to Spectre. As this one's going to be loose on the near side corner. And stoppage of play.
And of the round, I believe there.
Am I allowed to get a water break?
I believe so.
Okay, there you go. So
And ceremonious, right? We were so into the gameplay, we didn't see the timer.
Indeed. So yeah. Nova is going to take us to a round 5 here in this matchup against Spectre. As so yeah, we're going to a 5. So you had Spectre go up 2-0, and then Nova come back 2-2, and we might be looking at reverse.
I mean, wouldn't it be the first time, right? It happened a few times in some of our cups online too, and so, you know, you never know what to expect except greatness at this level. I mean, these teams are here for a reason here today, as we do make it to the 4th round indeed. So getting into the thick of things here, as Chris now with possession.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that these players are going to a top 5. Nova, I believe at 2, Spectre at 2 as well, trying to just get these players done. Trying to get these balls in the goal, just pushing through, but Pebbles can't quite get it done. Flair now pushing straight up towards the goal, getting the shot attempt down towards the goal, but Munch blocks it out.
Yeah, Munchke sending that one Spectre is going to gain possession here. Drago moving up, has Flair in front, and we'll get that one sent, though. Pebbles on the back line for Nova on defense, gets that one caught. Although turning it right back over to Chris. Both teams kind of just giving it to each other at the moment. And that's a good defensive stop there from Nova. I believe that was Rainsy. Subscribe to Rainsy as he gets that one on the near side corner for Nova. Nova setting up in their own zone here.
You're saying subscribe to Rainsy. Are you sponsored by Rainsy here, Dimly?
I'm not at liberty to say. No, I love Rainsy's content. Rainsy, great dude, great content. Check it out if you haven't.
All right, well, right now we're checking out the opening minute and a half here of this 4th round, crucial 4th round indeed. Fifth round, rather. And it will be Pebbles now, working it from the top. Again, the tournament lives of these players on the line. That way too deep of a shot attempt, but maybe a pass intended there to Rainsy. Rainsy will collect, and just ejects right out of the rim. Another close one as Venom there in the back line yet again. Sends it right back to Pebbles, positioning out very well, both offensively and defensively. You can see the pacing, the man coverage, and no coverage, the recoverage. Nicely done to get the first points for Nova.
Nova really want to get this. They already have 2 rounds in a row. They just need a 3rd. And with a point up right now, we saw them have a very tight gameplay with Spectre. They're just going straight for the shot attempt. Chris can't quite get it off. Now back up towards his team. We saw some fantastic midfielding from the Nova side, but they haven't really gotten it over on Spectre. We've seen some clears. They have to go and fetch it rather than having someone to grab it immediately and keep the play, keep the pressure. Speaking of pressure, Pebbles, ball in hand, pushing straight towards the goal, gets blocked off by Munch, but Rainsy gets it right back in hand, going straight for the pressure again, pressuring the goalie. Flair gets it, unfortunately, does not get the goal. Now just trying to push the ball up the field. Spectre wants their redemption. They want to get this last round.
They do indeed. As Venom going to send this one up. Flair, of course, Nova up 1-0, just over 2 minutes to go here in this best-of-5 matchup, tied 2-2. As Nova, Pebbles there on the far side. Pebbles under pressure, looking for a back pass. Does not connect. Drago with it as Hex moving in. Drago stalls for a moment. Gets his team to set up. Pass over to Hex. Again, Spectre, patience right now. Hex across to Chris. Chris. Hex takes out the goalie. Chris moving on in, looking for a high angle shot, goes off the rim, and that one's going to get slapped away.
Well, I think everyone holding their breath on that play, nearly going in to tie it up, but could not do so, as it will be Rainsy coming away with the ball. Now the team's fully fanning the floor, left, right, and center. So you got that spacing, Rainsy, the patience. Meanwhile, the defense just waiting, biding their time and waiting to mark their man. But Flair there, creeping away from him was that ball, so recovering is going to be 8-2 Drago. And Drago will carve around the wall, send a lob pass to that left lane, eventually reaching Hex, but has to be careful because Flair is there. And the ball is up high towards Halo. Bringing it down is Chris.
We have a minute and 10 left on the clock, gentlemen. Spectre needs to score this shot. They need to score it soon, or else it's going to be really in the bag for Nova. Speaking of which, Rainsy now has the ball in hand, and here's where the teams have this debate of do we play keep away or do we keep the pressure on and try to keep scoring. I feel like trying to keep scoring is just the more sportsmanlike thing to do. You want to just try to get this stuff, but $5,000 on the line. Do you keep trying to go for these attempts? And it looks like Pebbles is. We saw that aggression from him before. He has ball in hand, heading up towards the goal, getting pressured by every single defender on the side and barely not getting the shot off.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds to go here in this matchup, as this one's going to be slapped there to the far side. Spectre with possession. Drago up to the ceiling. Drago coming down, and will send that one up, although it's going to be picked up by Chris. As Chris, it looks like the stream has stalled out there, but they're still playing. Drago sends a shot. Flair is going to send that one away. 1 point lead here with just under 20 seconds to go. Munchkey gets a hand on it for Spectre. Spectre with possession over to Rainsy. Excuse me. It's going to be Nova with possession. Pebbles moving on in. Pebbles going to take the shot. 10 seconds. Pebbles hits the goal, and Nova is going to be moving on in this matchup against Spectre. Spectre, unfortunately, will be out.
Wow, a shot so good we couldn't show it on stream. It was amazing, though. Great play there, rolling it up, and another one of those bouncers from up high, hitting the bottom floor into the pocket, closing it out. Wow, what a game that was, going to the depth of things there in the fifth, because it started out 2-0 for Spectre, but they were able to really bring it back to the 5, and we can see again the good sportsmanship and the handshakes and the love there from the crowd as well. That's the kind of thing you love to see here in the VR community and here at VRML CON.
Indeed it is. Just great game to Nova. They went down 2-0 in that matchup, and then we talked about the things they needed to change. Looked like they changed them. And then Spectre, they absolutely tried to adjust to those changes, and unfortunately they just weren't able to do it. Now, we did see a difference in that last game. The game prior was what, 5-1? That last matchup, 1-0. 1 goal. We were back to a goalie game. We were back to the defense game. And very interesting to see. Big victory there to Nova, as they are going to stay in this tournament in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Congratulations to them overall. Now, before we go to our next matchup, I believe we have some giveaways to get done.
We do. We do have a giveaway here. So we have some grab bags, as we have all weekend. There's a bunch of stuff in it: keyboard, mouse pad, headset, microphone, blue light glasses, gamer glasses, as they say. All right, so we got 2 ticket numbers here. So it's going to be the number above the QR code that's in the email you got, the one you showed to get in here. So ticket number EMV91, EMV91, and then BG8Z2. That is a mouthful, BG8Z2. And if you want to check if you are a winner, you have until 4 p.m. today to claim that prize. And if you want to double check, head on over to the announcement channel in the VRML CON Discord server to double check if your ticket is a winning number. Palador.
Yeah, well, thanks, of course, HyperX for providing so many of these amazing prizes and giveaways that we've been featuring here on our stream and to the crowds. I'm sure they've loved the swag they've gotten here this weekend. So amazing stuff for sure. But yeah, we're going to go into a quick break unless you have something to say, Mr. Doctor. Otherwise, we will warm up for another exciting match. We're continuing our best of 5s here. And we will be back. So don't go too far away here in VRML CON 2025 in Phoenix. Stay tuned.
Scan started. Scan interrupted.
Thank you.
I'll be out there in a little bit. I want to not be in this room right away. You know what? You know what? No, no, we're celebrating. You know what we're doing? Celebrate that? Hold on. We're about to go crazy. Yeah, I gotta shoot that. We're going. Do they see me? Yo, they kind of caught me. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna try it like one time, and it goes back, and it goes back. Grab some knives, do it with those. I probably could. Do it like that. Okay, I'm done. These ones are better. I was like,
There's Clemens.
yes, sir.
Gentle together.
Oh, can you jump it? All right, so I'm gonna give you. It's gonna take you 5 minutes, and you're gonna do it.
I know how to do it. I know how to do it.
Oh,
Just wondering if I can.
David! David!
come on, let's go. Wait. So the camera can see us.
Okay, ready?
Oh, okay. I understand. I understand. I understand.
We gotta go faster. We're good. Maybe we need 4. Do you have a 4?
Just do the normal pattern.
Don't have to grab things and
Let me practice.
not catchable. Are you gonna sit with me?
Elbows. Use your elbows. You're going with your wrist, which is go forward. Use your elbows to make it straight. Don't pull your elbows back or forward. Push your elbows. There you go, David.
I guess I'm sitting over here.
Legend.
Where are you?
Alright, we got this. Ready?
Okay, so we're just tossing back and forth really quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. We need a 4th. That's the problem. Do you have a 4th ball?
No, hey, does anyone here have a here, we'll use this bag of gummies. Throw it high. I'm gonna throw it high so you can throw the bag. I'm throwing the ball high. The ball high.
It's not too much of a difference in weight, but you could add some
No, we
weight.
got this.
I have 6 at home. I should have brought them. Okay, I think it's easier to throw one.
Maybe we each need 3. That'd be dope. Next time. Next land.
I wonder.
Next land.
Drone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to VRML CON 2025 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Sunny Phoenix, Arizona, I will say. We've got some bright games ahead, though. We've already had some thrillers. Last match, we had overtimes. We had reverse sweeps. We've gotten some surprises here today, too. Over on our other stage as well. You were telling me, Aiden, looks like we have some interesting developments. We had Big Backs, who we saw earlier on this stage. Took out Vicious, so there are some interesting developments here in our brackets today playing.
Yeah, it's been some exciting matchups. We saw Big Backs in that first matchup against Ignite. Just unfortunately, they did get taken out, but they came back. They are going to be up on this main stage at some point in the next side. But this match we have, you hear the exciting behind us. But this match we have coming up is going to be an exciting one. Ignite versus IVI, I believe, is going to be on this stage. That is the matchup of this bracket, I would say. We'll see who goes down to loser's bracket. I was talking to the owner of IVI over there. He has some hopes for it. And honestly, I want to see what goes on. This is going to be one of the biggest matchups, I would say, of the tournament.
And you know, that's a phrase that's been uttered each of our streams so far, dating back to Pioneer Cup and to Ignition Cup. It just keeps, that matchup just keeps happening, it seems like. And for a good reason. These teams are at the pinnacle of their game, the top of thousands of teams across Orion Drift, whether they're competing in VRML or just casual ones as well. So many people playing this game, and when you're talking about anyone who's made it into these cups and then into VRML CON, we're talking top 1%. We're talking about the role models for how this whole meta develops, and these teams do it better than just about anyone.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, these teams here, we're looking at IVI and Ignite, some of the top teams. IVI did have a bit of some troubles over in the qualifiers for VRML, but they're obviously here. They're coming back. They took down Vicious earlier today, and we're here now.
Yeah, and again, IVI, just a stellar team across multiple regions for that matter as well. We've seen them be so successful over in Europe as well, and across other games in the VRML scene we've even seen this weekend. So it's a very impressive resume that they're trying to build up here against an Ignite team who we covered earlier. We know their resume as well across games, across years, and the things they can do. So I'm really excited for this matchup coming here soon. Players just warming up, it looks like, and getting into the arenas.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the roster for IVI NA right now. JDG is here. We have Lara, Mozzie, Nadash, Starkey, and Yuki. They all are coming in from different places trying to get the championship down. They want this $5,000 prize, and they are going to put in the work to get it. We've seen that from, I've said this for every team today for this tournament, that they really don't want to lose this, but it's true for everyone. They are coming here to win, and if they don't win, there's been good sportsmanship. It's not, we haven't seen any, thrown headsets, things like that. I will say, we've all seen the clips of some headsets getting smashed sometimes, but we've had some good sportsmanship here, and I'm very, very glad to have it. And what a matchup this is. Swag War put up some fantastic points on the Ignite game versus Big Backs, and I'm excited to see what they do now. We haven't been keeping fully track of the alt stage, but I've been hearing whispers down the grapevine and from going down in the time off that they've had some great matchups being found for these teams. So I want to see some fantastic gameplay here heading into this round 2 of our double elim bracket.
Yeah, absolutely, and talk about these great matches we've seen on stream. I also want to shout out some of our great sponsors who've helped bring it to the stage here at VRML CON 2025. Of course, ProTube VR. We got this beautiful gun stock here, custom with VRML CON on it. It's on sale for a limited time as well on their website. Thing of beauty. Observe.
It's so nice.
And we also, of course, want to shout out BOBO VR. You saw the players on stage constantly wearing those BOBO VR head straps. Amazing thing as well. Even regardless of sponsorships, even independently, I've been using BOBO for years. Just a great headset, head strap, very comfortable, and we love the fact that it helps enable these players to keep playing the way they have been in these long-form, hours and hours-long tournaments. It's needed, trust me.
Oh, 100%.
Of course, HyperX. We've seen HyperX with some amazing giveaways here throughout the weekend on headsets, keyboards, mics, the headphones our players here are wearing on stage as well. really appreciate HyperX, been a big supporter of VRML for years now as well. So thank you to them. And of course, we're here for what? Another Axiom and their game Orion Drift. We want to shout out AA because they are an incredible team and a dedicated team who have brought us this amazing esport that we're here casting today. And no doubt for years to come, I do expect. And so on that note, it looks like, based on the musical cues, we got some games coming up ahead. Ignite versus IVI. Oh me. Oh my.
This is going to be an exciting matchup, gentlemen. We have Swag War, Baz, Crash and Tux. We have a new player from our game we saw before, and Goblin versus Yuki, Mozzie, Nadash, and JDG. They're trying to go for some explosive plays in the beginning already. Swag War trying to go for the shot, can't quite get it down, but JDG passing it up the field to his teammates over on IVI. They really want to get these shots down as Swag War runs out of boost almost, trying to go for it, can't quite get it. We haven't seen any big clears, but it's been very contentious so far, gentlemen.
You know, Aiden, we've seen as well in some of these matches between these teams, even though they are very heavy-handed offenders, offensive players, sometimes we've seen these games be rather low scoring.
Yeah, I mean, you got to...
I take it back.
And you just said that, and now they score.
There we go.
Exactly.
Great job, Paladin. All right, so Ignite with the first point on the board, looking good so far. Lots of back and forth so far, what we're seeing, as Nadash now picks that one up for IVI.
All right, well, Nadash now tapping it right over Swag War and over Yuki as well. Gets over to JDG. JDG, very veteran competitive player here across games, and here for Ignite trying to make a move on, or sorry, for IVI trying to make a move up on their offense, get their score on the board as well. There's Mozzie. Talk about supreme talents. Mozzie from up high will be contested now as Swag and Baz able to secure the ball for Ignite, and Swag will floor it, but actually loses it for a moment.
Yeah, we see Swag going for some wall carving, trying to keep his boost up. Just barely lost the ball. That's going to allow Yuki to really get hands on the ball, pass it up towards mid, but get intercepted by Goblin. Going for a pass to Crash and Tux, barely misses. Goblin tries to go for the rebounds, can't quite get it. Baz has the ball in hand, running out of boost, trying just barely to get the shot up, but the save from JDG will save IVI from going down yet another point.
Yeah, as it's now picked up, I think that was Goblin. Kind of down on the floor there. It's going to be picked up by Nadash, taking it over for IVI. They're going to move forward to the left side. It's going to be in the hands of JDG. Going to move it down the line now. Crash Chucks with the intercept.
And Crash now trying to do just that against Nadash. It's Crash, and no! It's outside of that goal. Goblin slapping it sideways. JDG is in the area, but so is Swag. Swag, a clever bounce. Crafty maneuver here. Well, loses the handles real quick as Yuki dislodges that ball, sending it to the mid lane. Yuki and JDG obtaining possession for their team. Will back it out there to Nadash. Nadash having no options thanks to the Baz assault. Baz man indeed as Mozzie now slaps it right back. And some ping-ponging here as Goblin will send it long to Crash. But JDG once again able to swipe it.
JDG, just the MVP of goals right here, just goalieing back and forth, making sure that they can't get another advantage over on Ignite. Ignite, for their credit, have been keeping it inside that range for IV almost this entire time, but now trying to clear it out. JDG has ball in hand, hoping to push it up with Crash and Tux directly behind him. Pressure is on, passing it up to his teammate Mozzie. Now back to JDG, over to his team on mid, but the boost from Swag War will get it out of his hands, back into there. You see that wall card from Swag War, saving some boost, back into Baz's hands, tries to go straight down, gets blocked off by JDG, passing it back up the field. They really want to get this ball on the other side, but the Ignite offense is just really keeping the pressure on. They will not give IV a moment to breathe.
Not at all. It's been intense here in the opening minutes. Just still 1 point, one solo point on the board after 4 minutes of gameplay just about. So crucial goals ahead, indeed, crucial moments ahead as the action now flips to the blue side of the floor. Baz overtaken, no JDG having it lost there as Baz slaps it way out, and that is a little wide. Nadash is in the area for the recovery.
Yeah, Nadash picks it up now, moving it forward down the line, trying to find a shot opportunity. A little bit of a scrumble in the middle as Swagor takes it up to the sky now, trying to launch it down. Will he get the goal? No, he won't. What a save from Yuki. Yuki now moving that one over towards the middle. Baz with the intercept once again.
We're seeing, again, Ignite keeping it directly inside IV's side, just trying to struggle to keep them away from the boost and everything else. Passing it towards mid, Goblin gets his hands on that. Swag War, open goal, and that is a shot from Ignite. Now up 2 points, 45 seconds left on the clock. This is not a good situation for them, Palador, because they have to do the rollout, they have to get the shot, and they have to do it again in order to get this done.
We'll see if they can with the 30 seconds left. A quick move up the floor for IVI, and eyeing from the sky, Mozzie being denied as it goes back to the mid lane. Nadash is there to secure 24 seconds remaining here, so a really quick score is crucial. This turnover may secure that first round for Ignite on this approach. There's Baz. Baz up to Swag. Swag with a tap. Beautiful positioning and a chain of passes, but eventually broken up by Nadash as the clock winds down here. Less than 10 seconds. And they get one more to go. Denied by Crash. Oh, but supplied by Mozzie.
What a save, I believe, from Baz in the goal, making sure, no, we want to be up 2-0, maybe up 3-0 if they have anything to say about it. Ball still in the air, still a potential for a third score from the Ignite side, currently in the hands of Nadash. They want to go up to at least 1-2. They don't want to go down without a fight. Now Swagwar, ball in hand, wants to pass it all the way over to the other side. Ball has touched the floor. That is going to be our round one out of the way with Ignite taking round.
I just had to take off my headset to make sure I was hearing that right. Some boos from the chorus and the audience. Oh. But you know what? Knowing some of the roster here on Ignite, I dare say they may thrive on that kind of thing. So be careful. Be careful, audience. Sometimes that will fire up a team too. You don't want to fire
You'll only
up
power them up by that.
Name.
Yeah, exactly. You'll ignite them.
But yeah, Aiden, you know, good. Still a solid round on the side of IVI, not able to get on that scoreboard to the same degree, but nonetheless, mentioning this team in Ignite, you know, it's tough to stop their players on offense. Yeah. They held them down a lot of the time. It's just the problem is defensively, you can be a great defensive team, but it's really hard to do it consistently over the course of many minutes in a row. At some point, you really got to break the trend and get those goals.
Yeah, totally agree. When it comes to defense and offense, you can only defend for so long. Your offense is going to be your main game here. So as we do get that second round started now, Swagwar gonna launch that one up for Ignite. Really quick start. They're trying to get their first goal in really quickly. Moving it back down the line, going for a bit of a reset here. It's gonna be in the hands of Crash Tux. Ooh, but a stop from JDG is here. Moving it down now.
I have to talk about that pass to Crash and Tux. He had a fantastic pass, just barely hit the lip of that ramp. If he hadn't, that would have been just a free goal opportunity. They want that redemption, passing it back up on the side. Can't quite get it done. The full clear in the hands of Swagwar. He has boost. This is an opportunity for Ignite to get this done. All they need to do is push the ball forward, get it to their team. They have fantastic passes available. Goblin passing over to Swagwar. Swagwar can't, unfortunately, get the ball in hand. Maybe a clear from JD on the way, but can't quite get it done. Swagwar pushing up again. The pressure from Ignite is intense, but feels like IV is really coping very well with the pressure. They're trying to just get the ball out of their hands and be cool, calm, and collected. The moment you get out of that zone, you're going to get scored on.
All right, well, 1 minute on and no scores so far, but that could change real soon. Baz having it stolen by Nadash. Nadash flying by, getting some momentum, dribbling it up the floor. They have Yuki in stride at the side, and oh my, it's unfortunately lost at the last second, right before that pass might have occurred. Just lost the handle. Swag now will send it backhanded over to Goblin, but overtaken by Mozzie. Now Mozzie sending it up to Nadash. Nadash scanning the situation, surveying, has teammates all in stride, all at once. Opted for the 1v1, could not get it done. And that opportunity, as it will reset to the back line, Yuki.
Another awesome save from Swagwar as it goes over to Yuki. Yuki trying to pass over to JDG. JDG just missing the mark a little bit. It's now going to be in the hands of Mozzie. Mozzie going to go for a reset back to Nadash. So they're going to try and get it out of that area. They want to push it forward to Ignite as much as possible. So here we are. JDG is here now, moving it forward onto the nest. Ooh, good try, but it's over to the right side now.
Goblin going for the clear in the hands of Nadash. They have a very stout defense on the IVI side, but it's not enough as Nadash gets it forward. But Crash and Tux gets it in hand. We're seeing boost being utilized extremely well, Palador. We've seen this from a lot of the teams, but especially IVI and the Ignite team. They have fantastic control of their boost. We don't see them running out quite a bit. We saw them in those past matches. You know, they run out. We see them wave their arms up in the air like, no, I want the ball. But they completely get that ball in hand. They are not leaving anything up to chance.
It's all about control, and Baz has it right now. So seeing if we can get some control, and alt deleted, though, as it will be Yuki sending it waywards. And 2 minutes remaining, a little over. Still no scores.
Yeah, still no scores. It goes over to Gooblin now. A little bit of scrum for it in the middle. It's going to go in the hands of Baz. Trying to go for a shot. Mozzie with the quick stop and slap away. It's going all the way down. Score opportunity, but Swagwar is there to get it over on Ignite. They're going to push that one forward over to the left side. Now the intercept there from Nadash. Just kind of going to float for a second, wait for some teammates to get open. The stop and the steal from Gooblin, though. Moving it down the line even further on the nest, pushing in, going for a pass. No connection, though.
And Nadash now from the midfield. We're approaching now the final minute and a half. So intense gameplay here. Any score will matter all the more. Could be the game winner for that matter, as that is sent down way, way into the shot zone, the scoring zone. It'll be Crash coming away. He's trying to slap it right past Mozzie. Mozzie on the defense, trying to catch up, scurrying to the floor. Likewise for Nadash and JDG, able to secure that ball or at least disrupt the attempt at offense. Swagwar now coming down. Final minute and 9 seconds, 0-0. This is what we were talking about earlier. Plague and talking about Plague. You just witnessed the sickness. And that is a 1-point lead with 1 minute remaining. Plague.
That's exactly what we were talking about before. These are low-scoring games with high stakes. Nadash now has to get this ball to his players. They don't have a lot of time. JDG passing it over to Mozzie, but the defense from Ignite know that they can just wait them out. They can just, Ignite can just wait IV out. They can get ball in hand and just hope that they don't get ball. Now passing it through, trying to secure that win. Ignite can't quite get ball. Now Crash and Tux has to recover it for his team while getting pushed by quite a few members of IV. They try to get in hand. Crash and Tux getting pushed out. Yuki try to get ball. Ball up on the ceiling, now passing down towards the floor. Not a lot of boost between any of these players, but Swagwar comes in with the clutch push, pushing up towards the goal, but can't quite get it because of Nadash's goalieing.
Yeah, good stop there from Nadash. Going to be Nadash also moving forward with it. Going to hang out on the halo for a second. We are running down the clock. 5 seconds left. Will Swag be able to get another goal? Yes, he will! There it is, 2-0.
Will not be denied on the last second score, just to make a little more of damage done here on the IVI team. Again, same kind of case. I mean, really until the last minute or so, obviously, we saw the defense from both teams really stopping each other like brick walls.
Yeah.
But eventually something has to give, and well, what we got was that 2-point victory. Not a lot, but it's definitely enough. Each point counts all the more. We're not looking at these 4, 5, 6, 7-point scoring games. A lot of the time with these teams in particular, we've seen them just be a lot like that. 0-1 or 2-1, 3-2. It doesn't go much beyond that. All that often.
Yeah, that rare, very rare Nova versus Spectre, that 5-1 lead was not what we were expecting and not really the norm for this type of gameplay. I think if folks are expecting mercies, folks are expecting, huge leads here, I feel like you're not having a good game, right? You need to have some competition. Competition breeds innovation. If we don't have these teams playing at their A game, we're not going to have new things coming up, and that's exactly what we're seeing here now that we have the push-up immediately. They want to go for an immediate shot, but Ignite gets ball in hand. Crash and Tux going up onto the halo, passing over to the side, maybe near the bridge, but heading it on the top now onto mid. Swagwar has ball in hand again, can't quite get it off. Crash and Tux misses the pass, but gets it in hand now. Not many pass options currently. Baz has to get the ball in hand. He's got to go for a down shot, but there's no one to receive it.
Yeah, it does get scooped up. Ooh, shot opportunity there just to the left. Yeah, though. Lots of shots, lots of defense going on right now as Baz is going to slap that one over. Nadash is going to pick that one up on the defense side. Going to push that one over to the left. JDG is here. What a wonderful pass. Back over to Mozzie. They're making their move all the way there, and Crash Tux is there to put a stop to it.
All right, Crash now may have Goblet on a cut. They're eyeing each other. They're seeing if they can get it. Swagwar's there as well. Looking for more of those strong passes, those chains of passes. You notice how they push at the same time, trying to give themselves those options, those lanes, and make those defenders crank their heads, looking for that man to mark. Goblin on this approach, marking Baz with a pass, and Mozzie there, reading it very well, cutting off the triangles of passing plays that they had as Goblin now it's overtaken by the aforementioned. So Mozzie will try to skate it right past Swag, but Swag didn't take the bait. Nadash though will stun him out, will tackle as Baz now goes right down that bridge line into the pink zone. Nadash ejecting it into the middle. Swag again on this approach. It'll stay here, it'll stick here, and it will not be into the goal on another attempt. Here we are stalemating yet again.
JDG going for some defense. What I'm seeing here is kind of odd. IV is almost resetting for Ignite. We're seeing Ignite having 2 folks in mid, and then IV goes for the panic clear, but they just get it in their hands. But IV, it seems to be working. IV does get that score on the board, but is it almost too little too late? We got 3 minutes left, gentlemen, 2 on the board, but I kind of think we said that for last time for Nova, and then they came back 3-2. So I don't want to count IV out just yet. Ignite are not impenetrable.
Not at all. Aiden, these teams, we're again seeing low-scoring game here, but the high intensity. Goblin being marked there for the passing attempt. And actually the shot attempt. You know, sometimes you don't got to get too fancy. You just got to get it done.
Yeah, a nice fake out there, going for a pass, went for a shot instead. That
faked me out, honestly.
It faked me out too. Here we
are.
are.
I think when they take that, sometimes the goalie expects the pass, and so sometimes
the
easy does it.
And another shot immediately. Now IV leading 2-1. That we were just talking about that last one. Immediately they went it out. Now trying to get the rollout done. Ignite really wants to have this received. Pass over to Baz, pass to Swagwar, but goes for the shot instead. We're seeing a flurry of goals back and forth. We didn't score it all in the first 2 minutes. Now we've scored 4 times.
Yeah, slow game, huh?
Yeah. Well, you
I don't think so.
I'm noticing a trend of the things I'm saying happens the next round after. So it's like we talked about the lowest scoring game, we got it, but now it's a higher scoring one. It seems some beautiful passes.
Whoa! Oh my God!
Mozzie Osborne, a crazy train into the goal of a great series of chaining passes.
Now trying to get ball upfield. Gublin unfortunately loses the ball out. Yuki passes it back towards that midfield for Ignite, passing up over the top. Baz wants to get it, but can't quite finish out the shot. Going for the clear, does not going to crash his hand, instead into Swag Wars. Going for the ceiling carve, wants to get a little bit of a reset going. Now on top of Nest, pushing up towards his teammate Baz. Gets pushed out of the way. Going for some intense pressure on the goal, but it doesn't quite work out as IV now has ball in hand, and pretty handily so. They can push up their players, get some good passes down. It's going to be really important they do some team play.
Yeah, it will be important as we do get a pass opportunity there. Swagwar with the steal. They're just striking back, open goal, and it's in. Wow.
My goodness, that was greatness. Big hit to put us now into a threat of an OT. 3-3, less than a minute remaining. Nah dash on the approach, quickly met by Goblin. JDG is here. Swag War with the ball, however. JDG trying to contest, but Swag now picking up some steam, getting full steam ahead of those players with that momentum.
Uh-oh, he's kind of stuck in the corner with the rest of these IV players. Now JDG has ball in hand, passing it all the way out to, again, the Ignite midfielders. They just do a reset. Now Ignite pushing straight up towards the goal with Baz and Goblin, both ball in hand, but Yuki gets ball back. Swagwar hoping to get, clutch this out for his team. Can't quite get it to the ceiling to do that ceiling carve. He really likes to do that 180. Now resetting for the IV side. Mozzie going forward with that boost, passing over to his teammate on bridge, but gets back in the hand of Swagwar. Goes for the shot attempt. No! The clutch shot to win Ignite.
Swagwar does it again. The menace, a phantom, a phenom, and now the winners of a huge, devastating hit. What a nasty ending.
What a fantastic shot. And honestly, the game sense there to immediately, he has ball in hand, and instead of just going for a pass, he goes, okay, where are the players right now? They're a little too far from goal. I can go for the shot attempt, the Hail Mary, get it over their heads and get straight in that goal instead of doing anything fancy. Just go back to your roots.
Well, I've seen it from Swag before, whether even just in the practice and the warm-ups and in the games themselves. He hits those very comfortably. They're not necessarily high speed, those shots, especially with so much geo in the way.
They just have precision.
But yeah, I've seen it. It's so consistent. Floating it over, and as soon as it releases, that pit in your stomach is just, oh, it's about to happen. And then, boom, you get a crazy ending like that. And just dashing the hopes of a near opportunity for IVI to bring it to a next round. Heartbreaking for them, but great.
They still have the losers bracket they can go through.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They're not out of it yet. And great sportsmanship, as you're seeing on the stream right now. Handshakes everywhere.
Yeah, gotta love it.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it.
I
mean, we hear the trash talking sometimes. We hear the cheers. We hear the boos, and we see the body language from the players. Always fun to see on those live cams. Shout out to our operators for getting those cool angles and getting the full view of the VRML CON experience. thing of beauty to see, however. But indeed, you're right. There's still time for IVI. It's just one of those things, especially unlike the seasonal play we have in VRML, when it comes to these tournaments, you can't just wipe it off and say, oh, we'll get them next week. No, you have to come back and do it again a little bit later.
Do it now. And honestly, this might be a good situation for Ivy. They saw how Ignite plays. They have some time, really, to innovate against these players, look back on this and go, okay, how can we change our plays to really get this done? I'm excited. I hope, honestly, to see Ivy and Ignite rematch in the grand finals, but we'll see if that happens because, I don't know, this bracket here we're looking at, Tactical Nerds is looking to be paired up with Ignite. We'll see if they can get it done. If Tactical Nerds can take out Ignite, that would be a bit of an upset. I hope we can see it.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be the first time we've seen upsets happen, so anything can happen indeed. You got to be at your best at all times here, as we have, again, it's just still plenty of matches going here all day and all weekend throughout VRML CON. It has been a doozy, but I'm happy to do it with you guys. It's been fun, and we got more ahead soon. So, any closing ideas here for what we can expect going forward?
I do want to say we had qualifiers a couple weeks back, and Ignite and Tactical Nerds, they went at it. They were really close. Tactical Nerds, they performed beautifully, so I think...
So this was at the time Tax, correct?
Yes.
Tax, now Tactical Nerd, we got the expanded name.
Yes.
But yeah, they were the surprise out of that, I do recall.
They performed phenomenally. I was watching it back, and it's just great. So, hype matchup coming up.
Absolutely. So on that note, we will direct ourselves to a quick break. Again, we're rolling on a couple channels here, so you got some options to see on live or on the replays. So don't go too far. We'll be back with some more exciting action here in VRML CON 2025 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Don't go far.
Scan started. Scan interrupted.
Welcome back, everybody, to VRML CON 2025. Let's hear it for Arizona, for Phoenix. How we feeling? I love it. It has been an electric day so far. Today, I'm joined by an incredible desk here with Palidor and Plague Doctor. Pally, I'll start with you. How are you feeling today as we get deeper and deeper into this bracket?
Still going strong. I mean, for as much endurance as it takes to cast this, it's about 10 times the amount of these players here. They've been upstairs, they've been downstairs, they've been in these overtimes, they've been in these round 5s already. We've seen it. They've done it, and I'm expecting a lot more of the same. Again, it's inevitable. You get this deep in the brackets, it's just going to get tighter and tighter in those scoring races. Yeah, I mean, Plague, tell me about Big Backs here, one of the teams that's going to be going up on stage this afternoon. How do you see them competing against what is a Rapid squad where we sort of anticipated them to be in 3rd place today?
I mean, we saw Big Backs face off against Ignite on that first round that I was in here, and honestly, they played well. They got taken down by Ignite, but they bounced back completely in this lower bracket. I mean, they had some fantastic gameplay going so far, and we've seen them get some fantastic skills. We see the players are towering on the screen over there, but you know they're a very vocal team, and you know we have T-Led over there, supporting the team and everything else, trying to get these players just through to the rest of the tournament. And honestly, I think the community here might not have been expecting, a big performance from Big Backs, but I remember we talked about in the meeting, it would be a major upset if they went forward, but I was hoping they would. We had some good performance from them in the qualifiers. I want to see some fantastic gameplay, and I want to see who continues on and who goes home from this tournament.
Yeah, it is going to be a heck of a couple of matches coming up here. We've got a lot left on the schedule this afternoon. I think something like 4 or 5 more games left ahead of us on this main stage. We still have the alt stage going. Only in-house for the folks here tuning in at VRML CON. They get to watch these alt stage games produced on that incredible alternate stage over there. But we are just about ready to get into our first map in this series, and it's best of 5 again. And so, Pally, talk to me about how that's an element when it comes to stamina. These teams, again, like you said, been playing so long today, but now they're getting into the best of 5s. They've had a couple already. If you go 5 maps, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, well, and we're going to see best of 7s later in finals, too. It's basically scaling up over the course of this tournament. And it really, each round, right, is a matter of momentum. Like you see a lot of times, I know for years now that's like the buzzword I've used, but it's true because the personalities of different rounds change so much. We just saw it in the IVI Ignite match, right? We've seen stuck at 0-0 for 4.5 minutes. We've seen it go, 3-3 and then 4-3. We've seen higher scoring, lower scoring. The personality is totally different. And for players in that context, it's really important to be able to segment those kind of mentally speaking, not carry over negative stuff from round to round. Just try to refresh each time those 5 minutes go up. And as we say that, well, the ball does go up, and we are going right into round 1. Here we go, everybody. Let's get set. Big match ahead for Big Backs. Rapid.
Indeed. We settle in now with Big Backs on the purple side, Rapid on the blue, in our first bit of contention here into the back corner of Rapid zone. It ends in a bit of a brawl up through the midfield and a little bit of a shot, a little bit of a pass to the back line there. That ends again in us just floating into this corner. Both teams feeling each other out here on the main stage for the second time for both teams, I believe. Big Backs and Rapid familiar with what it's like to play up here at the top tier, and a nice goal from Rapid out the gate.
Top tier and big top, not top. That was a beautiful shot he just dropped.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the players of Rapid, Copyco, Noyama, Orbit, and Not Top, these are not new players. These are players who have been going at it here on Orion Drift and on other games. I remember seeing Noyama on Echo a good bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have seen these players, and they are bringing their A game to this matchup. They do not want to go down and go home empty-handed from this con. We're seeing them push the ball forward immediately. Big Backs really want to get these shots off. Flaffy and Style both getting ball in hand, but getting denied by Not Top. Up on top, going for the ceiling carve, heading towards passing to his teammate Copyco, going for the reset, but might have been a bit risky. The tackle gets the ball in hand for the enemy, but Noyama reclaims it, pushes back up, double ceiling carve, back to his teammates, Not Top. They miss it out and can't quite get the shot off. That's immediately ball back in hand with the short tackle.
Yeah, a little vie for contention here in the corner as No Yoma does get some hands on it, but the ball floats and flutters over into this back corner and is swatted away by their team. They're just trying to keep it out of their zone. Big Backs do not want to let this Rapid squad get the ball up through the center. They don't want that cross pass to come in. They need to keep the ball into the midfield and now work their way up for an attack. Tall Dude with a nice pass to Chowtown that goes a little bit wide. Do they have someone on the back end to scoop it up? Flaffy's trying to get here in time and they get tackled out. Flaffy scoops it up, swats it to the midfield, and a nice interception from Not Top as they float to the top and try and push this ball forward for a shot on goal.
Well, Not Top scooting, skating, and scoring. That was sweet.
Well done. Overall to Not Top. Now up 2-0. Rapid has a good position. 2:40 left on the clock. They still have a good amount of time over on Big Backs to get some good scores down, but demoralizing really for Big Backs overall, right, to try to have to get back. But you can do it in Orion Drift extremely quickly. Chowtown getting ball in hand. They want to get a reset off, but Kopiko loses the ball down. Some great reclaim from Chowtown. Tries to pass it over to his teammate, but can't quite get it off. Flaffy now ball in hand. These Big Backs players do not want to let the ball out of sight.
Yeah, nice cross to the center there. Not Top denying it with a big intercept. That could have been Tall Dude scooping that up, taking a shot underneath themselves onto the goal. And instead, Not Top's doing some juke work, doing some navigating. A nice cross pass up over the top of the nest to Kopiko, but it goes a little bit too far. And Kopiko tries to swat it to the midfield and can as they get knocked back and forth by Flaffy and Tall Dude, both playing some great defense, contending into the corner. And now Flaffy trying to work it up to the midfield. Can as Kopiko scoops it up again. Another cross shot there as Styles intercepts, and we're just seeing the back and forth. Big intercepts, big tackles, a little fumble there. That could be disaster.
Yeah, a lot of defenders there. A hairy situation, a hairy Styles, you could say it was. And now Not Top from up top will drop it off to No Yama. And, oh, no, sir, could not get a goal. Collapsing upon that was the gates of the defenders. It's Not Top now with the ball, sending it and having it slapped out, actually. No Yama from up high and will opt for the back out. Nice patience, but does not provide the goals, as a matter of fact, as it will be Flaffy. Takes an awkward bounce. This might be a setup play here for another attack at the goal, as Styles has trouble handling the ball. No Yama down to the goal, and oh no, denied by Flaffy, no joke.
What a save from Flaffy overall. Immediately ball in hand, just anticipating where it was going. You see that goalieing coming into play, now passing all the way down the other side. A bit of an odd clear to the other side, getting ball in hand for Kopiko, but unfortunately Not Top. Nearly a self-goal, but Not Top clears it out to the other side. Orbit getting pushed around by Flaffy. They're trying to stop him from interrupting Style, but can't quite get it done as it's up in mid. Not Top running out of boost, having to go straight back manually. Ball heading towards goal. They really need to get it off their side over on Rapid if they want to keep this 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that one was close, just to the corner there, trying to work off the backboard so they can follow up with a shot on goal. You often see what seems like a missed shot, Palador, and then a follow-up shot on goal. It's a pretty common strategy in OD. Orbit tries to bounce that one up off the geo there in the center and can't quite scoop it up with Chowtown with a shot on goal. It's an open goal, and it just might float in.
Chowtown throws down from the midline, absolutely, and it will be a 2-1 lead, so they need to keep this ball alive.
I thought of one for you, Palador. Chowtown throws down from downtown.
I like it, and let's go around maybe for another shot here, trying to keep that ball alive if they can, but time has expired, and now the possession acquired by Chow. So this could be a big push, and an important push, but they need to keep that ball alive. Lost the handles, unfortunately, and that will end the clock. 2-1 goes to Rapid in a tightly contested game.
Yeah, I mean, round one kicks off with an exciting back and forth, Plague. It's exactly what you expect when you get deeper into the bracket. And quite frankly, I'm pretty impressed with how Big Backs are playing. Their defense is on point today.
Yeah, I think personally, Big Backs just got that first matchup against Ignite.
Yeah.
You know, some people saw that, maybe been like, oh, you know, they're not going to go too far. But Big Backs is a force to be reckoned with when it comes to their playing style. We're seeing them scoring some goals, just getting super excited, Rapid, getting excited about their goals here. But Big Backs, the saves from Flaffy, just immediately picking them up. It's astounding to see the play, especially to be this far in. You know, we've gotten to now round 3 of the tournament. We're heading towards round 4 on the lower bracket. Big Backs is someone who we want to keep an eye on for the rest of these casts.
Yeah, and let's get ready for round number 2. Big Backs on the purple side, Rapid on the blue. Let's hear it here in the ASU Media Experience Immersive Center.
All right, well, on that note, we'll mix it up back into the midfield as these players collapse on each other, now fanning out the floor, trying to gain control of the ball. Some taps back and forth as Chow loses the ball there, though. Not Top just as well. So Chow and Top just going punch for punch, pretty much, tackling each other, dislodging that ball again and again. Again, best of 5 here in the second round, so we got a long ways to go as Not Top. Oh, yes! That was nothing easy, but it was beautiful.
Nearly nothing but net on that shot. He just barely bounced off the ground, going for the rollout extremely quickly. Flaffy wants to have a quick response, but No Yama has something to say about it. Now up on top near Halo. Can't quite get it done. Just trying to reclaim it over on the Rapid side, but Big Backs does not want to give it up. Styles heading straight towards getting the ball inside with no goalie even in the net.
Yeah, that one stings sometimes, pal. You're scrambling back. You're just out of reach of the ball. You see it float into the goal in front of you. Those are sometimes the hardest ones, the open goal. Those can get momentum shifted into Big Backs' favor. A shot like that from Not Top and a great denial from Styles as they push it back into the midfield. Chowtown and a back pass to Styles. Keep the flow going really nicely. Here comes the cross pass, and this is a full setup for the shot there, and Copyco denies it.
Oh, not Copyco, Copycat. Saw one save on one end, said I could do the same on mine. Now Orbit going from Orbit indeed, but that ball floating right back to Not Top to No Yama. And will be now Copy with the ball, seeing if they can make a move on it. There's a pass, but read well by Styles once again. Talented there in the goal area, and well read as Chow gets control. Everyone scurrying into the sewers. Bunch of Ninja Turtles coming out of that ramp, as it will be now the defense collapsing back into the goal and just trying to figure things out here. No one really handling the ball for more than a second or two.
Yeah, that little scene right there really reminded me of Echo Arena. We saw the stacks and the scrambling, crawling over each other for momentum as Tall Dude because a cross pass and a slap on goal. Not Top denies it up the front. The follow-up from Flaffy and Copyco saves it. A beautiful defensive hold from Rapid as Big Backs just try to work through the iron wall that they've set up here. And the open goal, no, Yo Ma is back there.
Wow. Copyco getting ball in hand. They really want to get the clear off, but this long clear gets around Chowtown. That's a big opportunity for the Rapid squad to get ball in hand. Now Not Top pulling forward. It's really important for him to be patient there. He didn't have any passes to take. Going up top, he couldn't go anywhere. If he just waits one more moment, passing it to his teammates could work a lot better. Now it's going to be almost a free score for Chowtown. It barely isn't. Flaffy goes for the rebound, can't quite get it. Style goes for the rebound, can't quite get it. No Yama tries to go for the rebound, almost scores on his own team, but can't quite get it. Passing it straight back over to Big Back side.
What a flurry, and now in a hurry, trying to make that goal. Oh, denied again. Everybody in the same zone, just a close proximity night. Not really able to get too much in the way of maneuvering around. You're just, it's basically brute force.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do get into the deeper minutes of this round, 150 on the clock, tied up 1-1 on both sides, vying for that goal to set them up for success in the back half of this round. As Not Top rides the top. Tops it over to Orbit. Orbit doesn't get that bus. Styles scoops it up on the intercept, tries to push their way forward through the midfield. They're not going to see any early aggression here, but a bad pass could be bad news. Any little mistake on the competitive stage like this, when you're talking about top-tier teams play, could be your downfall.
Yeah, now trying to get the ball up in front. Styles does get ball in hand. I think he might be out of boost, however. Just barely has a little bit in the tank as Tall Dude passes it forward to Chowtown. We're seeing some great resets coming in, like we see in Echo before, but trying to just make sure they can get these plays downrange. We saw that in the Nova versus Spectre match. We wanted them to get these resets, and we're seeing that immediately from Big Backs and Rapid, now pushing it up towards Rapid's goal. Tall Dude wants to get his hands on the ball, but the defense from Rapid has been pretty stout so far. We haven't seen them put anything back through very easily. Same with Flaffy over on Big Backs. They're trying to pass the ball forward on the side, over near the table, gets stuck down in sewers, hoping to get this ball in hand, can't quite get it. Chowtown, they're all scrambling together, trying to get the ball here in sewers, having a fist fight down there, pushing each other around. Not Top wins the fight, gets ball in hand, heading towards Nest.
Looked like a little kumbaya moment there in the sewers, just gathering around the fire. That said, they need to find the fire, the competitive fire, because right now we're going into the last 20 seconds or so of this round. Overtime threat ahead, and sudden death indeed. And regardless, next score may as well win as Tall Dude. Oh, Tall Dude, no! Yama! And it's going to be Copyco slapping it out, but Chow over to the intercept by No Yama. No Yama deeply intercepted by Flaffy, and Flaffy now in the overtime situation. situation. Next score will win this second round. And for sure, Rapid trying to get ahead 2-0, but for Big Backs trying to come back here and even up the series with some big plays.
And here we go into what could be a long overtime or a short one, as that almost was a shot on goal. They tried to go for the rebound off the backboard like we talked about, but they couldn't quite get their hands on it. The defense making it too tough as they go for the reset here. Chowtown almost gets intercepted there as Not Top and No Yo Ma are here. And a beautiful bounce juke off of the Geode there across to the center, and it gets shut down by Flaffy as they scoop it up and reset to the midfield.
You can hear the comms behind us here, gentlemen. You're hearing them shouting at each other around. Styles going for the ceiling car, pushing up towards the goal, trying to get Chowtown there for the pass. That is Big Backs evening it up 1 round to 1 round.
Big Backs a comeback here in round 2 after dropping that first, but they're not to be denied. They have that competitive thirst, and we are back into a great series once again here at VRML CON in Phoenix. How about it, Knight?
I know. I'm just stoked that I'm back on the desk, and I'm going to get more than 3 rounds in this series. We're guaranteed at least 4 here this afternoon, so at least 2 more ahead of us in this best of 5 scenario. And it means that, again, it's the test of stamina, Pally. These guys, it's a super physical game, far more than any of the other ones we've had on stage. The scrambling required in a game like this, it really does wear you down. And I got to wonder how the arms are feeling. I got to wonder how the shoulders are feeling. You know, that's got to be getting sore over the course of the day.
Yeah, you know, the other day on day 1 of VRML CON, because I just flew in from overseas, had a chance to do the low ping OD. So I did that at home right before I came here on day 1. I played like 20, 30 minutes, and then I was kind of sweaty, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to go cast, I'm going to go meet people. This is exhausting. I love it, but man, I'm tired. So here we go. Styles now into the opening of the 3rd round.
Yes, right into the action unfolding here as Styles takes a shot on goal and Not Top scoops it up, clears it out to the midfield. Is that a shot on goal itself as it bounces off of the top and rebounds? Anyone here to re-scoop it up from Rapid? No, it's Chowtown taking it into control for Big Backs. And I'm thoroughly impressed with where Big Backs are sitting right now. A team that I don't even know necessarily expected to be here themselves. They were anticipating maybe a 2 and done from when I was talking with them, and now I feel like the confidence is starting to surge. Maybe they're thinking, hey, we're a pretty good team. We could make it to the semis. We could make it to the finals. Who knows what's going to happen here as Orbit gets denied a good bit of defense there coming in from Big Backs. They're looking solid here. Rapid's got to be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, that's right, but still yet in this first minute, stuck at 0-0, so we'll see who gets the benefit of that first blood in this round. Might be happening just about now, but no, Styles going head-to-head with 4 different defenders. Teammates 404, not to be found in the area, will be No Yama, a deep heave to Not Top, a one-on-one opportunity, and success will be the first score for Rapid.
What an odd, I'm looking at the offense here from the Big Back side, and we saw 3 people there on mid above Sewers on the table and only 1 person on the offense, but yet they couldn't get back to goal in time to really defend it. But then they go for the offense and get the shot down. But I feel like the passes might not just be there for Big Backs right now, but they're getting it down right now. They just got the passes down, got the shot in. 1-to-1, the rollout for Rapid looks to be having 2 folks over on Bridges, 1 on the Halo. They really just want to get these passes up, and Not Top loses the ball on the ramp, knocking his player down as well. Orbit's down as well. Chowtown can't get the ball back. Not Top gets it back. There was no goalie. However, he couldn't quite get the shot down.
Those open goal shots, sometimes the toughest ones to make when no one's home. You get into your own head when you're gonna try and take those. This tall dude here scrambles with Chowtown, and they try and work their way forward up through the midfield and get set up for the attack for Big Backs. 1 more point on the board puts them back into the lead, but there's plenty of time on the clock. 3 minutes here as Fluffy takes the shot down low, and Copy goes, scoops it up. A beautiful save, Pally. The defense stand out for both squads so far.
Yeah, Copy that. Just right on the marks again. Copy's been doing that across these rounds so far. In the right place, right time. As is Styles now with the ball. Has a few moments to maneuver and find a pass, but will struggle to do so. That gets dislodged just a bit for a moment before it goes back into the trench area. Brought up to the bridge and able to orbit. Orbit was Chowtown there. Now with a deep cut and wounds them for a goal. Tall dude there throwing the arms up in celebration as they go ahead 2-1.
And I think if I saw that right, I told you turned around in game and pushed it backwards into that goal. He wanted to show off a little bit. I mean, well done to him. But now Not Top immediately just gets the score right back. Like, you can't make this up.
You can't settle in either if you are this big back squad. They're feeling good that they're scoring points against Rapid, getting the lead. They've got that point on the board. But Rapid are very clearly here to fight. This is a team that's been winning so far in this bracket, and now they're going up against big backs with an opportunity at another W. That shot goes wide there from the big back side, and the defense from Rapid, again, standing out on the front line here. Look at the coordination as they deny what is a beautiful juke from Chowtown, and a shot on goal. I spoke too soon.
But will we see Rapid getting the same type of goal as Big Backs has, just immediately responding? I'm not sure. We haven't seen super aggressive plays from Rapid going straight through. But just as I say that, they do an aggressive play, get the pass in, going through. It's now 3-3. I don't think we'll be seeing a mercy, gentlemen. I think we're going to see a very contentious overtime.
You know, I told you the personalities of these matches change. The ones so far of this round, it's just been, again, punch for punch, blow for blow, kick for kick, tackle for tackle, goal for goal, as we get a save for save once again on the goal play there. But each time one team scores, the other fires right back within seconds, it seems like, wasting no time at all. And now Noyama with the ball. Well, it does fall back to Styles' turnover here.
Yeah, that behind the back shot, something that maybe seems to be something more common, more meta than it seems like. You're seeing more and more players try and take those shots. Styles goes for the high bar down and misses just a touch wide there. This is a big clear, and Noyama's going to have an open goal. They'll float it in, and Rapid take a 4-3 lead. 15 seconds on the clock. The ball's going to be in Big Back's hands, but where is it? They haven't scooped it up. No one's pulled it out of the goal, and time continues to tick down.
This rollout's going to have to be immaculate, gentlemen. They're trying to go through, get that defense down, but Noyama gets it in hand. Now heading towards Noyama again. He has some boost in. He just wants to disrupt this play. He doesn't necessarily need to score. He just wants to disrupt them. Yep. But he goes for the score regardless, but it hits the floor.
Yeah, time was out there, and Rapid taking the round regardless as they do settle into the series lead here. Palador 2-1 in this best of 5. And I mean, when we started and we were analyzing, did you think Rapid would be having this hard of a time against big backs?
I mean, at this level, I never know what to expect except the unexpected, because we've seen it a lot on paper. One team with certain expectations, another team with other expectations. But I've seen the so-called script being flipped so many times at LANs before that you can never count any team fully out. That's why I say, as we started the cast earlier, just take it round by round.
Yeah.
You know, and you know they're doing very well for themselves. That was a really tight match there, but just a little more clutch in the end. There for the Rapid side.
I love to see the energy play. It's something you really only get in a live environment, the on-stage hype coming in from these players. As you look at the replays, they're always so excited to score. And well, who's going to score first here as we do get ready to dive into round number 4 as we kick off the action into the sewers. A vial for contention there as a nice denial up to the top line allows Chowtown and the Big Backs team to take early control.
What I want to know in this case, Nightfire, is if they will keep this pattern going of responding back and forth. Chowtown tries to go very aggressive to go for the shot, but can't quite get it down. They're scrambling for the ball back and forth, just getting the ball in hand for Nottop. Again, super contentious. Flaffy getting ball in hand, pushing it forward. There's only one defender, now 2 defenders. Kapiko and Noyama get ball in hand. Tall dude trying to block off Noyama, but he gets juked out by some ceiling carving. Straight forward to his teammate, Nottop. Hopes to go for the shot attempt. Can't quite get it down. That's Styles pushing it forward for his team.
Really nice save there at the end of the day. Palador in a shot here that's dribbling forward, and somebody, thankfully, will scoop it up. That's stacking, not something we see a ton of, but every once in a while they go back to the old Echo Arena ways and they use each other to gain momentum.
Yeah, you know, it varies region to region too, at least based on the Ignition Cup I observe. You know, so, more on the eastern side. You know, we go to EU and OC. I saw a little more stacking compared to the NA side of things. But right now, on the way, on this big play, it's Chowtown. Yes, way.
Big Backs with a nice lead there, and you love to see the 1v1s unfolding here. Something that's very unique in a game like this, the challenge. And, you know, when we have a beautiful connection like we have here this afternoon with these servers, I mean,
my goodness,
it is something where it really is a pure competition. It's so fun to see these moments where jukes and ball control matter even more than they do outside of this environment. So a really great bit of gameplay that we're able to tune into here all day long, and I'm just so excited about it.
We're seeing really only 2 offensive players up near goal. We've got Nottop and we have Noyama. The rest are on defense. It's a very 2-2 split, which is going to leave I would feel Rapid at a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to when they're trying to do their pushes. Meanwhile, Chowtown and Styles both pushing up together with Tall Dude also ready for a pass. They don't really have a central person watching from the back to get their rebound. So if they do go for a shot and it gets blocked off, there's no one really to retrieve the ball for them. Both plays are risky in their own ways, but they can work out and give themselves some really good advantages.
Nice little work forward here, and a beautiful denial from Chowtown as they dive up top of the goal and swat it away. Get back into ball control for their team with Styles and Flaffy managing it up top. A nice pass there that gets a bad bounce right into No-Yo-Ma's hands, right into a 1v1 juke and a shot on goal for a lead, a tie game here with Rapid.
And like I was saying there before, Palador. Sorry.
He's our pal too.
Yeah. Well, like I was saying before, pal.
Yeah, we're talking about connections, about pals.
But
friends. I like it. Kumbaya.
They split their players up and they had everyone on offense. So they had ball. The Rapid players had ball in hand. They just put it straight in the goal. There was no contention.
My! What a save!
But then Big Backs again on this streak goes for an immediate shot. Palador.
And they need it because less than 2 minutes left. They do have that 1 point lead, but they do have the one series disadvantage there, down 2-1. So will be very vital to continue this streak as Copy is able to get pick up that ball real quick and scooping it over to No-Yama. Quick redirect over to Orbit, dodging Tall Dude, and they'll opt for those resets, just trying to find that patient play and let something happen to them, let the play come to them instead of trying to force something too fast. As we will see No-Yama again, there's that disciplined reset that we're seeing at play now as we get into the last 120 seconds.
I don't know how intentional that was. At the end of the day, good tackle from Chowtown pushes Orbit out of getting ball control, and then they get ball control. A nice cross pass here to Flaffy. The swat shot in, and Not Top dives out of the goal to deny entry there. Styles scoops it back up for Big Backs, and Not Top again up through the middle. No, that's No-Yo-Ma. Swats it away. Chowtown maintains Big Backs control up through the midfield, and thankfully, Rapid didn't get too ahead of themselves. Everyone's still back here in the back line. Can they hold off this assault? Yes, they can. They swat it away, and No-Yo-Ma going to carry it forward to the midfield for Rapid.
No-Yama, ball in hand, hoping to go forward. He's going to have a lot of defenders to contend with, but he has some passes to go for. Backward shot attempted, but the rebound is picked up by Copico. That is now 2-2 with 35 seconds remaining. We'll see if Big Backs can have that immediate return. We've seen them, as soon as they get scored on, they go straight forward, their rollouts, try to go straight for a shot. They get it done quite a bit. Can Flaffy get that pass forward? Now over, right in front, but No-Yama breaks the cycle, gets ball in hand, runs out a boost, but runs it forward and manages to break the cycle of just getting scored on immediately.
Oh, that was dangerous. Chowtown, there's no one in goal, but Chow did get the mitts around it in time. Now No-Yama on everyone. Oh my goodness. Time now winding down in a tied up game in this round.
Uh-oh. And
some bad bounces now, going to that side wall. Again, got to be careful because we've seen those open goals be punished in the context of this match, and so you really have to be super attentive to positioning now more than ever.
Time starts ticking up on the clock as we get into overtime. How long will it last? First one to score takes the round. If it's Rapid, they take the series. If it's Big Backs, we go to a round number 5 in this best of 5 series. So it's a big score here for this Big Back squad, and they miss it wide there. Not Top scoops it up, and they're regaining control on the Rapid side, trying to slowly work their way forward to the midfield. Make sure that this entire team can push forward, not just the duo that we saw Plague. And here comes the coordinated effort. The pass down low goes wide, and that little error gets punished by the Big Back squad as they regain control.
A little too close to the wall. If they're a little farther out, they might have gotten it, but the defense is just so tight on Big Backs currently, they can't really get a moment to breathe. No-Yama hoping to push forward, go for a backward shot to win the match.
Rapid take the series and advance on to the semifinals. A huge victory from this Rapid squad in the final moments of round 4. Palador, we're here at Con and we're getting great games like this.
Wow, just like that, Rapid indeed. No-Yama, the stellar play to end it in this match. An incredible ending there, full confidence, and immediately you can see the teams going into that embrace and just enjoying and appreciating the fact that there was a well-fought game we just witnessed there.
Yeah.
But what a spectacular way to end it. High confidence, and again, those land moments, those clippable moments, those are the ones you remember for years to come. Remember that one time at land?
Of course, and I love to see, like you said, Palador, the community here just enjoying to be here. Big Backs just got eliminated. They are done for the afternoon, but you're seeing them happy. You're seeing them celebrate with their with the opponent that just beat them, and that's because they're all friends. They're all part of the Orion Drift community, and that's what I love about all of this. All of this, what we're doing here with Con, showing off our favorite games live on stage and getting to do it in an incredibly beautiful venue like the Arizona State University Media Experience Immersive Center. We love that we are in here. It's the second largest theater in Arizona outside of the IMAX here in Arizona. So just an awesome opportunity to showcase VR esports at its best. It's only going to get better from here, Pally, but we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be right in to a giveaway, so do not miss that. You're going to want to be sure to stick around and get ready for what is a tremendous amount of hardware from HyperX, one of our sponsors, that we will be giving away. So stick around. We'll be right back with more in just a few minutes.
Scan started. Scan interrupted.
All right, so I am here with the illustrious Ignite, who just got a big victory over Ivy. How y'all feeling about the con so far, running up to now, and how you feeling about that victory there?
Feeling great, you know. A lot of training went into it, a lot of scrims, a lot of late nights talking about things, and good to see it pay off, and good to get the win.
So coming into today, generally, the con, what was the strategy thinking? Do you have game plans? Do you have things written out? Or is it we're just going to go with how we feel? We're just going to play our game. We're going to do what we do.
We're going to play our game, you know. We have a lot of confident players on our team, and playing with confidence, you know, just proves to be really good whenever we're playing confident. So, yeah, we just play our own game.
All right, so just speaking of the con generally, are you guys having a good time? What have you enjoyed so much? What have you enjoyed most so far at VRML CON 2025?
It's way more casual than I thought it'd be. It's my first time at a LAN. I thought it'd be a lot more serious, everybody kind of in their own things, but it just feels like a bunch of people having a good time on VR and people who love it, so that's good.
Nice. So, of course, Ignite, the favorites in the whole tournament. So, are you thinking about that at all? Like, what is your thinking being that team that everyone's expecting? There's a lot of expectations. There's a lot of maybe pressure. Are you feeling that pressure? How are you guys feeling about that?
There's always been pressure. We were able to pull through whenever there is pressure around, so nothing new for us coming in here, so should maneuver through it pretty well.
You agree?
Yes, all teams we've played before in the 4v4 build, trying to build out the game, so, you know, we've done it before, we can do it again.
And sorry, so to close it out, while we have everybody, any shout outs, anything you want to say to the people at home?
Shout out to my mom, shout out to Yop, shout out to Far, shout out to all our friends and family out there watching us and supporting us, and everyone that's stuck with us, man. We appreciate you.
Any others?
Nah, I'm all right.
All right, there you go. Ignite, the illustrious Ignite, here at VRML CON 2025. We'll see you next.
Buddy to VRML CON 2025. Thank you, Dimwee, for an excellent interview into the Ignite mindset. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-casters, Palador and Gibular Bob, joining us from the alt stage. Bob, how has it been for you today?
Oh, it was like I call it like a fight club down on the alt stage,
Seriously.
right? It was gritty and lots of action between these two teams, but we got some great gameplay, and honestly, I'm not sure who is going to be contending in those grand finals. Ignite is looking strong, but I think they've got some good competition.
Yeah, I mean, Palador, when we talk about teams that are at the top, it's Ignite and Tactical Nerds in my mind, at least. I think this is a potential precursor to what we'll have in the finals. There's an opportunity for the loser here to claw their way back through the losers bracket and re-challenge the team that wins up here in this best of 5 for the grand final best of 7 for $5,000 on the line, Pally. There's a lot here they're fighting for.
Yeah, absolutely. The $5,000, the glory, the idea of, hey, VRML CON, first time Orion Drift has been there. We did it, and for Ignite, they're certainly wanting to complete the hat trick of sorts.
Yep.
Dating back to our Pioneer Cup and then our Ignition Cup. They want to make it a three-peat in a sense of these tournaments the last 3 or 4 months going back.
I mean, it'll really establish them, at least within this game right away in its early stages of growing and developing as a super competitive esport. I mean, this has been a fantastic event so far. So a big shout out to another Axiom for supporting us here and enabling us to do an all day long double elimination tournament. It's only possible because of their direct support, because they're wanting to see their game produced and put up on a stage by a community that loves VR esports. You know, I think that's what we really do best here at VRML is showcase VR esports, and I can't be happier with what we're doing today.
Well, I pointed out in our streams leading up to this event too, those B-rolls and the footage we rolled, seeing all the other VRML cons, a lot of the same faces you saw of people holding up their medals and playing on stage. Guess what? A lot of them are the guys now behind the scenes in Orion Drift and another Axiom. They're the ones making this new competitive sport, VR sport, come to life. And so that's how you really know this is community built in that sense. It's from people who are so passionate because these are the guys who are winning all the medals in the last cons.
Yeah, and I mean, Bob, one thing that stands out to me about Orion Drift is just how it's played when you have it in a LAN environment. It's so awesome to see these super hard-coded physics mechanics get utilized by these players. The jukes, the ball control, it's all enhanced on stage.
Yeah, you saw it got very physical, not like people were fighting down on stage, but it got very physical. You could see the movement, all of the people using the different movement mechanics, the ceiling carve, sticking your hand in the ceiling to change direction, using the brakes, using the ball, getting up into the air. They're using all of the dimensions of combat, all of the options that they have to score those goals and to try, plenty of tackling coming out too. So it does get intense. And you can hear, the comms of the players behind you. They're loud. They're communicating with each other. And it just creates such an incredible experience to not only watch, but for the players to play. It's fantastic all the way through.
Yeah, and we got to go right into another sponsor shout out, a giveaway. HyperX has given us a tremendous amount of hardware. It feels like you're getting away with something.
It's Christmas in July.
Yes, it really, it seriously is. We have 2 more bags to give away. The codes on your ticket are what decide if you've won. The first one is 791UD. The second is IYVKF. If your ticket has those numbers, you've won yourself an entire HyperX kit. You have till 4 p.m. PST to claim it. And you can find all of these numbers posted on the VRML CON Discord so you know it can confirm what they are. Again, I'll say it one more time, 791UD IYVKF. That will get you a full HyperX kit. Mice, headphones, it's insane. The support. And I know. Yeah, me too. But we also have great monitors from HyperX. I mean, they are the full package, really, when it comes to the kit you need. And speaking of the kit you need, the ProTube kit, one that is only supported for VRML CON with its exclusive VRML CON stock. We love ProTube. Something you'd really only use in the first 2 days of this tournament at VRML CON. Friday and Saturday filled with games like Onward, Veil, Breachers, and Pavlov. All shooters that you would want to utilize this in. All shooters that you would use haptics in. The haptic vests, they come in and support. We have a whole FPS bundle kit that has yet to be claimed and still can be. And we are about ready to get into our first round. So maybe the giveaways have gone on long enough. Maybe we've handed out enough things for now. Dare I say? Okay, we'll have a lot more going through the rest of the day. We have a lot more action ahead of us. And speaking of, let's get ready for Tactical Nerds versus Ignite in this best of 5.
All right, here we go. Well, I'll correct you because this is another gift that we're giving away. What a match we're about to see. Here we go, folks.
And I love the hype this arena gives. I mean, it really is. It feels like we're in an arena, Pally. Square in between the crowd and the players behind us who are scrambling for control in the corner now as Ignite on blue and Tactical Nerds in purple vie for ball control inside Ignite's zone, working it back into the midfield. Janu scooping it up, riding up to the top of the Geos, trying to take a shot on goal. That was an interesting one that gets scooped up by Fizzin.
And now into the arms of Baz. Baz being tackled there, shoved by Wizard. Janu now taking it right back, slapping it right back to where it came from. Baz able to get it for just a moment, slipping by a couple of defenders, but will not get past the third.
Yeah, and Wizard Gecko here trying to scoop up the ball. A move towards goal up through the midfield as Swag War gets ball control, navigating up through the top, trying to dribble their way in for a shot on goal. No, it's a pass to the top line, and Baz sinks it in. A wonderful slap down, Bob.
Yeah, this is classic Ignite. Really, really tough offense. And for Tactical Nerds, defense, they have strong players, but I tend to think they are more offense heavy. Just like that. There's Plunge delivering it right in. That's the star player on Tac Nerds right there, Plunge. Yeah. All throughout the alt stage, he's been scoring.
All throughout VRML CON.
Yeah, seriously, not just here at Orion Drift. Plunge is permeated across multiple teams that have competed on this stage. So maybe they're feeling comfortable, Palador, because they've got that experience already under their belt.
Yeah, indeed. Going away maybe with a lot of medals this weekend, and at the very least, a lot of credibility for his ability as Janu now from the midway. Just carrying the ball right into the front. A couple defenders, slips by one. No, actually Swag was able to meet it. Nice read. However, taken by Plunge, and Janu will reset it to the midline, just above the nest to Wizard Gecko. And now Wizard, though, losing it off a bounce to Goblin, back to midfield.
You know, it's funny. Sometimes these players aren't used to having such good of a connection in this game, so maybe sometimes the ball floating around when they wouldn't anticipate. As Plunge dribbles forward here, Bob, the standout player of this squad, and no, they can't break through that defensive line. There's 4 stacked up, waiting for them to deny Plunge entry, and it's going to take more than just one player juking their way forward to break through the wall of Ignite.
Well, Baz now sending it to Swag Wars, seeing if Ignite can now break through on their goal. We're about halfway through this round as Goblin trying to take control. Wizard patiently waiting, but slipping by. Swagwar is there with a few different players from the opposite side there of Tactical Nerds. But so far, kind of stalemating the last several seconds.
Yeah, we're just kind of floating around here in the corner with 2 minutes left on the clock. We're tied 1-1 in Plunge with a nice, easy, safe intercept. Not a tremendously hard shot on goal there, not threaded into a corner like you typically will want it if you're going to be scoring against one of these two teams. And it's exactly what I expected between these two squads, Tactical Nerds and Ignite, when we joined into this series. These two teams absolutely giving each other some trouble between the two of them. The defenses in particular standing out here, very familiar with how the enemy is going to approach them and how to fend off that attack.
And Kotetsa now on the attack, being attacked with a tackle, but a good pass off the Plunge. Plunge trying to tap it right back to the wall, but nobody home at first. Kotetsa as well losing it out, but Plunge coming away from the top. The goal open, exposed, the dive, a little bit risky, but the risk paid off, and ejected.
Really nice save on the back line there, denying the ball entry. Again, it's the defense that stands out. Swagwar trying to get onto the offense and make it stand out as that shot bounces off the top line. Is anyone there? Baz is home, scoops it up, looking for the pass to the midfield. Swagwar following it up. No one can get it into the goal, and it's denied entry, batted away over to the corner.
One of those awkward angles of the ball's coming directly above your head. Really have to crank the head, and now trying to crank ahead for a goal, but could not get it to go. Swagwar contested by Kotetsa, dribbling through a few defenders. Very crafty maneuvers there, trying to maybe make a play on the goal. The rebound, and the shot foul.
There it is. Against Ignite, you really can't stay defensive for too long because they're so offense heavy that they're just going to find that gap eventually. That's exactly what happened to Tac Nerds. They can break through that Ignite offense. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't think their defense is too strong, but Plunge is going to have some work to do. So is the rest of Tac Nerds.
These offensive rollouts, Pally, are so devastating sometimes. The momentum they're able to gather in that cooldown period between goals can really lead to quick shots on. As Swagwar here looks for a quick shot on and threads the needle through a defense scrambling back to the back line, Bob.
Ignite starting to run away with it a little bit. When you get into these high attrition defensive segments of the game where nobody's scoring and you're playing in the goal for so long, after somebody scores, you start to let your guard down a little bit. You're exhausted, and so now that's when the score starts flowing in.
And time is officially out, so the ball floats up into the midfield, and they're just trying to keep it in the air to put another point on the board and keep it close. At the end of the day, they wouldn't have won the round, and it's into Ignite's hands to start off the series as they take the 1-point lead.
Yeah, man, these players here in Ignite, again, we've seen what they can do. Tactical here is one of those teams, again, we mentioned, they kind of came in as deep underdogs on the online tournaments. They're the Ignition Cup, but really establishing themselves in that cup and then going forward as a team to contend with. I mean, they really gave Ignite here a run for their money in these prior streams that we've had. So, you know, thus far, Ignite in control, but only by a couple of points there. So it's still really anyone's game going to this next round here.
Yeah, you really see a lot of emotion on the stage, Bob. It stands out when goals are scored and when they're denied in particular. The hands on the head. It's only something you get a perspective on when you're live and in person at VRML CON because there's nowhere else you can go in North America to see something like this. As we get ready to dive into our next round, round number 2 of this best of 5. Ignite in a comfortable lead. Tactical Nerds looking to buy back control off of our initial joust.
All right, here we go. Plunge. Oh, some speed right off of that initial one as Baz will take it for a second. Just losing the handle. So Plunge everywhere on the floor, it seems. Swagwar as well. Sending it to the mid lane. There's Goblin with a easy does it possession. Overtaken by Kotetsa waiting there in the mid line. Sends it to Plunge.
Nice
Plunge,
pass.
a quick heave to Wizard Gecko. Right back to Janner. Look at the connection on these passes. The positioning is impeccable. Question is, will the scoring be the same? Not quite. Bouncing to the mid zone again.
Yeah, Plunge scrambling to get back in time and deny the ball control to Ignite. They cannot let them get ahead of their defense rotation to get back and tuck things in. A nice pass to Fizzy and a shot to the top corner. Bob, that's what it takes. You got to thread it up into the corner like that.
That's the thing with Ignite. They make some very, very late moves, especially when they're in the air. They wait for the last possible second. If you're a goalie, you've got to commit to a move at some point or another. You can't just sit there in the goal, otherwise the opponent's going to score on you. But Ignite, they found that, they threaded that needle, they found the perfect spot. And they did it again, too. Oh, 2 in a row. Ignite on fire.
That was a beautiful shot, Pally. That was just barred down. You see that one just scraping in over the top tips of the fingers there to get into the goal. And again, at precision, standing out to get these points. This plunge barrels forward, tries the juke pass, can't dunk it in like they were hoping. And Wizard Gecko on the back line, keeping ball control. Plunge, slaps it in, and it's denied by Fizzin. Good defense coming in from Rapid here. It's what stands out today, this afternoon. This Rapid squad denying the ball from going in.
There will be a possession now back to Tech as the plunge now diving into the left lane, or right lane pass rather, to Wizard Gecko. We'll miss them just briefly. Swagwar going ceiling to floor there. So appealing, as it will be Goblin now trying to find the bottoms of that pocket. Very nice job, easy does it. Swag also running interference on the goalie, some tackles there to just enable a little bit better of a line of sight.
You know, we talked about this, guys, when we did our analysis of these teams, and I think Ignite, everybody on this team is very, very strong. They're looking very, very prepared for this tournament, but TAC Nerds, I think they rely on Plunge a lot for that heavy offense, but if Plunge doesn't, if Plunge's teammates can't help Plunge to thrive, then TAC Nerds is going to keep letting things like this happen, where everybody's got to commit to defense on the goal and nobody can step forward with the offense.
Who is going to be able to challenge this Ignite squad if not Tactical Nerds? In this best of 5, they started strong in round 1 and now struggle to get onto the board here in round 2. Is maybe an opportunity here. Plunge gets ball control, passed it down to Wizard. They tried to take the shot. Janu trying to follow it up, and there it is. Plunge off the backboard. Tactical Nerds finally on the board.
See, I say it before, I say it again. I'll stand by my comment that Ignite's defense isn't that great. If you can break through that offense, I probably just offended a lot of people saying that. But if you can break through that offense, you have a chance at scoring. You just got to deal with the aggression.
Yeah, you know, it's easy as that. All you got to do to win is score. You know, that's it. All you got to do is score on Ignite. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's so much easier said than done sometimes, at least for these at the pro level. Yeah. I feel like that's the beauty of sports, not just VR sports, but sports is, you know, it's going good when the pros make it look so easy, when you're sitting there watching or casting, commentating, and thinking, oh, I could do that. I mean, I could have done that. I could have missed. Yeah. But that aside, back to the midfield. Here we go.
It'd be tough to score on Plunge, no matter who you are, as Plunge denies that ball from going in. Swagwar keeps ball control forward here, and Gublin can't spin and turn it into the goal in time. And Wizard swinging in to push the ball back into the corner. Swagwar trying to get the shot here. The back behind the shot, that bounces off the bottom. They were trying to go for a behind-the-back floor bounce into the goal. That's a heck of a trick shot there if I've ever seen one, but it's denied. It doesn't go in, and instead we vie for ball control over in the corner. Kotetsu working their way up off a ceiling carve, now up through the midfield and looking for a shot on goal.
And Kotetsu there dropping the ball, however, it will be turned right back over to Swagwar. Swagwar picking up some speed, serious speed, in fact, as Plunge, though, meets them right there with a tackle, right back on the rebounded play. Dangerous as well. Swag again. Look at that maneuverability, just jumping, jittering like a bug. Could not stop him.
It's so hard to deny those jukes, Bob. That's what stands out here in the mechanics of movement.
Yeah, especially when you're a player like Swagwar and you have really, really good movement control over your character. Yeah. You can just really play these incredible offensive moves where you shift your position really fast and then just score. And there's not much a goalie can do against that.
Janu missing an opportunity for what could have been a one-on-one if they had scooped up that pass, but time ticks down, Bob. 5 seconds left here in round 2. Ignite up 4-1. It's a clear victory that Tactical Nerds cannot bounce back from. So the ball touches the ground, and Ignite take another round in this best of 5 series. They're in clear, comfortable control now, and it's going to be a big comeback train for Tactical Nerds if they want a chance.
You know, they're just in a really tough spot, TAC Nerds, because they're on the cusp of breaking through that Ignite defense, but they can't do it consistently enough yet to become a threat against Ignite. So TAC Nerds, they really, really need to step up on the offense. The other players need to assist Plunge in getting that ball over, getting it to that Ignite side, because if you can apply pressure on the Ignite defense, you have a shot at winning this series.
And a dangerous thing, though, here, just again, Ignite's a team who's continue to warm up over the course of rounds.
Yeah.
And the scoring separation from that first one, only a couple points separating the teams, but this time went up to a 3-point differential now. You don't want to see that if you're tactical nerds, just looking at the score and seeing, oh, they're heating up and we're not able to still get past that hump and get a couple more scores on the board. So something they certainly need to address, but again, that's a tall task, and I'm curious to see how they do it here.
We'll see just how they do as we get into our next round already, vying for ball control in round number 3. We appreciate everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action on YouTube. Please subscribe as they try to subscribe to their first point. Ignite can't put that one in round 3.
I like that. As Jan and I will chase down the ball, it'll be Fizzin getting busy there on the ceiling before distributing to Goblin. Goblin on the opposite end. There's Baz with some speed plunge. Oh, the double tap was floating backwards, but still had the wherewithal to drop it to the midline, sending it back as it gets stuck here, back to Goblin, and right to the reset here on offense.
Kotetsu going to try and deny Goblin the ability to push forward. You've seen them kind of as a brawler there, trying to tackle the offense before they could get set up here. As a plunge goes for the tackle and misses just a touch wide. Baz lobs the ball up over to Fizzin, and they try and get control here, but it's been a nice bit of pressure from Tactical Nerds out the gate. They're really not letting Ignite settle in.
And plunge now, being settled down there by a couple defenders, but still managed to find Swag some way, somehow. Swag now the deep dive. Nobody home as Kotetsu and Plunge chase it down. Swag trying to meet them halfway. It will be Plunge coming away from the bridge. Goblin looking like a jack-in-the-box there. Surprising Plunge, but still Plunge comes away with the ball again. Has a few players on the attacks, the passes potentially, but gets lost a bit thanks to all the tackles here. The defenders really enclosing on them quickly. Kotetsu, a fling to nobody as it will be stuck here with Plunge and Co. Trying to get it out of that midline.
Yeah, just an aggressive front line here from Tactical Nerds, managing to keep the pressure on until it's not on. As Janu scoops up that ball, it was going to be the whole Ignite squad sending it forward for the attack, but Janu's moved the ball through this defense, and finally Plunge follows it up and puts Tactical Nerds into the lead 1-0 in round 3.
There it is. That's what I was talking about. They're reversing it a lot more on Ignite now. They're getting the ball away from their goal, delivering over to the Ignite side. To Ignite's credit, they're never far behind, and what a tremendous response goal. And see, when you're Tactical Nerds and you work so hard to get that and get the momentum, and Ignite just does that, it can hurt your mental a little bit.
And you hear the reaction from the folks in the crowd on those attack nerd scores. You know, they're behind them, but at the same time, maybe about to find them. Another goal that is. The support coming in from the crowd and really wanting to see this being taken to further rounds, down 2-0 currently as we go back into the midfield.
Everyone's momentum got too much behind them on Tactical Nerds. They just kind of sailed past the ball, all trying to get control. And when they did, they lost it. Now Baz scoops it up. They're trying to push to the front line, but we're seeing really nice defense from Tactical Nerds. They're seeming to lock in here in these late stages as the pressure starts to mount. The fear of going to the losers bracket becomes a reality. And Plunge takes another shot on goal. Beautiful guide there through the boost. So Tetsu scoops it up, tries to swat it back behind them, and can't quite get it into position. Plunge can't quite get ball control here, and instead it's Ignite barreling forward for their first point in round 3.
And taking a bounce right back to Swag on the initial shot attempt. We'll dribble, we'll juggle, and provide a quick goal in the stride from the back to the front there, and sneaking past that goalkeeper.
They made that look easy, but it's not.
No.
You know, the positioning and then the pass, and Baz hitting it behind the back, that shot is really hard to make because you're essentially blind while you're doing it. Tactical Nerds trying to quickly score a response goal, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
We've seen that rollout from Plunge a couple of times now, Pally, and we're seeing the Ignite squad react to it. A good denial there that time instead of what was a near goal last time from Plunge.
Yeah. Well, absolutely, and those rollouts evolving indeed, becoming more and more important here as the meta continues to develop. Plunge now just trying to develop some sort of shot. A pass quickly to Wizard, but that was cut off by a few different players from Ignite as they now will space the floor. Swag, Q being it up the floor here.
Yeah, Swagor in control. They've been a standout shooter so far for this team, both online and in land. And a wonderful 1-2 pass sequence followed up by Goblin for a shot on goal. That's teamwork, that's coordination, that's Ignite locking it in.
Absolutely. They're able to deliver it down the field, get it in the goal as quickly as possible, and Tac Nerds are running out of time. They don't have a whole lot of opportunities left in this series. You got to get 2 points, and you have less than half a minute on the clock.
Yeah, they have to do it right now, essentially. If they don't, then they're going to score, and time's going to tick down.
And, you know, we've seen in the prior cups as well, there were times where Ignite folks got a little comfortable in those last minutes. They, you know, had those careless turnovers, and it cost them a couple of times. They would still come back to win the games, granted, but I think that's something they learned from here, is just to keep that foot on the pedal at all times. And that's what they've done over the course of these last 15 minutes or so. As one final attempt, they are denied and bouncing off the wall. But Ignite's just showing they're here to play, they're here to win.
Yep, and they did win. Locking in round number 3, Ignite take the best of 5 series against their opponent, Tactical Nerds. And Tactical Nerds are going to play another game almost immediately after this. They're going to go right into their losers. No, we have another losers bracket matchup. Then they play the winner of that losers bracket. And then if they win, Bob, they could go up to the finals again. We could see a rematch. Maybe they'll be fresher. Maybe they'll understand the strategies that they're going to get deployed against with them with Ignite. Who knows? But that's all coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to go to a brief break. And when we come back at 1:15, we'll be in 15, we'll dive into our next game. 15 minutes, sorry. When we come back, more action. Don't go anywhere.
start.
Welcome back, everybody, to VRML CON 2025, to the lower bracket of our VRML CON tournament. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-casters, Palador and Gibular. Bob, Palador, it's been a heck of a day so far today as we've dove in to Orion Drift for the first time on stage.
Oh, absolutely, and certainly not the last time, you can be sure.
Yeah.
So much going on here, but like I said, never gets old.
Yeah.
No matter how many hundreds or thousands of times you watch these casts, do these streams, never gets old. I've loved every second of it. It's been an honor, especially for the teams at this level, to try and do it some justice here on the cast.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
they're crazy.
No kidding. I mean, Bob, how have you been feeling today? Now on the main stage, the environment, the vibe, it's palpable up here. You know, it's got to be pressure for these players on stage.
Absolutely, especially considering the trajectory that some of them have taken. You know, Rapid and IV, the 2 teams that we're going to be covering here, boy, they've had a heck of a day. They've been kind of all over the bracket. They've advanced in the upper bracket 1 round, and then they both dropped down to the losers bracket. So they have been in the thick of this insane battle, and they both got a lot to prove here. They're both considered the underdogs in this tournament. Everybody going in, a lot of people thought Ignite would win. A lot of people thought TAC Nerds would win.
Yeah.
But IV came in. They showed that they have potential to do this. Rapid have also delivered a solid performance. And now it's going to be the battle of the underdogs. Who is going to be the representation of those underdogs in the community going forward?
Yeah, I mean, this is a long day of Orion Drift, and it's only really possible because of our sponsor, BOBO VR, enabling us with these battery packs to keep the lifespan of these headsets going. You see the batteries up on the main stage. You see them on the headsets of nearly everybody here on stage there. And they're just incredible that they enable us to do this, to just keep going on and on and on with gameplay, one match after the next. You know, it's an entirely unique thing that you have to deal with when you're doing an on-stage performance like this.
Oh, absolutely. It's a battle of endurance, not just in the players, but the batteries too. So the BOBO straps, they help quite a lot with that. I use them at home myself and have for the last couple of years. So really glad we have those at hand. So thanks to BOBO for that, for sure.
Especially considering that for teams like IV and Rapid that have been playing all day, and they've been in the losers bracket where there's a ton of games that you have to play. It's important that they've always got a BOBO VR battery to keep them pushing forward, because there's no way you could do it without one.
Awesome, awesome support from them. Amongst many other sponsors we've had at VRML CON, including, of course, HyperX, privy to all the giveaways that we've been doing. I know some of, I think, some casters, some folks to the back line, we're taking stuff too. It's all being given away. It's okay. It's okay. It is awesome that HyperX is supporting us at this level, and I really do appreciate everything that they do to promote VR esports, because they are one of our earliest sponsors. Alongside ProTube, HyperX has been ride or die with VR esports.
Yeah, incredible thing from HyperX for sure. Just seeing the potential there, the future that this VR esports scene is turning into, and so they're right there on the forefront with the rest of us here in the booth, on the stage, and in the crowd. We're all at the forefront of something really special. Yeah,
we seriously are. All sorts of interesting tech difficulties that we deal with, like masters here in VRML. It's just awesome to see. I guess maybe that's why we're the VR Master League, because we are masters of VR. But either way, we are getting close to being ready for map number 1. These 2 teams on stage, feeling the pressure, $5,000 on the line. That comes from another Axiom. They support their esports scene. They want Orion Drift to be the premium VR esport experience. And when you put up the cash like that, you incentivize big tournaments like this. 8 teams turning up to VRML CON to play live across 2 stages, and now we've honed it down to 1 on the main stage.
How about all the other teams in the previous 2 tournaments that we did in collaboration with another Axiom, the Pioneer Cup, first one we did, then we did the Ignite Cup, and the turnaround has just been incredible.
Yeah, and let's talk about rosters as we get ready to dive into this first map. Not Top, Copy Co, No Yoma, and Orbit make up that Rapid squad on the left side of your screen. And on the right side of the stage, we have Starkey, Mazi, Nadash, and JDG is here. This battle this afternoon, Bob, should be actually really good. I don't know that we're going to be done in 3 rounds here. I think this has the potential to go 4 or 5, because both squads are going to be bringing it their A game this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Rapid took early initiative against Nova, and they've beaten out the likes of Big Backs, IV again with a start over Vicious, who was another high scorer in the qualifiers, and IV went on to beat Nova and really storm their way through the bracket. So I think IV, if I had to pick a team, I think IV may be a little stronger here, but just in terms of qualifiers, I know IV disappointed, you know, a couple people on the casting desk because they just weren't as strong. But hey, now when they have 4 players, they're actually playing really well.
Go figure.
When they're on the main stage and the pressure is on, some teams exceed, and that's what's so fun about the live environment. You get to see these players stand out amongst the crowd, stand out when they're on that stage. We've seen big plays from players all weekend long across Vale, Breachers, Onward, Pavlov. It's awesome that we're able to do this here at VRML CON, and to end it with Orion Drift, with maybe the most physical game to display to everyone at home that didn't make it to Con. It's just a cherry on top. I mean, it truly, or maybe more than just that. It's most of the Sunday, I feel like, at this point, as we do get deeper and deeper into this bracket.
Well, yeah, it is Ice Cream Sunday today after all. But I love that. You can see these players behind me, talk about the physicality, right, on cams. We've seen it with Breachers as well, and just seeing the actions, seeing even just down to the body language and the sometimes the taunting and what have you, people,
seriously,
given the friendly banter and whatnot, and I love to see it. It's one of the fun parts about it. At the end of the day, these teams at the end of it, they still hug, they handshake, they go out and eat later on together, and go, doing all kinds of activities around the town. I mean, again, best part about the LAN, a lot of the fun parts of LAN even take place off the stage for that matter. It's just that's why it's hard to really emphasize how cool these cons are. You got to come to them because it's more than you just see on the screen. It's the environment and everywhere around, even outside the venue.
Yeah, I mean the free play space, exactly. Alone a really unique thing up there where you're able to try out a semi-LAN build. You're able to feel that low ping environment for free up in that space. You bring your headset, everyone's playing up there.
Yeah. Even if you're not one of the competitors. So
you
can come down and play just for fun.
Yep, yeah, and we definitely have that. I think some people even organize matches online. As we organize our match, it's Rapid versus IV for round number 1. Let's hear it here at Arizona for VRML CON 2025.
All right, round 1, here we go. Nah Dash, right off that rollout. Will be first possession to them and taken there by Orbit. Nadash sending it midways as these players converge here in the trench. Now settling down into some attempted offense, but first you got to secure that ball.
Orbit scrambling forward, trying to get control of Starkey there. Starkey vying for the midfield battle, swatting it up to the top floor there as Nadash scoops it up, trying to work out of this corner, but you have Not Top denying that push forward. Copyco up in the goal, not even jumping for that one, just knew that one's going to go high. I don't need to waste energy.
Yeah. And look at Copyco sending it back down through the middle. Nadash went to get the interception, but they were slightly out of position. And now IV have to battle for control somewhere in the sewers, but who's going to emerge victorious? IV sending it close to the goal, but Rapid were already in position and ready for the interception.
Not Top trying to work the ball there up through the midfield, trying to get it out of their zone as Orbit swats it away over into the corner where again they vie for ball control. Not Top finally clears it out to the midfield, but it doesn't get the bounce they were hoping for. Mozzie scoops it up, lobs it over to the shoulder, and now we vie for control down in the sewer edge as Starkey waits for their team to push forward. A nice cross pass there as Nadas tries to swat it behind the back and can't quite put it in. Not Top clears it back to Copyco, and Copyco and team working their way up through the midfield, trying to get themselves an offensive pressure point here up against this IV squad in blue.
All right, now Copyco and Not Top grabbing each other there for just a short-range regrab, get that little extra speed and try to get the ball, which they do so. So utilizing those micro mechanics, I suppose you'd call it. As Mozzie now, nothing micro, that's macro, that's major. And they got the first points for IVI.
There's IV always on that offense. I think of them as kind of like the mini Ignite where they're very, very offense heavy, but I don't think they're quite to that level of Ignite, but maybe their maturity through this tournament will show. And look at Noyama with a goal in response. Incredible response by Rapid.
That was beautiful there. Getting on the highlight reel, and more importantly, though, getting back on the scoreboard here to tie things up.
It's so fun to watch the rollouts, to watch the players and the physicality of their actions, scrambling to gain speed, then dribbling the ball, maintaining control with one hand. The big shot here, bouncing off the backboard. Who's at home to stop it? Nobody is, and Rapid put up the lead 2-1 here in round 1 of this best of 5.
Incredible shot by Not Top, just bringing it back home for their team. And look at the momentum that Rapid is building. I think Rapid have really found their footing in this tournament. They were pretty heavy on the defense, but now look at IV looking to drive it back home and get a responsible, but no, it's shut down.
That was a nice sequence there, Pally, that almost ended in a 1-2-3 pass shot on goal.
Yeah, those quick, rapid punches, firing it across a goalie's line of sight. That one going out of sight toward the side wall. A little misconnection there, as now Not Top will go right here to the bridge. Not Top being overtaken, though, by Dash. Not Dash, able to secure the ball here. And will eye down a potential cross pass, but a pretty crowded area to throw it to. Possession now being had by Noyama and Co.
Yeah, Noyama trying to get it out of the zone there. Starkey pushing them and applying pressure is Not Top and Noyama. Try and fend off this defensive pressure up through the midfield. It's cleared and bouncing up off the top screen. And now Nadash takes a shot that goes wide. Not Top swings in, scoops it up, but the pressure is still here. IV are still looking for their second point to tie this up 2-2 with 1:15 on the clock.
It's back in the center. JDG looking to represent for IV. There's Not Top again. They've been really close to the ball this entire game. Noyama bringing it back to the Rapid corner, but IV may have a potential shot on goal. JDG up in the sky. Can they get it in? No, and it's back in the corner.
My goodness, now Orbit here trying to take control, but Nadash slipping right away. Has the ball, tries to send it high to Mozzie there from the skyways. Not Top taking it over and to the midfield. Noyama, some good man coverage there, and JDG unable to get their bearings. Will be Starkey here trying to cause a spark on the offense, but too many defenders in the way as they send it to Stark again. And just getting control of the ball here, but a defender approaching from behind and in front, and Not Top.
Yep, the team wall there, Pally, grouping up together in front of what was going to be a 1v1. And how did that thread through? How did that sneak in? IV tie it up 2-2.
Whoa.
20 seconds left on the clock.
Not a mistake you want to make there, Nightfire, because all they needed to do was hold the ball, keep the ball away from the Rapid goal. But now it's going to be a battle. Can Rapid score before we get into overtime? Not Top driving it down the field. Pass to their teammate. No, it doesn't go in. And now Rapid are going to have to try again. There's only 3 seconds left. We're going to have to go into overtime to settle this.
Wait!
Oh, what a shot by Ivy at the last second.
Three-quarter court shot, Palador. That goes in. That was nearly from the defensive back wall as Ivy take a round.
Oh my goodness. Welcome to VRML CON. That just woke me up again. Holy smokes, to end it like that. We saw something similar. You talk about mini Ignite or what have you earlier on, where we had Swag making a long heave, and now we have IVI saying we can do that too. That was an even longer heave.
Wow.
What a way to end it.
That is exciting. We are just about to hit that overtime where maybe we get into contention for ball in the midfield. Maybe something would happen there where we kind of end up buying more time. But instead, within this confines of 5 minutes, it goes 3-2. And somehow, IV take this first round. But that was not easy. IV did not get away with that one without a hard fight. As we do get ready to dive back into it, Bob, round 2 kicking us off.
And we are just about to get started into round 2. Here we go between IV and Rapid. Almost went to overtime, but not quite. Not Top looking to buy early momentum for Rapid. Bring it back to the Rapid corner, but it's off in the middle, and Rapid are off to the races.
Nice pass there to Nadash as they scoop it up, floating, using their boost, passing it over to Orbit. This is a good 1-2 cross in a beautiful sequence. That's denied by JDG. They're here to shut it down. Starkey scrambling over the shoulders of Noyama, and Noyama getting pressured by the entirety of this IV offense.
Well, you almost hate to see the picturesque passing go unrewarded, but we have now another opportunity at the opposite side here for the offense. Mozzie and Co. Denied and sent back to the midfield there. A big bunch of players all forming in the goal and now forming out.
And it's battle for possession in center court, bouncing over to the IV side. Can Rapid capitalize off of this? No, nobody was there in position. JDG and Not Top, good steal from Not Top, working it back down the field. Can IV defend against Rapid? looks like they're doing a good job so far.
JDG trying to work it out of their zone. Noyoma up to the midfield, misses the intercept just over the top. Starkey tries to scoop up what was a clear and cannot, and it goes into Noyoma's hand. This is a Rapid offensive push and a shot on goal. That goes just over the top for Rapid in a 1-0 lead.
All right, so capturing first blood here. It took about a minute and a half. That is first momentum, and that was kind of the question you have after you face what could be a spiritually backbreaking type of loss at the end of one round. Are you going to respond positively the next time? And they did. They got the first score, so they're still in this. They're still engaged.
Nadash scrambling for control up off the top there. That could have been a big open shot on goal as the defense gets back in time. JDG trying to get that ball up through the midfield, but they'll run into Orbit, orbiting around the ball, and ultimately not scooping it up as Nadash finds way for a cross pass to Mozzie, and Not Top scoops it up with a big intercept. You could see that ball carrying its way over to the Rapid pass, carrying into the goal, and instead we vie for ball control to the midfield.
IV have a shot on the Rapid goal potentially.
Nice.
They're battling in the corner. Starkey loses control. JDG looks to intercept and maybe keep IV's push going. But look, they're triple stacking on the Rapid defense, and the ball almost goes in, but IV are going to have to try again.
All right, Mozzie dribbling from that bridge, has 3 defenders right through the trees, but Copy was there. Once again, Copy's been on point and with the positioning defensively across these matches here on stream today. Not Top just as well, getting control, but dangerous reset there, almost going below there to Copy. But it will still be possession on this side of the floor for at least a moment, as it looks like Orbit cannot control the ball here. Nadash being so pesky.
Shot on there as we a huge save from Orbit or Not Top. Someone on the back line stopping that one from going in with their body. A nice defensive pressure there. Any little mistake can cost you as that pass goes a little bit high, and suddenly this Rapid squad goes back onto the attack against IV.
And can they deliver it to Rapid's goal? Only about 2 minutes left in this game. Not Top, again with the interception, just a key player and keeping that ball away from IV. Look at how Rapid works the ball, keeps it away from the hands of IV, and uses it to drive the ball right back down the goal.
Mozzie scooping it up, and ball control just keeps going back to IV. They keep the pressure here, Palador.
Yeah, it's been sticking here for a while, so the defense, while good, you have to complete part 2, which is get it out of your danger zone, and they just might here, but no, it's actually right back to JDG, who is once again in control of the ball for IVI, sending it right up high, but could not complete that. Copy Co. Back into the midfield, but again, there's the interception, and it will continue the trend of staying on this side of the floor dangerously for Rapid.
It's the midfield here for IV that's keeping the pressure on. They're just not allowing Rapid to settle into another offensive push, and despite all these clears, you're not really ever seeing a big pressure from Rapid, and that's because they have the 1-0 lead. They just want to grab a round here to guarantee we go to 4 in this best of 5, and that may not be a reality if IV have anything to say about it. They need 2 rounds left to win this best of 5 series. They need points here to win this round, and JDG is here but can't get the shots. What a spin from Nadash as they try to navigate over to the corner. I thought we might see a behind-the-back wheelbarrow shot or something crazy from that, but Mozzie keeps the ball in the front line. Nadash tries to cross the center, and again, nobody home. Not Top scoops up the ball. 20 seconds left on the clock for IV to score, or it's Rapid taking a point.
Can they time out IV? That's the question that Rapid has to face. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. It's all coming down to this. End of the round. Copico resets it back out in the center, but it's not over until time runs out and the ball hits the ground. Rapid celebrated a bit too early last round. That's what gave IV that first series win. We are now out of time. Once the ball hits the ground, it's going to be over. Can Rapid defend for long enough? Nadash keeping it on the Geo, bringing it into the sky. The ball is so close to the ground. One mistake, and it could all be over for IV in this series. Up in the sky we go into the corner, and it slips out of their hands and falls onto the ground. Rapid take their first series point.
My goodness. Well, you asked the question, Bob, can they do it? Yes, they can. Bob, they're builders, and they are amazing to get back on the sheets here, the series sheets, even it up a little bit, get that confidence, showing that round 1 game ender from deep, it didn't matter that much. they can clutch it up when they need to as well.
Yeah, you know, Palador, I was writing in my notes, I was thinking maybe Rapid is a team that kind of suffers from burnout where they can find some early momentum, but then they just start to lose it as time goes on, and that's kind of what Ivy did in the first round. But no, Rapid have proven that they can get a score, and then they can hold out for the entire round. They're playing the defensive game. But can they continue through the rest of the series? That's a question.
Golden question, yeah.
We've been getting great replays, that's to say the least, as we do take a look at some of these scores. The passion here coming in from these players as they secure points. Into round 3 we go for even more of that passion. We're guaranteed at least 4. It's the best of 5, so it's kind of a weird middle point of the series. Do they carry their energy through with them into this one? As we do get a beautiful rollout, a huge pickup from Mozzie as they take a shot on goal, and IV missed just a little bit there. The pressure seems to continue forward as Nadash scoops it up from the midfield, and we just keep having IV on the attack, but no points scored yet as Starkey shoots just a touch wide.
2 in a row we've seen just go a little bit astray, hitting that post, the entry point there of the goal, and all those little those millimeters, the centimeters, they matter. The difference between success and failure there at this level is just those small windows.
And Orbit battling for control as it goes down the center once more. Ivy have been having trouble keeping the ball on the Rapid side and getting it into the goal. Rapid have had an incredible defense, and Kopiko goes for the move, tries to get the interception. It doesn't happen quite yet, but look, there's 4 players on Nadash. JDG tried to get a shot, but no, Nodtop resets it back out. Starkey with possession, but can Ivy do it? They just keep getting to this point, and then they can't get the goal. And there it is! Ivy enter this series.
Ivy, that was nasty. My goodness. The crosses and then right down the middle of the alley for that goal. What a way to score.
That is not easy to do. They make it look easy, but this is an incredibly physical game. Nadash scoops up a huge intercept off the offensive point. Who's home to defend? It's only Kopiko, and the shot goes in. It's back-to-back points for IB, a 2-0 lead with 3:30 on the clock.
Not a mistake that Rapid want to be making here, especially. I mean, they've got time, 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. But now the pressure's really on because they got to score twice. If they even want to tie Ivy, they've got to score 3 times if they want to take the lead. Can they do it? Kopiko driving it down the field. Can we see a response goal from Rapid? Almost, but good block from Ivy.
Starkey holds off the onslaught coming in from Rapid to bounce back into this, and IV maintain the lead for now. Round number 3, certainly starting off exciting as IV settle into control. What is going to happen with Rapid here? As they try to find a rhythm, they can't because IV just keep the pressure on. Rapid only scored 1 point last round and then denied IV like they're denying them here. Great defense from the back line.
Yeah, Copy with the back-to-back, but no on the third attack. That's always the danger, and staying too close to home, and it finally, the persistence finally paid off.
Beautiful hat trick by IV. They're really finding their footing against Rapid, and Mozzie may drive one right home like the pizza delivery man, but no, it doesn't happen. Kopiko's going to reset that back out to center court.
Really big intercept here up to Noyo Ma, but it goes a touch wide, and it's going to bounce over into the shoulder where Kopiko tries to gain control. Nadash instead scoops it up, and this is IV in a comfortable position. 2 minutes on the clock, a 3-0 lead, and the struggle for Rapid to get out of the midfield is real as Nadash here battles for ball control. Starkey scoops it up, pauses, skitters, and tries to push up to the midfield. Orbit swats it away, but it stays in Ivy's control. Nadash works up off the top, pretends to take the shot, but decides to pass to the midfield anyway. And Starkey battles up through the front line as Kopiko again bats it away. This Rapid squad can't get the ball out of their zone, and so it's Ivy on the attack.
Credit to the defense there. They've conceded a few, but on that last possession, well, they did it until there. Caster's curse a little bit to the tune of 4 points, but that's the problem again with defense. You can play great defense for only so long, but it usually can't last that many consecutive plays before you're going to inevitably see that score go against you.
And keep in mind, guys, they've been spending the entire last round defending against IV. They got their initial score, and then it was defense all the way through. So now maybe they're losing this battle of attrition a little bit against IV as they drive it back down the field. And is anybody in the goal? Nadash could take the shot right now, pass to their teammate, but no, Rapid denies it again.
You know, one thing that stands out to me that's very similar to other old school games like Echo is that you can have a round where you just don't play well. For big points like this from Ivy come in, where you nearly get mercy in a round, but then you can bounce back. in the following round. When you refresh and you get a fresh start, there's going to be a fresh start here. We're guaranteed another round after this. It will be series point for IV, which is a little pressure for Rapid to deal with, but we'll see how they can react as we see a shot there that gets denied by Nadash. Rapid almost on the board here in round 3, but not quite. This has been a huge, huge momentum shift for IV, Bob.
And it's in! It's a mercy! Oh, no! Definitely weren't expecting that on the casting desk between IV and Rapid, especially because Rapid was so successful in that previous series point. But again, battle of attrition, right? You're defending against this insane IV defense for so long. You're bound to get tired at some point. And when you get tired, things slip through the gaps.
Yeah, that was just crazy turnaround there. I mean, I complimented at first Rapid for being able to come back after losing to basically a full court shot at the very end of the game. And then the next round, they just wiped it off. And then they won themselves the second round in the clutch. They were just able to say, no problem. But then what did Ivy do? They did the exact same thing. Said, well, we might have lost that last round in disappointing fashion, and then they came back punching harder than they have in any of the other rounds yet, to the tune of a big scoring differential. A mercy scoring differential, in fact.
And here we go, round number 4. Will we see another dominant IV performance, or will Rapid bounce back into this and take us to a round of 5? We're into the lower bracket. Loser here is done for the afternoon. Winner keeps playing in the loser's bracket, keeps with an opportunity to go up against Tactical Nerds, who just lost. That's not going to be an easy challenge either, Palador. If they go to 5, it's going to be a heck of a process to go up against Tactical Nerds. Either way, we've got a lot of action ahead of us, and this Rapid squad trying to get a point on the board because it's been unanswered for a round and a half.
And look at the battle in the corner of Rapid once more. This is probably not where they want the ball to be, especially as Ivy have definitely been driving home. They just got that mercy win. Rapid has been so desperate to prove their position. They don't want to be one of the teams that goes home right here. They want to go on and face against Tactical Nerds, but Ivy are doing their very best to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Just over their fingertips, Palador. That is a tough one to miss. You jump up, you're looking for it, but it goes instead over your shoulder to your opponent, who finds a nice open goal. And now a good rollout from No Yo Ma. Maybe a good pass opportunity. A 1, 2, 3 shot in, and it's knocked top with a good answer back.
Yeah, a rapid answer back indeed. So quickly off of that one. Fast on the approach, no one could stop him. And hey, you love to see that kind of momentum being built on their side, showing that they, despite the mercy last time around, 5 minutes no score. Well, there you go. A minute and a half, and they already got back on the board.
Shout out to Martini. On the old stage, we called it the rapid response team, and they almost found another point. But Mozzie's going to get that interception and work it back down the field for IV.
Yeah, not top now with a good ceiling carve there, trying to push forward, trying to go for the 1v1 as they take the shot on goal, and Starkey can't deny Rapid their point and the lead.
Wow, looking like a globetrotter on that one as they trotted for the one-on-one on the defender, toying with him and making them pay. What a nice way to score again. Look at that momentum shift again and again across the round. Shot goes down. Oh, the quick response, tied up at 2.
And just when you think Ivy is going to be out of the series, they come running back and scoring an incredible goal. Yeah, there you go. And now Rapid are going to have to worry about Ivy building up momentum off of this round.
Oh my, that was a beautiful juke there as they tossed the ball up to themselves, dodging out what would have been a tackle attempt, and now Nadash maintaining control for Ivy. We're seeing some great footwork or handwork, if you will, as Nadash here tries to pass to the center field. Not tough, swats it away, and just like there always has been, someone's on the back line for IV, and now they're barreling forward for an attempt on goal, and the pressure stays on the Rapid side. There's no chance for Rapid to get into an offensive setup here as the shot from Starkey flies over the hands of Copy. They tried to dive forward, and the shot instead goes through.
They had like 3 players on them, and they still made that shot. That was incredible. That shows you how skilled the Ivy offensive players are. And now Rapid are going to be sweating a little bit because you've got less than 2 minutes. You're down a point. You've got to start locking in. Otherwise, JDG is going to do something like this, deliver it back over to the side, and there's Ivy scoring another point. Mozzie driving it home for their team.
I think Mozzie just drove himself out of the headset for a moment, froze in action, but you know what? Got the goal to go and right back into the game. It's Kopiko with the ball, now finding themselves in kind of a desperation point here at this juncture of the game, getting late into it, a minute 18 left, 2-point differential, and their tournament lives on the line here in the lower bracket. Control going back momentarily to IVI, and we'll see now what they do on this move up, 3 on the floor here in the front line.
A little wide, that goes into the hands of Not Top, an opportunity for Rapid to put one on the board. They need 2 if they want to score here, and they tried to take the shot, but there was 2 that boosted up and scooped up that ball. Now it's back into IV's hands and back onto the offense for this IV squad. The pass there goes wide and stays into the corner.
And now IV working it back towards their own goal. JDG is going to look to get it from Not Top, but no, Not Top finds it first, and they pass it over to their teammate. Can they get it in the goal? Could this be Rapid's tie? No, it doesn't happen, and IV are going to reset it.
Mozzie swats it away. Kopiko scoops it right back up. Rapid stay on the attack, Pally.
And Noyama right back. Oh, could not get it to go so very close. But the defenders now trying to clamp down right around that bridge zone. It's Starkey coming away with it for IVI. Has Nadash in the front, has Mozzie to the side, and has one left on the stride. Oh, the perfect square of passes, and it's right up in there for the score.
From out of nowhere, Mozzie scoring yet another goal for their team. 2 seconds left on the clock. Not Top is going to go for the goal, and they do score it, but they're out of time in this round.
And they're out of the winners bracket. They're out of the game, actually. That was a losers bracket round. IV advance on to go up against the loser of Ignite Tactical Nerds, which is Tactical Nerds. So we have a heck of a series coming up almost immediately after this, or a couple of break, a 15-minute break. They need to charge a 25-minute break. They need to charge their headsets, quite
30.
frankly. Do I hear 30? Do I hear 45? Do I hear a 45-minute break? Do I hear a 15-minute break? No, a 25-minute break, and we'll be back with more action. But before we do take a pause, I want to talk a little bit with my crew here. I want to enjoy what has been a wonderful day so far, and I mean, you can't complain with 4 rounds, Pally.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the fruits of their labors. I'm just looking at it, enjoying their work. But man, is it a masterpiece to watch, a master-level masterpiece. In fact, seeing these teams go head-to-head as they did. So many clutch moments, clutch plays. Again, the mental fortitude to be able. Exactly, the mental fortitude to be able to connect on those long shots, have that focus, to be able to come back after dropping disappointing rounds, by whether it's mercies or near mercies or those game winners from full court. Having that mental awareness and that mental strength is something to behold for sure. And sure enough, it brought IVI to the next round at the very least, staying alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bob, we've got a heck of a matchup coming up. IVI versus Tactical Nerds. Tell me your feelings about that one before we do go to break and prepare for it.
You know what's funny is in the qualifiers, neither one of these teams had a full team of 4 players.
That is crazy.
They didn't play with a full team of 4 players. Tactical Nerds actually was second place in the qualifiers, but they've been really strong today all throughout. And IV, to their credit, have been really strong. They didn't have as impressive of a record in the qualifiers, but both of these teams have that chip on their shoulder. They've yet to win one of these tournaments, and Ignite has been this kind of Goliath that has made their way throughout this entire tournament, the qualifiers, the previous tournaments. They are an extremely strong team. Yeah. And so you're looking at the battle between who can represent the players, who can represent the David of the group, and can they even topple Ignite? Can they find that victory that they're looking for?
I love how accurate our analysis at the end of the day has been. Amongst the VRML crew, we've come together, and we've essentially called what is these last couple of games. We saw Tactical Nerds and IVNA making their way for a possible contention for 3rd place. The loser here technically takes 3rd place, right? Yeah. The winner moves on to go up against Ignite again. So we could see a rematch. We could see IVI going up against Ignite, Tactical Nerds going up. Who knows what we're going to get at the end of the day?
And I feel like no matter what combo of those matches happen, the winners are
the viewers, basically, because you're guaranteed something special and something memorable here. Those teams are way too good not to provide a show like they have been. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, a big shout out to everybody tuning in. I think maybe our largest crowd on the VRML network for any broadcast we've had yet. So we really appreciate everybody that's stopping by. Hit the subscribe button if you can. We really want to see you back for more. And quite frankly, we don't want you to forget that there's more games coming up here. We still have the losers bracket finals and then our best of 7 grand finals coming up. There is a lot of really good Orion Drift ahead of us here, and I cannot wait to get into it, but I'm going to have to. 20 more minutes, and we'll be back with our losers bracket finals for then our grand finals. So don't go anywhere. More OD VRML CON.
So we've got Baz here, captain of Ignite in Orion Drift VRML. Baz, how are you enjoying VRML CON so far?
Oh man, it's been amazing. Love the state of Arizona, so I love being around the nice weather, Good to get out and, play the game that I love, so.
All right, so are you looking forward to anything in particular, or were you looking forward to anything in particular, like meeting your friends, or just playing, or what, the environment, the weather? What are you loving the most?
Me and my team, we've never seen each other before, so good to see each other finally, Combine, both G-Tag and Echo players, Gives us Echo players another time to go see one another, so.
Oh, nice. So, of course, tomorrow, well, at some point this weekend, you're going to be playing Orion Drift on stage against some other teams. So I'm curious, are there any other teams that Ignite is worried about, that you guys are worried about going up against tomorrow?
Our biggest competition, probably IVI. They've came second in multiple tournaments or gotten pretty far. So, probably going to see them again at some point. So, looking forward to that.
Now, yesterday I was talking to one of the players for one of the teams for, I believe it was Pavlov. They said they had a whole book on their rival team. Did you guys make any sort of document or anything to prepare for this tournament for any of the teams or all the teams, anything like that?
No, just play our game, trust each other, and things will work out for us,
Awesome. So, all right, and before we go, anybody you want to shout out in the crowd that might be watching from home?
Shout out my mom, shout out my boy Yop, and shout out to all my boys on Ignite.
There you go. This was Baz, captain of Ignite for Orion Drift VRML here at VRML CON 2025 in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll see you there.
Welcome back, everybody, to VRML CON 2025. Let's hear it here in Phoenix. I love that we are here, and we've been here all day. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-casters Palador and Sir Dimwee. It's the dream team from back in the days, boys. We're all back together here on the desk. I'm super excited to get into our second to last matchup in our first best of 7. But before we do, I have something to announce, something that's got my heart racing, because I'm excited about it. But we are officially, as of today, announcing that Season 1 for Orion Drift begins in September. Registrations are going to be open starting next week. So that's possibly tomorrow, sometime next week. But Season 1 is happening for Orion Drift. Get ready for this. There is going to be so much that we're going to bring to the VRML network with Orion Drift. I know that us are going to be back on the desk online for a lot of good quality action, and I cannot wait to get into it. But we're going to have to. Again, not till September 1st. It's a little bit a ways from now, but it's something to be so excited about, Pally.
Oh yeah, I'm thrilled. This means more of the action like we saw here today from these amazing teams. 1 month it's going to be worth the wait. Can't wait to do it. Can't wait to see Dimwee in the booth some more, hopefully. Nudge, nudge. Night as well. But my goodness, a big announcement here at VRML CON. And really happy that we get to put this together. And again, shout out, of course, to another Axiom for putting all this together. I know, and Dimwee, I'm sure you can, verify. There's a lot of expectation for this to be a great, continue to be a great esport, and the flagship, for that matter, I think, in VR.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of anticipation for this game. I mean, it is. I've been calling it the future of gaming. Really, because it is.
Yeah.
And it's coming from a company that knows what they're doing. They have an eye for VR in a way that you don't find in a lot of places. And I think the proof is in the pudding when you've got the #1 VR game in the world in Gorilla Tag. They know what they're doing, and they're taking that success, distilling down what works, and putting it here.
Yeah, and I'm just so excited that we have Season 1 coming up now. I saw some people high-fiving into the stands. They're excited about this season to begin. But let's shake our heads from that and start to focus on what is going to be a very interesting BO7. Tactical Nerds coming in off of a loss to Ignite. IV coming in off of a win from Rapids. We're into that finals losers bracket where the winner here goes up against Ignite for another tough challenge.
Yeah, what a reward that is to go through a best of 7, to go through all that war and those battles, and then be met by Ignite on the other side. What a prize! But what an exciting prize if you are in the audience here on the caster's desk. You know, all these matches, all these remaining matches are going to be a spectacle.
Yeah, they truly are. Dimwee, makes me want to shout, "Oh my circuits!" I'm so excited. About
Oh my circuits!
Ah, there it is. We love it.
He said the thing again.
I know. Yeah, he's the guy.
He said the thing. He did the thing. Yeah. No. I mean, no. What we're gonna see in this next matchup, and first off being a best of 7.
Yeah.
This is you win, you go to grand finals, you're out. So what do they say? The person in second place? Okay, well, the person in third place in this case is going to be the one that feels. Because getting to that finals matchup, getting the big show, getting the big audience, getting the big eyes, that's a reward in and of itself. And so this is going to be a hard-fought game. Both of these teams have performed exceptionally well today.
And you don't want to make it to the precipice of that grand finals.
Yeah.
After all, we started at 10 this morning, 10:30,
seriously.
and to go through all of that, to be right here on the cusp of it, and then to be that last team to be eliminated from that bottom bracket and not get to see those grand finals. You don't want to do that. You made it this far. You want to go all the way.
And then let's talk about what's at stake. $5,000 in cash on the line. HyperX hardware on the line. If you get second, you come out with something. So technically, a winner here is getting something at the end of con. Cloud Mix earbuds coming in from HyperX. So you are getting a prize, which is, that's what's sort of on the line here. But then obviously, again, that $5K in cash during the grand finals. It's something that's got to be at the back of their mind, if maybe not the front of it, Palador.
Oh yeah, and incredible bragging rights for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's such a the scope of this game and the player base is already so large in these early access stages. But at the same time, when it comes to that competitive level, you have so many players. They're scrimming each other, they're seeing each other every day or all throughout the week. They know each other. There's some pride on the line. You always want to show out for your peers at these cons and on the seasonal ladder and so on. You want to build that reputation a little bit. You want to be known.
Well, I mean, who knows where we go from here, right? The sky is, quite frankly, the limit, Dimwee. So you can be establishing yourself as a brand in Orion Drift in a very unique opportunity that you have here because Season 1's starting. It's been announced, so there's going to be more Orion Drift showcased, and it's a starting point for a franchise, maybe.
You know what they call that? They call that first mover advantage. You get in early. You have an advantage just by being there early. I mean, it's that simple. And you might be thinking, oh, well, people have been playing for a while. It's been a few months, maybe a couple of years, or whatever. There's a lot of early access. I only just got in. I didn't get into the game that got me here until like 2 years into that game's life. I didn't get competitive until like 2 years into that game's life. So if you're just starting out, if you have dreams, no,
He's too passionate on the
too
table.
late already. No,
He's going to knock our monitors
you
over.
You can literally start next year. You can start in 2 years and still find your way up whatever ladder inside of Orion Drift. And you say the sky's the limit? No, we're going to space, my friend. We're going to space.
Okay.
I see it, don't we? I see it.
Yeah.
All
the way up.
All the way up. But to that point, with the Season 1 starting night, that's been the big thing about VRML. Of course, if you're in attendance here, you already know. But for those watching at home, maybe poking their heads in the stream, kind of wondering what VRML is all about, you can be at any level of play. You can be casual, you can be competitive, you can be somewhere in between. You can have a family, you can have school, whatever the case is. You get what you put into VRML. So if you're more casual, you don't want to practice much, that's fine. Find other teammates who are kind of the same. And because of the ladder system, the rank system, you're going to get paired with against other teams who are the same kind of style, same vibe, same dedication level. And, it's a ladder. So you'll rise as much as you want to in that.
And can I also say that, Orion Drift, especially Driftball here, this is a game that's being made for competitive play. So all of these systems you're used to engaging with, they're going to get integrated into the game in various ways, in various capacities. So the way you've been experiencing VRML, you're going to experience it a little bit better in Orion Drift.
Oh, and one more thing, too. I have something else to announce for those to encourage you to sign up for the season. Again, no matter what kind of team you are, how dedicated, I will cast you.
Oh, boy.
It might take some time, but I will cast you.
Oh, that is a promise he will keep. I've been there for it.
Yeah.
That is a lot of broadcasting, and Palador has been around in the VRML space for a long time, in the broadcasting space for a long time. So I'm just happy to have everyone here on the desk. This is the prime time desk this afternoon, as we do buy some prime time for these these players to get ready and get into the game. We should be getting in to round one shortly here. We do appreciate your patience, and if you are at home, please do hit that subscribe button. We do appreciate you a lot, as it does help grow the VRML network as a whole.
You know, since we do have a moment, speaking of appreciation, there are some folks here. David, stand up. David, you, stand up. Round of applause for this gentleman right here.
There he is.
The center of the chaos, the center of the success of VRML CON, standing in front of you. Also, you can't see him in the back there. Tyler, up top, running the booth in the control room. There's a professional control room here. This has been a phenomenal production. And not just them, so many folks volunteering, working this event, and bringing you what you're seeing now, and bringing you the awesomeness that is VRML CON 2025.
That's what makes it special, right, Knight, is the fact that it is so passion-driven. You don't get stuff like this without the passion behind it. You know, we're built. We come from these games that we're building up in VRML. We're the players turned into the casters, turned into moderators. Some do both. Yeah, Swag does both, for instance. But you know, we're homegrown. You know, we come from here, and to put together productions like this on a heavily volunteer basis, essentially, is one of the biggest, I think, things that I'm personally proud of. You know, for just as like a lifetime kind of thing. I mean, this stuff does not happen normally, but it's such a good group of people to do it with.
I truly sit here with the thought in mind that this is the best VR esports broadcast stage that's ever been produced. It truly feels like that today, with how good our production quality has been, with all the awesome angles and experiences you're getting at home. You're able to see everyone on stage getting so physical in this game, because it is so incredibly physical. It's so fun to watch the scrambling. The wall carving is such an interesting and unique thing to watch in person. It's only in Orion Drift that you get this level of interaction, and it's because, like we've talked about, it comes from passion from developers all the way down. The community has helped so much in shaping this game because the developers have enabled them to be a part of that experience. I remember being in Las Vegas with Palador and you so long ago at the inception of the concept of this game and this idea, and we're seeing it sort of. This is the start, really, which is kind of crazy to say because you're on a huge stage and it's such a fantastic show, but this is just the start of the vision for this game and what they want to do with it. So I can't wait for more from another Axiom and more for Orion Drift itself, because from all I know, there is a lot more to come. We are just about to get into the series, speaking of, so let's remind people what we're here to tune into. It's IV versus Tactical Nerds in our losers bracket grand finals. Let's hear it here in Phoenix for round number one.
All right, so we are in a best of 7, and this is for, well, almost all the marbles. We want to stay alive, make it to the grand finals, make it to Ignite. So you got to make it through one of these teams, opposite team first here. First joust, and right off the bat, Nadash a slap into mid zone.
Yeah, that one's going to be out to mid. They're chasing it down in the trench there. Far side, JDG fighting against Plunge, one of our stars here at this event. I met Plunge's dad before this, a very friendly individual. As Far side, Plunge, speak of the devil, gets that one in. First goal of the lower bracket finals. Tactical Nerds are on the board.
I don't know what's going to happen here today. Tactical Nerds had a good performance against Ignite, but Ignite still beat them. They're coming off of a loss. They're cold. IV coming off of a win are warm. So maybe off of this offensive rollout, we'll see a shot on goal. It goes just a touch wide. The follow-up from Starkey doesn't go in, and Jan who takes control. Thankfully, somebody's home on the backside. JDG, they're here, and they scoop up that ball to keep the pressure forward for IVI.
Now Nadash trying to maneuver around Plunge. Will do so with some success, trying to find the bottoms of that goal, but just sets right into his hands and a takeover. JDG was in the right place, right time, and nice one to score it up here, tied at 1.
And JDG getting that one in off an assist from as Tactical Nerds are going to be moving this one up. That's Wizard Gecko moving up, takes the, that's a pass in for Plunge, but goes a little bit wide. And Mossy getting that one slapped out back to mid. But then, again, nobody there. Kotetsa is going to track that one down, but Starkey in the area. Starkey can't get a hand on it. Kotetsa maintaining possession for Tactical Nerds, so it's going to be a scrum for it. This one's still loose. Wizard will slap that one away.
It's only round number 1 of a best of 7, and we're tied 1-1. 3 minutes left on the clock. Ball gets cleared down into IVI zone, and a nice swat away there to keep it out of their back corner. Plunge is going to quickly scoop it up, tries to pass it back down to Janet, who's doing a bit of carving. A beautiful 360 turn, or 180 turn they do to push forward, but they can't get the shot. The follow-up from Plunge on the back line, and that one goes up, cuts wide. The slap shot, the push from Plunge, another shot in. The defense is here from IVI as they fend off the barrage.
Man, the plunges into goal did not provide them the results they wanted, but man, it's a persistent effort from Plunge, going high, going low, utilizing the bounces. We've seen it, and we can see that pass there forming to JDG, but a little bit behind that wingspan as it will sail right back to Starkey. Starkey on the approach, and it's good.
There you go. Yeah, IVI going to take a 1-point lead here, 2-1, 2.5 minutes to go in this matchup. As Wizard going to handle this one there. Wizard going to handle this one. Pressuring Wizard. Wizard sending that one up off the wall. Gets by JDG. Defense looking at no. Plunge gets a hand on it first, but there's Mozzie. Starkey getting a pull, and Starkey now taking that one to the far side corner. Plunge gets a steal. Plunge looks for a setup. Is anybody there? Look, it's Wizard Gecko. Sends it off the wall. Plunge will get another one, and that's 2 for Tactical Wizards and 2 from Plunge.
And 2 minutes left on the clock. You gotta love that 2-2-2. It's true.
They may feel like Wizards, Dimmy, but they are nerds instead. I know we don't like to say it, but Tactical Nerds here finding a shot there. JDG trying to get the follow-up as the swat away from the Tactical Nerds team keeps the pressure onto IVI. Is anyone back to defend this off? Holy moly, that gets close to a full court shot on goal as Plunge tries to juke out 3 on the back line and a scoop up here from JDG. They'll pass it up to the midpoint where Nadash finds Purchase, trying to get past Wizard as Wizard swats it away. There's the Wizard of Tactical Nerds as they bat out that ball to the corner.
There's JDG to handle that one. Janu pressuring, and it's going to be Wizard Gecko picking that one up. Wizard moving on in, sends a shot, gets the rebound, gets the points. Tactical Nerds going to take the lead 3-2.
Wow, the yo-yo play coming right back off the wall. You mentioned it earlier on in the day night. That was the day night. You know, you got to watch out. The second shot is often the more dangerous one.
Yeah, less than a minute, Nightfire.
Yeah, it is ticking down. Tactical Nerds only have 1 point on the board to keep their lead locked in here, but Nadash and IVI are keeping the pressure on. The pass there that goes wide. On the back line, Starkey's able to scoop it up, and they're trying to get control. Battling back against the pressure from Tactical Nerds. Can't quite get out of the midfield, and the ball passed up to the top line. Bounces off the top of the zone, and Nadash scoops it up. Pushes it over to the midfield. A nice swat from Mozzie. JDG is here to scoop up the pass. Going for a shot on goal. The 1v1, and it goes no. Janu saves it.
What a save by Janu. There's JDG to get the follow through. Ivy is going to tie this one up with only 15 seconds on the clock. I think we're going to see an overtime in this first round.
Yeah, what a way to open up these finals in the lower brackets. So here we go. These teams causing a racket. It's good. Is it? No. A little too wide. And right in the stride, it's Nadash and Mozzie up top of it by the bridge. Could not recover the ball in time. Swooping by. It's Plunge. Now Plunge getting some speed, trying to go under those defenders, but instead going over to JDG and Starkey. Back on the approach. Next goal is going to be the winner here in this first round.
And Na handles that one, but it's going to be immediately broken up excuse me, by Tactical Nerds as Plunge there on the near side. Plunge, JDG. Those are your 2 top scorers right now. Plunge with 2, JDG with 2, as Nog is not able to handle that one. It's loose on the far side. Starkey is getting there. Janu in the area. Starkey teleporting around a little bit, but it's going to be Plunge coming out to stop that. Excuse me, it's a pass back. Maybe instead of JDG on the back line loses tracking. It's going to be Kotetsa. Big pickup, big turnaround, big opportunity for Tactical Nerds.
Yeah, I think the jitters you're seeing are strictly our side on the casters. That shot goes wide there. A Wizard Gecko follow-up. How does that not go in? Plunge pushes it away, and that was a near self-goal as it floats over past JDG. Oh, no! Tactical Nerds! They take round 1 off of a huge, I mean, oh my goodness, here we go. Round 1.
Man, some tactical nerves at play at the moment. Absolutely wild ending to that round. I'm a little bit speechless.
Speechless indeed. I'm so much excitement. I didn't catch you got it. Because, excuse me, in that first round, Plunge gets 2, JDG gets 2. Those two are offensive powerhouses right now, and they are just, this has been what an aggressive game from these two teams so far.
Yeah, an absolutely stellar battle back and forth to open us up in our best of 7. Round 1 comes down to a overtime as we did get into that little bit of extra time there. Yeah. Winner of that last goal wins the round. Score of the last goal wins the round. And I mean, again, that almost self goal, that would have been a tough one. Instead, it ends with a round win for Tactical Nerds at 4-3, and we get ready for round number 2 of the Action Palador. It does not stop. We keep on going as these teams are getting ready. Maybe it does stop. Maybe it does pause. No, it does keep going as we do get ready to get back into the action. We appreciate everyone here hanging out, enjoying the Losers Bracket Finals. Let's hear it for Phoenix, Arizona. These two teams right now, Tactical Nerds and IVI.
Yeah, phenomenal performance from both of these teams so far. Really excited, excuse me, for this second round as we await the clock to start counting down. There the ball is set to center. And we're going to get started. Just a quick shout out to these teams. Tactical Nerds is Wizard, Gecko, Plunge, Kotetsa, Janu, Ivy is JDG is here, Mozzie, and Yuki as we get started in round 2, Palador.
There it is, right into the opener. Wizard Gecko scoops it up off the initial shot. Mozzie's there on the back line and fends off the push in. Tactical Nerds trying to open things up with a very early point and cannot. Here comes Yuki on the back line, a sub in between. That's why we saw them down to 4-3. You're wondering, why are we starting a round when not everyone's in? It's because they're trying to pull a substitute off between rounds so that they can come in better here. It's big strats like that, Dimmy, that may pay off in the long run.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you get tired, you got to pull someone out, or maybe you need to make a strategic change there. Somebody who's better on defense, somebody who's better on offense. It's Nah moving on in. Has Yuki up high. Nah, under pressure, heavy pressure. 2 against 1, and it will turn around here. Tactical Nerds trying to make something happen in the sewers. Oh, Plunge gets by. Plunge gets the open goal. Tactical Nerds take the early lead.
A tough turn of events there to get the open one after fighting so hard in that last round, and here to give up the open one to begin. What you'd like to see if you're IVI, but nonetheless, Tactical Nerds. Again, showing that they deserve to be here. They were the underdogs going into our prior Cups online, but they have established themselves as one of the top dogs as Yuki now, sends it over to Mozzie. Mozzie unable to wrangle it, and now Yuki slapping it off the wall as well. Back to Plunge on a sailor of a ball down the deep, or pink field in the back line now.
Yeah, really nice clear that ends up with Janu trying to apply the pressure. JDG scooping it up and trying to work through the midfield, but we just kind of vie for ball control here as Mozzie ends up getting a nice bit of push forward, tries to tackle Plunge and keep the momentum going, but can't. Kotetsu on the sideline doesn't quite scoop it up. Janu working forward now for the attack, but tackle away with a beautiful push in, and JDG is here, scoops it up. A nice pass down. Nadas with a huge pickup from a long-range pass across to the center, and JDG scores. We're tied up 1-1.
There you go. Tie game here 3 minutes ago. IVI with a goal there from JDG. That's his 3rd of this matchup. As in both JDG and Plunge each having 3. Excuse me, speaking of Plunge, sending up and up, although gets tackled, JDG will get that one picked up. Mozzie there taps it right back, good reset pass, although into some pressures. Sends it across. JDG took the shot, but that was Plunge. Who else getting the stop on that attempt?
Really
offense, defense, doesn't matter. It's in his pocket right now. Maybe the shot about to be. There's Janu with a send-off into the midline as Nadash and Mozzie both try to chase it down, communicating who's rotating where. Mozzie goes to the goal along with Yuki, but as actually Plunge who picks it up, gets there and beats everyone to the punch, as it will be now some jostling in position there, flaunting the plumage, saying, oh, come at me, bro. But right now the ball rolling back to JDG's arms and now trying to find a little bit of space and a little bit of slowdown after the ankles got broken down.
Yeah, they're struggling to get ball control, though, after a little bit of a misbounce there. Yuki scoops it up, keeps the pressure on, trying to work up through the center. Nadas with a nice wall carve, dodges one, the 1v1, the shot on goal, and Janu can't save it. Scrambling to pick it up. The guesswork there, Dimmy, on goalie can sometimes be the toughest.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all you can do is predict. You know, most of the time you can read a little bit, you can read as best you can, but you're going to be doing a lot of just prediction. Oh no, no, big pickup, no, big send. Kotetsa gets in the way as Mozzie can't get a hand on it. Tactical Nerds trying to get out of their zone, not able to. JDG on the far side. JDG to Yuki. Yuki moving on up, back to JDG. Two-man rush, 2v3, but it's going to be Plunge picking it up. Plunge moving on out. Yuki gets it broken up, but that ball is, well, there it is. JDG with the pickup. JDG, effective 1v1. JDG puts ID up by 2.
We'll call them JD3 at the moment because they are up by a 3-1 and only, 1 minute and some seconds remaining here. So IVI, a strong showing. JDG in particular there, doing some damage now as Wizard Gecko tries to collect that ball. But there's JDG, speaking of, able to send it down to Mozzie, already great in position. Nadash as well. They got some options, although the ball does get dislodged for now. A few different players here for Tactical Nerds meeting up top before dispersing on the floor from the bottom. Trying to open up those passing lanes. Couldn't quite do it, though, as they're interrupted. And back to JDG and co on this drive. Defense collapsing. Nice pass, but maybe slightly mistimed. But the idea was there as Plunge now secures it, or at least for a moment. But now Mozzie interception. Mozzie the dive into the goal, and no hope on that shot as there's two goalies there just to wall it off.
The double stack hard to break through, and a nice bit of organization from that defense to stop it. Nadash and IVI just need to buy time, and they're going to do just that. With 20 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be impossible for Tactical Nerds to score 2 goals in time. So IVI are going to take this round here. It's just a matter of by how many points. With 5 seconds left on the clock, these teams often like to get a little bit of swag going, a little bit of extra momentum. Maybe Tactical Nerds will try to keep it afloat. Maybe IVI will just try to put another point on the board for punishment. Instead, the ball falls down from a missed pass, and IVI do secure a round, and we are guaranteed at least 5 rounds now this afternoon.
There you go. And then and just to your point, you got to do it too. Regardless if the win is secured, you want to still keep the good flow, the good momentum. You know, execute good passing plays. It does carry over. So regardless, win or lose, play till that buzzer is done because it matters. It adds up. You know, gain the confidence of a well-executed play at the end of a round. It carries over to the next.
Oh yeah, no momentum. This is a game of momentum like any other. Like we've seen this time and time and time again. You get 1, 2, you get that first goal, you get a little confidence. You get that second goal, you get a lot of confidence, and suddenly your passes are cleaner, your shots are crisper, your communication is more direct and more communicative.
Yeah.
As I run out of words to use, but yeah, no. As
the talking is more talky, didn't we?
Yes, talking is more. Anyway,
it has more passion behind it, is what you were looking for. As we do get ready to dive in to round number 3, we kick it off with a good scoop up from Kotetsu. Wizard Gecko just missing the ball there, and JDG trying to get control up through the midfield. The ball bounces around in the corner here as Plunge misses their opportunity, and Mozzie will scoop it up, bat it away, and JDG will try and follow up the pressure to keep things moving for IVI. A round win, and now, like we've talked about, a first point here in round 3 would be a great way to ride that momentum train. As JDG crosses the Yuki, Yuki slaps down and misses just a touch wide.
Sound like you're about to say JDG crosses the Yucatan as Nah gets a nice ceiling card, pushing it over to it sends that one up into the Tactical Nerds zone, and it will be Tactical Nerds picking that one up. That's Jenny there moving on in, has a couple options. Nah pressuring, Kotetsa not able to get a hand. That's Plunge instead. Plunge looking for a high angle shot. Ooh. Big stock there. That was Yuki. Wow. And then another one as that one will be sent out.
An absolutely crazy couple of defensive saves there, Palador, that now ends in IVI applying an offensive pressure point.
Yeah, that went everywhere except the goal. It was right in there, but just creeping on out. These teams now contesting each other for this first point still after a minute expires off of this clock. Looking for that first goal, that first blood. Yuki there finding the handles, momentarily at least, but gets unraveled by a Wizard there. Back to the midfield, JDG being met with a tackle and taken back, sent into the midline where there's a lot of players awaiting for attack, or for IVI rather.
Still scoreless here, 3.5 minutes yet to go. Scoreless in this third round, which is wild considering how many goals we've been seeing in this matchup. What's that, 1.5 minutes in, over 1.5 minutes in. It's going to be a big pickup there for Kotetsa, sends it, was looking for a teammate there, that was Plunge on the floor. And Plunge trying to get that one back to a backliner. Instead, they're struggling with it here in the near side. That is JDG tracking it down. JDG gets it by the defense. Wizard Gecko wants to send that one away, unable to. Plunge will come in for the rescue and sends that one back far side.
Janu here trying to get control as Mozzie bats it away into JDG's hands. Mozzie keeps the pressure on, and Nadash tries to take the shot low, but Kotetsu is here on the back line, floating the ball up to the top, trying to pass it over to a cross from Wizard, but it's instead interrupted by the IVI defense. Now Nadash with a beautiful 180 wall carve, a toss to Mozzie, the shot wide there, and the follow-up from Nadash. It's IVI locking in our first point in round 3.
And the enthusiasm there going on in the comms. Wild is the comms there off the score. Knowing how important this score is, because that was a long stalemate already. Took half of that entire round. It's a big steal. Might make this one go down on the approach. Oh, first to the goal. Janu now covering it. As again, the shouting from the comms, the intensity is really ramping up. You can hear it in the voices and the tone.
Oh yeah, Wizard Gecko trying to get that one out. Can't quite do it. JDG gets it over to Yuki. Yuki has not. Cutting in. Yuki sends the shot. Gets the goal. Ivy has a 2-point lead.
I mean, I can't remember exactly how long it's been since Tactical Nerds have put one on the board, because Ivy won that last round and are running away now with round number 3. A 2-0 lead isn't crazy with a minute 30 left, but a 3-0 lead starts to be as IVI intercept the offensive rollout. This team's starting to flow, starting to feel good, and we can hear the energy, momentum. It is definitely in full effect. Another big intercept as they get excited for this pick.
Yeah, big opportunity there from Na. You can hear them yelling in the background as Janu, though, 4 Tactical Nerds across the Wizard. Wizard looking for options, sends it up, hits a teammate, will get intercepted there in that corner as it will get moved out now by Ivy. No, sorry, turn back around. Kotetsu had a hand on it. Some jostling here in the neutral zone. JDG tries to wrest control of it. JDG under pressure by Wizard. Wizard getting that one sent back to their defensive zone. No, Yuki with a big pickup. Yuki sends it across. Oh my goodness, that almost gets by the goalie. We got less than a minute.
Tactical Nerds need to get some momentum going here. They need an offensive pressure outside of what has been. Instead, just constant battling from these shots on goal. IVI just keeping the momentum going, keeping the ball inside Tactical Nerds zone. They can't get it past the midpoint on their offensive rollouts, and it's hurting right now. They need to get a quick push out, and instead you're seeing really good reads from IVI until this happens. A nice push through from Plunge, but the shot goes wide. No one there to follow it up off the backboard, and now we float into the corner where time ticks down. 15 seconds left on the clock. IVI up 4-0. There's only 1 point. You can only score 1 point at a time, so it is impossible for Tactical Nerds to take a 2-point lead in this series. And instead, IVI are going to lock it in here as time ticks down, and they will lock in round number 3 and go up to a 2-1 lead in the series.
Yeah, a little bit of disarray there from Tech at that point. You saw that palpable momentum shift coming in from IVI. You heard it in the players' comms. You kind of heard the air in the room almost get sucked out, it seemed like. It was just that change of momentum there. Seeing one goal go in and then a quick steal followed by another goal, and then it just kind of breaks down, the spirit breaks, the defense breaks down a little bit, and it happens. That's the ebbs and flows of these types of matches, but it's all a matter of now resetting, preparing yourself for the next round, and just not letting that cascade continue the way it had for Tactical Nerds.
Now you know what I'm hearing breaking down over that last round. The vocal cords on IVI there was really, really getting loud as they were getting those goals, and that's kind of one of the beautiful things about doing these things live is being able to get that much more. It's because when you're in your bedroom by yourself, screaming, like it's fun. But like when you're in a crowd with a crowd of people all yelling, oh man.
You know what? We call those LAN comms back in clips and stuff with Echo Arena, and that's the thing. You need to have that kind of spirit. You need to get out of your comfort zone a little bit and be willing to engage sometimes in those loud comms, because honestly, they can really build the team's spirit and momentum up. We've seen it so much.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of it here this weekend. A lot of passion from every single team that showed up. And that's just what I've loved more than anything, is just how much it matters to these squads to lock in these wins. Because if anything, maybe the bragging rights mean more than anything. As IVI trying to keep on the cycle of piling points on the Tactical Nerds. They've got themselves a 2-1 series lead, and Tactical Nerds, I think, have still yet to get a point on the board in a couple of rounds now. So they're feeling the pressure. But if they do get on the board here, Plunge can work something together here with a nice 1v1 against JDG. An opportunity, but no, it's denied.
There it is.
In the follow-up, Tactical Nerds in the 1-0 lead. Huge on the momentum shift.
You know, you were just talking about how long it's been since they got their last goal. It was Plunge in the second round who got their last goal. The only goal they got in that second round. Plunge coming through again for Tactical Nerds, putting them up 1-0. We got less than we still have just under 4 minutes to go in this round as Wizard Gecko there for Tactical Nerds gets that one by JDG. Wizard nearby pass is going to get intercepted there. Was that Yuki? It was. Yuki moving into the offensive zone under pressure. And that was, someone there on Tactical Nerds getting that one broken up. And Tactical Nerds, January, that was January, getting that one turned around here. Moving now on to offense.
Yeah, nice swat away. Mozzie, oh my goodness. I think maybe let that one go. Maybe not. I said, hey, let me have it on the back line. And if they did, it's a nice little play. If they didn't, it's a good thing that Nadash was there on the back line. JDG is here on the front line as they scoop up this ball across past to Mozzie and a beautiful slap in. We're tied up 1-1. IVI trying to get right back into this.
All right, a score per minute so far. IVI now evening up. Of course, they do have that one-round advantage in this lengthy best of 7. The ball being lost there as Yuki sends it highways and recovers the roll. Will be JDG with Plunge not far behind in tow as Katetsa comes out of the goal, being tackled by Nadash, but still manages a long fling. A very long one there that gets to Yuki, though, on the other end with some time to spare. Rough bounce, ricocheting back towards the underbridge as now JDG sends it high. And ball again, kind of exchanging possessions here. These teams looking to calm it down.
Gaia also saying hello right now as it's going to be Tactical Nerds with possession. Under pressure there on the near side wall. Thank you, Gaia. As Gecko gets that one lost. Mozzie moving on up. Mozzie looking for it. Nah, not able to get a hand on it. That's going to be Plunge in the goal, turning that one around here for Tactical Nerds. 1-1, just over 2 minutes ago. JDG with the hand on it. Will be Wizard with it. Wizard into the sewer zone. JDG stuffs that one back to the offensive zone. No. Another turnaround there as Tactical Nerds breaking some ankles. Kotetsa, earned it, didn't get it, and that's going to be a turnaround for Ivy.
How does that not go in? It almost goes in here on the full court shot. Is anyone to follow it up? No, yes, there is Mozzie. They finally did. IVI with a minute 50. Take a 2-1 lead. They're in a good position right now, but let's see how the offensive rollout goes. It's pretty quick for Plunge. They don't even use the full time. They're trying to get actually ahead of this defense before they get back, and they almost do. Instead, it's batted away, and now Nadash doing exactly the same thing, trying to push the 1v1. Instead, Plunge on the back line, fending them off, and Kotetsu dives from the goal to now all of a sudden be on the front line trying to push the ball forward.
All right, minute 23 left, and a 1-point advantage going towards Ivy's way. As in the midway, the ball exchanging possessions a few times. JDG rumbling into the goal. Pass there picked off, though, by Wizard Gecko. Wizard having to deal with JDG. Mozzie off to that sideline. Katetsa with the ball now. Slapping it over. Nice read there. Janu, the defense there in the way. And JDG as well as Nadash both secure it, but unfortunately for them, on the clear, it's Wizard with a take-back Plunge. Having it taken over by Mozzie. Mozzie, no and no on the goal attempts, but a third try perhaps. It stays here.
And JDG is here, keeps possession there. We'll get a reset pass back to Nah. And Nah now looking over the options. Nah, maybe thinking about shooting it, pulling that defense out. Gets pass across to Mozzie. Big interception there by Wizard, but Mozzie's able to slap that one up. And it's a good interception by Wizard as Janu is there to get that one turned around for Tactical Nerds as they move now through the neutral zone. Kotetsa under pressure there by Yuki. Yuki getting in the way. Yuki turning that one around. Yuki across. Will they get an opportunity here? No, there's Janu. Big defensive stop for Tactical Nerds.
We are here in the losers bracket finals with 10 seconds left. IVI want to take this to a 3-1. They want to take it to a series point. They do not want to have their backs against the wall, and neither do Tactical Nerds. Trying to get one more through, but can't as the clock ticks down, and IVI lock in round number 4 for a 3-1 lead in this best of 7.
Well, this is the point in time now where I also wonder if endurance is playing a factor. If just again having the ability to carry that mental fortitude, the concentration round to round, hour to hour in these long form tournaments. Because even in some of these plays, just a few little errors that maybe they weren't making earlier in the day, even just carrying it there for that last goal attempt to maybe tie it up. the ball got broken up, hit the ground, clock was expired, but it was kind of an unforced one too. So it's those little things that you want to see tightened up, but it's, again, maybe a factor just from the exhaustion of playing all these hours today for TAC and for both teams for that matter. It really comes down to those little margins.
I'm just casting here. My hands are sweating. These guys are holding controllers, flailing around for hours on end all day long. They have got to be feeling it at this point. And, you know, it's why after this series, we're going to need to take a break. It's such a unique experience. You don't need to take breaks in other esports games. You don't need to let your players physically rest in between rounds in other esports games. Well, guess what? In VR esports, you do. It makes it an entirely unique experience that you only get at this point by playing in VRML at the VRML convention. There's a lot of other great groups and communities, especially around Orion Drift. I'd love to shout out the Duckman LAN, which happens in April over on the EU side.
Yeah.
A great group of folks over there. So if you are in the EU and you do want an opportunity to go to a LAN, I recommend checking that out. And then obviously a ton of other great communities. T-Lud is here, the community manager of Orion Drift competitive community, and we really appreciate her. We appreciate her support. T-Lud, stand up. Where are you? There she is. Everyone give her a round of applause. We appreciate T-Lud.
You know what? A lot of unspoken MVPs for productions like these, right?
Yeah.
We're the ones in front of the cameras, but there are so many people here behind the scenes who really work so hard to make it all work for VRML and for the community, for that matter, at large. So it's again really a big group effort, and so always nice to be able to show love to those people between, you know, the action and the pageantry of the stream.
Yeah, and a quick explanation as to why we're kind of waiting around right now. It's because this is a best of 7, and so in-game it's designed for best of 5s. I don't even know if we have the arenas set for best of 7s for today. We can set them, of course, so maybe we do. I could be wrong. Either way, it's a nice break for both of these teams. Maybe there's a sub coming in up on top, because we did see some headsets getting swapped around. Maybe it's a BOBO VR battery swapped in, because they do need to keep their headsets going, and the BOBO VR helps do that.
Oh, dude, BOBO has been the MVP of the event.
Seriously.
Like, actually the MVP of this event. The way we can, they're right there. It's great product placement, actually. It's kind of been the forefront of that shot. The way you can hot swap those batteries, like all they got to do is hand up, who is it? Chandler runs up, battery, pop it back on, you're right back into the action. You don't even have to, there's no headset reset, there's no unplugging, you just boop, boop, and it's right in there. Yep. Another thing I did want to point out, though, something that they got to see at home, I'm sure some folks here noticed it as well, is that coaching. Right at the end of that round, Ivy had I think their captain right up on stage and give some point and say, hey, this, and this, this, and this. That's the kind of stuff you can kind of do it over VoIP and that in the game. But really, when you are here in person and you're seeing things happening, you're seeing it on the screen, you're hearing feedback from around you, and you have that opportunity, run up there, let the players know this is what's happening, this is what I'm seeing, this is what we can do to be better.
Here we go back into our best of 7. IVI and Tactical Nerds battling it out with IVI in a 3-1 lead, and Tactical Nerds trying to get back onto the board, Pally.
Yeah, and will be Katetsa here, Mozzie as well. Ooh, speedily coming through, who was at Plunge. Had all kinds of momentum underway, and now undertow, JDG trying to meet Plunge before it gets to the danger zone, and they do manage to deny it right there as a few players converge on the ball, and now back into the middle as Katetsa will take it away on another offensive drive. Nice pass. Oh, no finish. Tight angle on that one to complete it.
Yeah, very tight angle, but a lot of the shots we've been seeing today excuse me, are from those exceptionally tight angles. You get kind of like, you reach out way away from big shot there, just wide. Big opportunity, no, it's going to be slapped away there. I believe that was Yuki getting out of the way. But yeah, you reach way out from your body, slap that kind of down in, you get this very steep angle, but then it'll bounce in, it'll get by those goalies. Those are hard to stop.
Yeah, Plunge trying to scoop up control there, getting a little too much momentum, losing it on the back line as they get pressured by this defensive front line. IVI have been great on the defense. It's what's made it so hard for Tactical Nerds to get into a rhythm. As a big intercept here, gets things back in motion, and the shot goes in. They can't scramble back in time. It's a first point for IVI. They keep the momentum moving, Dimly.
Yeah, what a play there, getting that steal at mid, bringing it all the way to the goal, getting the rebound, getting the fall to his Wizard, getting through. Wizard takes a shot, and Tactical Nerds will answer that quickly. 3 left to go, tie game in round 4.
Boy, oh boy, you can feel the energy in the room as well. The crowd popping off with that first successful assault on the goal coming in from Tactical. Now Nadash trying to react in the midfield and respond with maybe a goal of their own. So coming up on the approach, there's a pass over to JDG. JDG just forced to shovel it backwards. Mozzie able to obtain it for a moment, but the swarming defense here from Tactical definitely making it a pretty difficult job.
Indeed, difficult. No, handling this one at mid, pushing up. Big pressure here. They've got 4 at mid. 2 now, 2v3. Mozzie takes a shot, but Plunge is not able to get the stop there, and that one will turn around. It's Tactical Nerds, just under 3 minutes to go here. Tie game. Tactical Nerds want to push this to another round. They don't want Ivy to get a lead, and there it is, Plunge. One of our MVPs is going to get that one in and put Tactical Nerds up by 1.
Really nice maneuvering coming in from Tactical Nerds. They're staying in this series, and this is why we turn this to a best of 7 for the losers bracket, because we felt like there could be some extra life in these teams if you let them go longer. We're seeing that extra life almost get stuffed out by IVI as they want to put more points on the board to lock in the series win here. They just need this round, and they've got themselves an advancement to go up against Ignite. Tactical Nerds want that rematch, and they're on the hunt as they do have the 2-1 lead with 2 minutes left. It's not a lot, Dimwee, to work with.
It's not a lot to work with. As Wizard across, looking for Plunge. That's going to be Yuki getting it, intercepted. Yuki sending that one across. And Mozzie, good pick up there. Mozzie now moving in, has 2 in front, in between Mozzie and the goal. Big setup. JDG looking for one more pass there. High angle shot from Null. It's going to get just wide and sent away from the goal by the Nerds.
All right, now with some speed here, Kotetsa sending it over and in stride to Wizard. Wizard trying to play catch up to that ball as it bounces high above that bridge. JDG with a tackle. Meanwhile, though, Janu will obtain that ball control, sending it back to Plunge's direction. But Mozzie comes out of the fray with the ball and maybe into the play with a goal, but too many defenders in the way. It was basically a 1v4 situation there as they all collapse on Mozzie. There goes the ball after the tackles, and Plunge now from the midline being met by defenders, sending it to the sideline. Kotetsa tackles abound here tonight.
Yeah, this is a heck of a brawl, if you will. It's something we haven't touched on mechanically wise if you are new to Orion Drift. Well, you've been watching a lot of it and haven't said anything, but tackles are something that are key in this game. You can physically tackle your opponent like that to get them out of ball control. Thank you for hearing me on the stage. As Gotetsu works forward here, dodges Mozzie up top with a wall carve and tries to go down for a shot on the goal, but can't get set up. This game is so challenging to maneuver effectively in, and they make it look so easy. These players have so much practice in these movement mechanics that it's so much fun to watch them try and carve and juke and dodge and tackle around.
And with only 37 seconds on the clock, Nah will get it in and tie this one up. 30 seconds left, round 5, tie game. Palador.
Period. Exactly. What a huge play there to maybe win this game. That time is winding down, and oh my goodness, we could be looking at a crazy finish yet again here on stream today, didn't we? 2-2. 12 seconds.
I think you mean oh my circuits, Palador, as we do get into the 8 seconds left of this round. Janu scooping it up. Tactical Nerds want to get that point in before overtime kicks in, but it is going to kick in. First to score wins this round. First to score, if it's IV, win this series. If it's Tactical Nerds, they keep this thing alive in a best of 7. Oh, shot goes in, and it's IVI winning this series and advancing on to challenge Ignite in the grand finals at VRML CON 2025.
Congratulations to IVI. Big victory there in the lower bracket. What an incredible goal there to close that one out. And yeah, shout out though to folks, the guys over in Tactical Nerds, because wow, what a performance we saw from the Tactical Nerds. Big shout out to Plunge, MVP of the event. I'm going to say it, I'm going to call it MVP of the event right there. But congratulations, IVI, moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, and a big shout out to everyone tuning in. I'm seeing a lot of folks saying, I wish I was there. Why didn't I go? Well, that's okay. Maybe next year, as we say.
I've said this every single LAN we've had. Every time. I always hear people say, I've never heard people say, I regret the fact that I went. I always hear people saying, I regret that I didn't after the fact. When they see all the footage, all the moments, absolutely.
Yeah, again, we appreciate everyone tuning in. Hit that subscribe button if you are new here to the VRML Network. this is just the beginning for Orion Drift. We just announced Season 1, which is kicking off September 1st. Registrations open soon, TM. Expect to create your teams and get ready for what is going to be a season long of awesome VRML Network broadcasted action. And then obviously all of that intricate systems we talked about with VRML, where you have the ranking system, the ladder system, the experience of playing competitively. It's tremendous, and we just love to be able to offer it up to developers like another Axiom who really want to support and lean in to anything that's community organized and run. They are so supportive of everything, of almost everything that's done by the community, and I just love to see them here helping us today. We wouldn't have been able to do the event at the quality we're doing it without their support. So a big shout out to them. We tested last night. We put out. I mean, it was fantastic. I'm so happy that everything is working as well as it is today. Knock on some wood, because we still have a heck of a best of 7 coming up here.
Oh yeah, no, this matchup we're going to be seeing IVI versus Ignite. I think that is the matchup everybody has been expecting. Everybody's anticipating it. That is the finals we've all been talking about. Yeah, this is we got some exciting action coming up ahead.
It feels like, didn't we, those old times again? We started out the streams with Ignite on the stream saying, "Oh, look, it's you, it's me. Ignite's on a cast on a Sunday, big cup, just like old times." And then now, just like recent times, we have IVI facing off against said Ignite team. That's been another repetitive trend, and I use that in the best way possible because keep repeating it over and over. The games being the way that they are, I'm happy to see them. But it just seems like they have that rivalry, that dynamic where they keep matching up with each other. It's just destined to be kind of like King and Joker from back in the day.
Let's talk about the bracket, because it's been a long day of action. As you can see here, almost all of these games broadcast live to you, all of them taking place here at VRML CON. It's been a long road, but Ignite have been on top for all of it. Winning against Big Backs, winning against IVNA earlier on today, winning against Tactical Nerds, and now the rematch as IVI-NA have clawed back against Rapid, against Tactical Nerds. Maybe they're more warmed up, Dimly, because Ignite have been cold for a while now. What have they done to prepare? What have they done to analyze? How are they going to handle going up against this IVI-NA squad? That's the questions that we're going to answer in 20 minutes from now. So that's when we're going to dive into our best of 7 for our grand finals. So get your popcorn, get your break in, get your water, go to the bathroom, get ready for more giveaways if you're here in the convention center, because we have some stuff to give away. And be ready for more Orion Drift action here at VRML CON. We'll be right back with more in a couple of minutes.
welcome back, everybody. So before we get started in this grand finals match, we have a bunch of giveaways to do. So we're going to start with the Cloud Revolver headset, 2 of those, and the Cloud earbuds. And we're going to do this trivia style. So I'm going to back up here so I can see hands everywhere. This is Orion Drift Trivia. I had David and Mark from another Axiom help me with these questions. So these are legit. All right, so we're going to look for hands. It's not the fairest way, but it is the fairest way because I'm fair. All right, so hands. First question. What is the name of the unofficial mascot of Orion Drift? Face is correct. You got a Cloud headset, the Cloud Revolver headset right there. Next is going to be for some Cloud earbuds. Let's see. All right. When and or where was Orion Drift announced? No. Denver, which one? Yes, 2023 Denverland. There you go, T-Lud, getting some earbuds. All right. Now we're gonna go Cloud Revolver headset. Look, I said first hand I see. First hand I see. Cloud Revolver headset. What was the first cosmetic, holdable cosmetic in Orion Drift? Over here. Yes, you. No. Here.
The paddle.
The paddle. We are correct right there. Cloud Revolver headset right here. Bring back. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my circuits. All right. All right, so we got one more headset. Okay. All right. What was... All right. So what we have, we got Cloud, the earbuds remaining. What was the second district added to the game? Here. Ooh, no. No, it was not parkour. David. We're going to go to David. Is he here? Did he leave? David. The other David. Anyways, right here. Right here. No. We're looking for the name of the district. We got close. Try again. Club district is correct. There we go. You got the earbuds right there. So close. Sorry, yeah. You had it almost. Not quite. All right. So here's the thing. The next thing we have to give out is a B-Haptics vest. Now here's the thing. We're having trouble people claiming these prizes. So what we need to do, I should have done this before we did the trivia, get your ticket out right now. We are calling tickets until somebody gets this prize. Get your ticket out right now. If I call your ticket and I don't hear from you and we call another ticket, you don't get it, okay? Until somebody raises their hand for this vest, get your tickets out now. You got 5 seconds. 4. These are very long seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right. Let's see how this goes. First ticket, DEVP0. DEVP0. Moving on. 2F6XS. We got it? 2F6SS? 2F6XS. We're going to confirm. I believe we've got our Beef Haptics vest winner right there, ladies and gentlemen. As we confirm that, let's start Grand Finals. That being said, closing out day 2. What do we got tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen? Orion Drift! Phoenix moved the ball through this defense and finally won. Follows it up and puts back corner the lead. One bounce over the plus.
There it is. That's what I was
Drop
talking
it.
about.
A bouncer. Yes, sir.
a big clear, and no Yilmaz gonna have hits the goal! And
There's one left on the swag. Oh, the perfect.
Welcome everybody to VRML CON 2025. It's the Orion Drift Grand Finals. Woo! We are here for IVI versus Ignite. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by an incredible desk of Valador and Sir Dimwee for a pure brawl to the end for $5,000 in cash. And what is HyperX hardware on the line? We just gave away a ton of it, but there's more if you can believe it. And on top of giveaways, there is also free Driftium that we are giving away. If you are in the venue right now, there will be a QR code showing up behind us. Get your phone out, scan the QR code right now. We'll give you some time. Scan the QR code and do whatever it tells you, and you will get free Driftium on your account right now. A big shout out to another Axiom for enabling this to happen. We really do appreciate their support. And it's only something, I guess, I don't know if this is even online. Maybe it's just in here. Maybe it is online. Get your phones out and scan your screen if you're at home watching, which you probably, there's a lot of folks tuning in. I know that. A big shout out to another Axiom for blasting this across the Driftium universe, or I don't know what the proper term is, but either way, it has been an incredible show out for the finals and stage, but also on stream. So we really appreciate everyone tuning in, Pally. And let's talk about what we have in front of us this afternoon. I mean, did you think when we started today at 10:30, where we had a tremendous crawl through a long bracket of gameplay, that we would be here with IVI and Ignite?
Kinda. I mean, a little bit. See, this team, it could have been anyone here in the finals, granted, but I was touching on it earlier with Dimwee. This is a team that we've seen across these cups, Pioneer, Ignition Cup. They keep on meeting each other, whether semifinals or finals. They are battling each other constantly at this highest level. So you figure we've seen it once earlier in the day, and we're seeing it again here. So surprise, not surprise, a little bit of both, I suppose, because of the level of play. But man, they always provide some entertaining matchups.
We have seen some incredibly entertaining matchups. You know, during that intermission, I was walking around, I was talking to players from a bunch of different teams. And you know what? Even as the teams that went out, great time, because this has just been so much fun. Watching them play has been so much fun, and they have been killing it. The competitive level has been through the roof, maybe to space, we might say. And yeah, these matchups have been ridiculous, especially that last one we just saw.
We're getting into our last best of 7. There's no bracket reset here. It is do or die if you're IVI, if you're Ignite. It is a moment to cement yourself in history as the first ever Orion Drift VRML CON champion. And on top of that, the awesome medals we have that we're giving all of the winners here at VRML CON, the $5 grand in cash, the hype, it's just all of that, and then more with this amazing audience here cheering them on. It's got to be so much pressure at the end of the day, Palador, for them to deal with.
Oh yeah, we've seen, you know, it's a tale as old as time, but you know, we see champions come, champions go, but to be the first one for Orion Drift at a VRML CON, that's saying something. And and you can carry that momentum into the start of a new season, you know, walk into season 1 in September, you know, with a little bit of extra swag on your walk and your shoulders, you know, a little bit of a pep in your step, being the big dogs coming after the con. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, man.
And let's talk about the lineups for today as we dive into IVIs. JDG, they're here. Mosey, they're here. Nadash, they're here. Yuki is here. Everyone is here for IVI, and they are on stage ready to go. I'm curious how you feel about this IVI roster, but let's first jump over to Ignite, zoom in on who we have on stage here for the Ignite lineup. It's Swagwar, it's Baz, it's Crash and Tux, and it's Goblin. All of these players battling out all day long, and I can't wait to get into the best of 7 finals. I gotta wonder how they're feeling, Dimmy. The stamina, the literal shoulder muscles got to be sore right now, you know?
Well, if you're IVI, they certainly are, but Ignite, they've had a good rest here. So, you know, you get that debate, that old debate, is a longer rest and coming in cold better, or is staying warm but maybe a little tired better? It's an argument that's as old as competitive gaming, that's for sure. But we're going to find out in just a moment which one might be the better situation as we've got IVI and Ignite set to face off in this grand finals.
All right. Gonna be a good night, and Dimwee as well. Here we go, the start of the first round, and there is the sound as we go into it. Mozzie, first possession. Let's go.
Nice pass to Nadash that goes a touch wide. Swagwar with a little bit of intercept there, running some interference as Crash and Tuck scoops it up, carving across the top wall, zipping down through the midfield. JDG is here to shut it down as they fly up like a jack in the box, to quote Palador. Passing to Mozzie to get into the midfield, and the pressure is on. Is that a near goal? No, okay, Goblin is there to scoop it up.
Yeah, good stop there by Goblin. Now Swagwar moving on up, has Baz across, goes to Baz. Big shot on goal, goes just wide. And that was going to get slapped out there. I believe it was Yuki in goal getting that one away. And Ivy, no, doesn't get possession. Baz gets it back. Baz across. Nice good play there by JDG, getting that one out of the zone.
All right, now back into that trench area. Baz coming away with it, trying to redirect himself into the ball, but it will be lost, actually, swooped up by Yuki. Yuki now eyeing down the teammate there for an attempted pass, an attempted shot, but a bit wide. Mozzie slapping it back. Goblin, however, ejects it into the midline, takes a rough ricochet back to Swag. Swag, he's dangerous from back there. In danger zone. That goal is his own. It's 1-0.
Ignite creeping ahead with a huge shot on the back line there. It's so hard to scramble back when you are trying to apply pressure on this Ignite squad. You want to be able to get the ball through the goal, and you need everyone on the front line to do it, and that's risky as that shot goes wide. A nice denial on the back line from this Ignite squad on defense, just like you'd expect. Another long shot, but Mozzie's there to save this one. Not an easy goal coming in now.
Yeah, Mozzie, easy stop there, sends it out. JDG coming away with that one. No, Swagwar disrupts it. Mozzie trying to get it back, but it's going to be Goblin sending that one back towards the offensive zone here for Ignite. Baz moving in. Baz sends it across, hits the pass. They get the goal. Ignite has a 2-point lead, 2 minutes in.
Baz, a long history there as well, dating back to Echo, just like his teammates by his side, and like a lot of the Ivy players as well. These players have been doing it for years. You talk about the pressures of a championship match, but they've met those pressures before many times over the years, so you know they're ready to go here after this long, exhausting day of matches.
1v2. Nice dive there in the goal to deny that cross pass from coming to fruition. It would have been a pass behind them for a shot into that goal for sure. So a big denial as Swagwar passes down to Goblin, and that bounce pass goes a touch too high. Goblin not able to scoop it up in time as Baz keeps the ball on the front line here for Ignite, and IVI clear it down. Nadash trying to spin and keep the momentum going forward, but Swagwar from the back line intercepts, keeps things moving, and back to the midfield we go with Ignite on the attack.
Yeah, just over 2 minutes to go here. Ignite up 2-0. And Mozzie there on the far side trying to disrupt that. Unable to. Swagwar slaps it up. There's JDG with possession. JDG near side pass to Mozzie. Oh, no, that's disrupted, but it will be Mozzie there to recover there on the far side. And now picked up once again by Ignite. Ignite is just keeping this pressure on. That's Goblin. Pass across. It's Swag. Swag trying to pass down to the floor. Goblin not able to get there. That is Yuki sending that one out. JDG now on the attack.
And with that, JDG falling here from that halo. And let's see, let's go. Oh no, Crash does just that into JDG, denying that attempted drive. Back here to Mozzie as well, trying to contest that one. Crash and Co. trying to grab each other, get into that goal. It's in danger zone right above those tight angles. We've seen so many shots go in from their night.
Yeah, and Swagwar trying to again get that behind the back shot as they fly off of the backboard. They just miss a little bit there, and it's quickly scooped up by the defense from IVI. They're not letting any easy points through outside of the one open goal that's sneaked in already, and so far they've kept it close. 1:20 left on the clock. Time is ticking down, but they have only 2 points to score, so it's very within reach. They just can't afford missed passes or time to waste like this in the corner of their own zone.
And Yuki trying to send that one out, but it will be disrupted by Ignite there in the neutral zone. JDG tries to get it back, scrum for it. Goblin, though, gets it through. Swagwar set up. Goblin gets it. That's a 3-point lead to Ignite 3-0 with 1 minute to go.
IVI down to almost a detrimental point here. With time ticking, they have to have a quick offensive rollout here. They can't afford an intercept from Swagwar to slow them down like they have, as Baz now flies to the top line and looks for another cross pass to Crash and Tux, who behind the back shot secures it in. Ignite up 4-0 now. Round one looking good for them.
And they are scoring, but they're making statements with each of these scores, especially that last one. Doing it even in the difficult way, taking the harder route around and making them featured in the highlight clips for that. Really a rough way to start for Ivy, but certainly for Ignite. They are feeling airtight. They're completely just executing the way they want. And I know when I went there during one of the breaks earlier, they were up there up in the 3rd floor doing a little bit of warm-ups at least.
Yeah.
And obviously, you had that question, Dimwee, and we had that question about how they would be after that break, that long break without a game, and they're looking mighty fine.
Mighty fine indeed as Ignite will take, well, they're about to take round 1. 4-2 something. There it is. Spiking that one down to the floor. There we go. Yeah, Ignite take it 4-0. And Ignite will take round 1.
Yeah, it's always interesting how time works in this game. When the ball is elevated in the air and the timer is at 0, it still technically has the round going until someone hits it on the ground, even if 1 point wouldn't necessarily secure them a win. And some teams really take to trying to finish off a round with a point. And I feel like it goes back to the discussion we've had, Dimwee, about momentum and energy. If you can get a point on the board against Ignite after a tough 4-0 loss, it's a nice way to carry in to another round. You have a little energy within the squad, but instead, by IV themselves, they say, no, we're not going to keep playing this round out. We want to reset, almost as if to say, let's wipe the slate clean here from round 1. Let's get into round 2. We've got 3 more at least to go in a best of 7, so there's room to grow.
Room to grow indeed as we are going to get set here. Round 2, Ignite going up 1-0 in this best of 7 matchup. They took a 4-0 victory in round 1. Haldor, we're underway.
Yes, we are. Now we'll see how the rebuttal comes here from IVI after their exhausting match here just moments ago on stream. That's going to be a first goal, just denied a little bit on the high bounce. That's another question, too, is IVI's endurance here, because I know just seeing the players after their last match, they were exhausted, very visibly so.
Yeah, it's a test of stamina, a test of skill. It's a true test of your ability to play this game at the ultimate competitive level. As JDG is here, scoops it up, tries to work up through the midfield with a cross pass to Yuki, who flies up with a nice boost. Slaps it up to the midfield for a clear to Crash and Tux, unfortunately, as Nadash was not there in time, and so instead it goes back into their zone where they have to go back and defend. 4 minutes on the clock, a minute down, scoreless so far. You can tell IVI are trying to get that first point on the board. They really want to shut down Ignite from getting a footing in round 2, and if they can get that 1 point lead, it's going to be huge for them. So right now they're doing a great job of fending it off, and let's see how this offensive pressure unfolds.
Yeah, JDG, trying to make something happen. It will be Goblin moving away with that one, looking to attack the goal, has 2 pass options, sends it. Wow, what placement on that shot from Goblin to put Ignite up 1-0, top lane over the goalie.
Yeah, making it look so smooth, so effortless as well. It's a beautiful way to get themselves on the board here first, again, starting where they left off in that last round. So right back now to JDG and Hosting if they can get themselves a score here. But a lot of pressure defensively coming in as Baz will take it away right back towards the other lane with an interception back to JDG. Now moving up 1, 2, and 3 in a nice triangle, seeing if they can get those passes down the lane, but it will be broken up yet again.
And here we go into the final 3 minutes of round 2. Plenty of time for IVI to find something here as Nadash scoops up the ball, works past to a nice pass it on JGG, and they can't get through that front line. On the quick intercept is Yuki, who keeps momentum going for Mozzie, and now they keep things forward here for IVI. They had a tough time keeping the momentum going off of rebounds. And as you see here, it's because players like Swagwar, Goblin, and Baz all coming together for that push forward. A follow-up from the back line on Goblin. They still can't make it through, but a great attempt nonetheless. Now it's IVI's turn.
Yeah, shout out to Nah. Big stop there on defense, giving IVI an opportunity. No, Ignite's going to pick that one. Tux trying to move away with it, but a backliner there for IVI, keeping it in play. Instead, Goblin moving back into the offensive zone. Goblin across the Baz, but Mozzie, big stop as JDG looks to send it back to Mozzie or somewhere across. You've got Nah right nearby. They're going to run parallel up into the offensive zone, but instead, no, gets it across. JDG, Nah, back to Nah, takes the shot. Instead, scoops that one back to that far side corner where Yuki is there to recover.
Yeah, Mino lost the hand as well. That ball just went the totally opposite direction of where the intention was, I think. But with that said, it will prevent them from getting that first point, and we're already under 2-minute warning here in this second round. So Nadash well aware of that situation, but does lose the boost and falls down looking like the end of that Titanic movie for a moment, just helplessly watching the ball fly by. We'll pick it up here in the sky, though. Mozzie has plenty of boost to spare, as well as a JDG and Yuki, so they still maintain control, but now they need to space out and look for those passes. Swag War denies just that.
Yeah, and a nice movement here from Swag War. Good ceiling carve on that bottom route. A nice pass here to Goblin, but it's swatted away. Crash and Tucks in the back line. The entirety of Ignite is here. They want to pile on a second point to go up 2-0 as Crash and Tucks jukes out one. The shot there dangles in between the goal and is swatted away. Baz quickly scoops it back up and keeps things pressured forward until suddenly we're down into the sewers vying for ball control in the midfield.
That was one of the most heartbreaking denials I have seen in this tournament, though. Swag War for Ignite moving on in. Swag War does not miss. 2-point lead to Ignite. 1 minute to go.
Swag on a mission there, certainly for control. A strong 2-point lead, especially in the context of there being 50 seconds left. Not a lot of time for IVI here to make up the difference a little bit, but anything they can get will be a positive, win or lose in this particular round. They just need to see the ball go in just once here. Let them get some sort of momentum, because right now, Ignite's just been shutting them out.
Yeah, and I think that's the Ignite plan. Let's play a super strong defense. Maybe the best defense is a good, or best offense is a good defense, is their theory. Typically, you go the other way around, but this this defense from Ignite has just made it demoralizing if you're IVI. As you try to break through it, you struggle every inch of the way, whether it's back in your own zone in the corners where you scramble for ball control, if it's in the midfield where Swag War comes flying out of nowhere for an intercept, or if it's in their own zone where the defense is on point, shutting things down. As I say, Swag War on the intercept, as if to hear me, they scoop it up, bounce it off the floor, lock in the final point of the round, go up 3-0, and Ignite 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, that's the third point of that round. It's also Swag's third goal of this matchup as Ignite gets that 3-0 victory in round 2 over IVI. And as I look at my stat board here, IVI is scoreless right now. The number one thing they need to do going into round 3, get a goal. They got to get a goal. However they can get it, they got to get a goal.
Yeah. The thing is, the longer you go without one, the harder it gets, because then, you know, you go 30 seconds, a minute, a couple minutes, and you don't really think about it. But then you start going 3 minutes without a goal, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, extending to another round 6 minutes. And then you start thinking about it even more. And then you're starting to get a little bit more panicked or a little bit more anxious about, you know, why can't we break through the defense? And the more you think about it, indeed, the harder it gets. So if they can just see that one go in, I think that could really start their engines up in the context of this best of 7. They have plenty of time tonight.
Yeah, and we have a hot swap going on right now on the stage for Ivy. Maybe that's going to be the key element. Because they've been tested so long, we did have a new player come in. It might not been updated on the assets quite yet. We're getting that info to you fine folk at home that are watching. But I witnessed it happen on stage. They swapped headsets and are now getting ready for the start of our next round. We do appreciate everyone that's patiently waiting for the action, whether you're tuning in live or hanging out here at VRML CON. It means a lot to us that you're here enjoying the action as a community. It's exactly what we want to do here, is bring everyone together to enjoy their favorite VR esports games. And it's what VRML CON is doing, quite frankly, as almost perfectly, I would say. It has been a really fantastic weekend across 5 different games. Prizes for 4 of them for a total of $20,000 in cash, HyperX hardware, giveaways all day. It's been an incredible weekend, and it's taken, you know, years, 8 years of VRML, 9 years now of VRML being an organization to be able to do something like this. We built up the experience with cons 1 and 2 in 2023 and 2024, and now we're here really flexing, I feel like, as we showcase Orion Drift on stage and get to show everybody at home what VR esports is about. Orion Drift exemplifies it, in some cases the best, because it's so physical, because it's a test of stamina. It's a test of all of your hardware. It's a test of your mental willpower. It's a test of your roster. Do you have an extra person to bring in and sub? That's the question. Is it going to be enough for IVI? We'll see as we roll out here into our next round, round number 3 of this best of 7.
And we did get a hot swap there. That was Starkey coming in for Mozzie. So you see Starkey on the overlay, but if you see in-game, you see Mozzie's name, that is Starkey playing with Mozzie's headset. As Starkey there on the far side, loses it, but there's a gnaw dash in their defensive zone. IVI pushing up, trying to push out of their zone. Under pressure, it will be to JDG. Ball is loose. Gnaw picks it up. Gnaw sending it across, looking for Mozzie. And, excuse me. As that one will be, yes, Starkey, as that one is tussled for here on the near side.
Yeah, battling for ball control here in the corner. Yuki's going to come in from the back line. The entirety of this IVI squad is trying to brawl out in the midfield for ball control here as JDG finally does scoop it up, tries to buy some time with a pass to the center, but Crash and Tux crashes in with their Tux, scoops up the ball and takes control in the midfield. Trying to work up for an offensive pressure is a nice pass here to the top line, but JDG, oh no, goes a little too far. Swagwar scoops it up off of the backside, tries to go for the behind the back shot, and Mozzie, aka Starkey, scoops it up and bats it over to the center of the corner, as Mozzie now gets it up over into the zone of Ignite.
All right, so those fresh legs, the fresh arms here coming in for Mozzie there, as will be Baz, though, with the ball. Sending it high ways. There's JDG. Gently capturing the ball, but sending it to Nadash, who was covered by two people, crisscrossing, and maybe even apple saucing. Whoa, big goal from deep.
We see these huge long-range goals come in from Ignite in the early moments of rounds typically, and it's an indicator that Ivy is committing super hard to their offense. They're not able to dive back in time. They don't have someone sitting in goal. Everyone is on the front line because that's what's required to win against Ignite. You have to commit. You have to take risks. And they're trying to take these risks, but they're just not able to break through. Baz, Goblin, both picking up control here and batting it away from the hands of Mozzie as JDG tries to get through this front line. A cross pass that's quickly pursued by Swagwar, forces the shot up to the top of the zone, and we continue to battle for a shot onto this Ignite goal. Can this IVI squad get their first point? No, it's going to be back into the midfield.
Yeah, it's Baz moving away with that one from the goalie crease. And setting that one up, but a tackle there right at the edge of the offensive zone will result in that turnover as Yuki looking for Nah moving into the offensive zone, slaps that one into that near side corner. They're going to race for it. Baz does get there first, but it will be JDG with a big pickup. JDG crossing to Yuki. Yuki setting up JDG. They're not able to connect on that shot, and Ignite will get that one out as well.
When the pressure is on Palador, it's got to be hard to effectively communicate your plays. The Swagwar here tries to take it all on their own, not even relying on Baz comes in out of nowhere off the corner. Beautiful teamwork coming in from Ignite. It stands out on stage when it's sometimes the hardest to do.
Yeah, sometimes, again, it's the enemy you know. Sometimes it's the enemy you don't. Not realizing, you're thinking the threat was Swag, but no, there was someone right behind Baz coming in for that recovery as that goes right out of the goal on a near hit, but ultimately a near miss.
I heard that groan in the crowd, that one there. That was so close. That was almost IVI's first goal of the game, but instead it's going to be Ignite with possession, at least Ignite pushing into the zone here. Someone hitting their head. Good thing it doesn't hurt, as that one's going to be far side. JDG trying to get there. No, Ignite touches first. Ignite sending it to the goal, but that is Nah on the back line. Sending that one back up. Yuki, big setup for Nah. Nah and Yuki, 2v3, set off the backboard, and Baz will come out to play that one. No, Mozzie! Excuse me, Starkey taking a shot there, goes just wide and recover there on the near side.
Everyone here battling for ball control. Everyone stepped up onto the front line for Ivy as they try to get this ball into the goal, trying to score their first point here at the VRML CON 2025 Grand Finals. Nadas puts it up to the top of the barrier. Here's JDG. They can't scoop it up, and we reset back to the zone, back to the midfield. Yuki keeps things forward. That's a shot that drifts in. No, just off the top. Mozzie follows it up. Starkey puts it in. IVI on the board for the first time in the grand finals.
Oh, and you knew it. You could feel it in the air. The crowd was just waiting for that to happen so they could finally get on their feet and get loud. And indeed they did. So a big goal, big hit here. 43 seconds left. There's still time. There's a lot on the line. 5,000 reasons here to be winning today as it goes to Nadash up from the sky, hitting it high, and now on the rebound, Crash found it, but it will be sent back to the nest, bouncing again to Swagwar. Swagwar, dangerous from afar, and the goalkeepers knowing that, trying to retreat.
Swagwar managing to dodge one, dodge two, can't get past JDG. Goblin trying to reinforce on the back line and gets the ball out of the zone of IVI, interesting for a reset. Ignite are up by a point. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. IVI have to score here. They have to get the ball up off of the ground, elevate it a little bit, and put the pressure on. And as they try to do that, Swagwar gets ball control, likely to swat it to the floor as Goblin scoops it up. They're trying to put another point on the board. They're trying to get some momentum. And that could cost them. Mozzie keeps it elevated. If this goes into the hands of IVI, they have an opportunity to keep it moving. And instead, it does. Oh, they try to hit the ground. JDG is here. The pass goes wide. It hits the ground. The round ends, and Ignite take a 3-0 lead in this best of 7.
That is a commanding lead in this best of 7 after IVI getting their first goal of the matchup from Starkey. The sub-in came in from Ozzy, wearing Mozzie's headset. But yeah, this is what an end to that round. Down to the wire. We almost saw JDG keep that one up, bring it to the offensive zone, get an opportunity to goal. Unfortunately, hits the ground. We're going to a round 4 with a 3-point lead to the favorites.
But you know what? I know somewhere out there, well done to Ignite, but I know somewhere out there, Far is shaking his head a little bit, saying, why don't they just slam the ball down, trying to score the extra point? Because we've seen that before, and I've seen them in our chats before doing just that. You know, I know we said earlier you always want to score at the end of the game if you can, but ultimately in that situation, spike, just end the game. So, you know, one of those little things that could cost them sometimes. But fortunately for Ignite, they were able to complete that win.
Yeah, and here we go right back into it. An opening point for IVI in round 4 when they need it the most. Their second point all day long in the grand finals, and they're in control.
Big goal there from JDG. It's Goblin turning around here for Ignite. Goblin sending it across. Big defensive stop. Sends that one out, but there's Tux on the back line moving on up. Tux hits Baz. Baz has Tux moving in. Sends it across him. Starkey once again. Big stop and goal. Nah looking to pick that one up. It's all 4 of them there looking to pick that one up as IVI is going to turn this one around. Just under 4 minutes still to go in this 4th round matchup. Ignite up 3-0 in the whole matchup as it will be turning IVI turning it around again. Yuki sending it up, looking for a teammate. They're caught in sewers there. It does get to the edge of the offensive zone, but turning it around is Ignite.
Baz scoops it up, tries to push forward, sets up for the cross pass down to the bottom line, tries to challenge the 1v4 and doesn't get through. No surprise there as JDG bats it away to the midfield, and this team dives back to get control. That could be risky because here comes IVI trying to barrel forward and threaten pressure here in the back line of Ignite's zone, and because they have a 1-point lead, it's kind of nice that they're buying this time. Yuki swats it away, and we continue to get ball control between both teams in the midfield.
And there's definitely blood in the water here for Ignite, sensing it after these last 3 rounds, but this is the time for IVI to shine. If they're going to do so, now is the round to do it. Ignite here, trying to capture their first goal still, in a position that they're not really that familiar with being in across these rounds, and they're trying to change that fate now with a send-off to Swagwar, who could not maintain it, as there will be 4 players there able to gather with plenty of time now, juggling and dribbling up the floor. Here comes IVI.
Yeah, IVI doing a lot of defensive work there to get this offensive opportunity. Nah. Oh, Baz, big steal, Baz, big send. Is that going to be on? I cannot tell. Just wide. Yuki will slap that one away as Mozzie Starkey there on the far side tries to get the one out of the zone. Does. Starkey with possession only for a moment. JDG gets the forward progression. Nah with it. Nah has Mozzie nearby. Nah sending it across Yuki. Oh, off of the Geo. And it will be a turnover there. Ignite turning it around. That is Swagwar moving on in. 1v2. Swagwar sends it. Big stop by Nah.
Absolutely colossal save from Nadosh to keep them at a 0 point. This is going to be an incredible challenge. They need another point on the board because keeping Ignite to 0 is hard as Starkey comes in and saves that one, sticks up the hand and denies that one from going into the top corner. JDG finally gets IVI ball control, and they're on the pursuit for their second point in round number 4. Across to Starkey, the shot down low. It goes a touch high, and we go back to the corner of the IVI zone.
That was such a huge missed opportunity there. The goal momentarily opened, a rare thing indeed, as now it will be back to another open goal. Danger zone. Baz able to slap it high, trying to set somebody up, but JDG will get the ball back, sends it to the midfield. It's going to float right to Swagwar's arms, who's managed to tap it out just before the tackle. JDG now and Baz contesting along with Dash, not Dash and Swag. A lot of players converging here and now dispersing once again. The communication coming through.
I'm seeing tackling being prioritized on Swagwar in particular. This team of IVI is trying to get rid of Swagwar's momentum. They do not want this player coming flying in like Goblin comes flying in, like JDG comes flying out of the corner to deny that ball entry. 56 seconds on the clock as IVI try and work their way to a round win. That one gets denied by Yuki. A tackle that could have been followed up by Ben. A shot to the corner. We tie up 1-1 in the round 4. Ignite just need another point, and they've got themselves a series win. They've got themselves a grand finals win. They've got themselves a VRML CON medal, everything stamped in place, and Mozzie Starkey, no, Baz swats it away.
Big stop there by Baz. Yuki setting that one up. Has a teammate there. That is Starkey with it. Starkey looking for options. Goblin disrupting. Big scrum there on the far side corner. Yuki gets a hand on it. It's got to be Tuck setting it out.
No.
That gets away.
No.
Is that on? Oh, it's just wide. Starkey will get it slapped away. You've got 11 seconds on the clock in this tie game. Are we going to be going to overtime? As this one is jockeying for there at mid. JDG can't accept the pass. Caught in the near side corner. Swagwar there doesn't get to it. We're going to be going to overtime, Palador.
And will it go? Will it go? It's a big congestion here at the bottom of the bridge. All these players flying and trying to breathe. Not a lot of time to do so. My goodness, you can feel the tension in the air. Could cut it with a knife.
This ball bouncing up to the top of the IVI zone. I think everyone getting a little nervous when that happens because Swagwars had a couple of amazing shots underneath them as they do carry the ball forward. A good dive from JDG, knocking the ball out of Swagwars' hands, saying, no, you're not carrying this in for a shot behind your back. As they try to get it to the back zone of IVI, we're seeing this defense come alive. We're seeing this offense come alive. We're seeing their organization as a team come alive. And we'll see if they can put a point on the board. Goblin dodging one on the tackle, looking to move forward here up the top. Dodges down low. Takes a shot to the corner, and it's Ignite, crowned as your VRML CON 2025 champions.
Congratulations, Ignite. Big victory here, the first Orion Drift VRML CON champions in history.
You know, something that we've said in the past, and we say it again, sometimes history repeats itself. Incredible effort there from Ignite. See the players there celebrating, shaking hands, the sportsmanship again. Iron sharpens iron. They may fight with their swords, but at the end of the day, they're going to go here and celebrate a good game, a good match, and knowing that, hey, you got me this time, but I'll see you the next. You love to see that, and again, a conclusion of an amazing con and an amazing run for Ignite these last few months to really stamp themselves as the top dog going into Season 1 starting in September.
And that's going to be some expectations there going into Season 1. Everybody's going to be looking at Ignite. Everybody wants to dethrone the king. Sit at the top, there's only one way to go. We're going to send this off to Nightfire to give us our interview with the winners.
Yeah, just line up for me here for the shot. Let's hear it one more time for Ignite, your VRML CON 2025 champions. We have an incredible medal ceremony for you here. We are crowning these champions with a past champion. It's Ender. Do you have anything to say real quick? I know you said you're not going to be on. Now you are. Anything to shout out, anything to say before you crown our champs here?
Yeah, man. Shout out VRML for putting on this great event. Shout out everybody bringing your kids out too. Competitors coming out, flying to Phoenix. This was a great event. Congrats to Ignite. Congrats to everybody. Second place IVI. It was a great tournament. So good job, guys.
Absolutely. And as we crown you with your medals, Ender, drape it over there next. I gotta ask you, how does it feel to be here on this stage? Did you think that you would be a VRML CON champion?
With these guys, absolutely. These guys are my family, and wouldn't have done it without them. And yeah.
Any shout outs to anyone at home?
Shout out to God, first of all. Shout out to my mom. Shout out Yop. I know Yop's out here somewhere, you know. Shout out to Far for making this all happen, making us Ignite. And yeah, thank you for VRML for hosting a great tournament.
Awesome, thank you. As we give you your medal for VRML CON, did you think that you would be here? Was there a moment where you thought maybe you were gonna have to go another round against IVI?
It started to get really close, especially once they got in front of our goal a few times. They just kept pestering shot after shot after shot, and although we played phenomenal defense, it really just put on the pressure, and I honestly thought we might have lost another.
Yeah, again, congratulations. Any shout outs for you being crowned the VRML CON champ?
Shout out Mark, shout out David, not shout out Storm, and let's shout out KFC.
You're getting a VRML CON 2025 medal. You know, how does it feel? It's a long test of stamina all day. Was that something that factored in today?
Yeah, I had to take a food break, man. I was just I was so tired. But no, it was fun. It was really fun.
Any shout outs to anyone at home?
Only Yop, dude. Yop is my guy. Shout out to Yop.
Awesome. You're standing here as a champ. I mean, what are the emotions going through you right now? How does it feel to be here?
You know, it's really cool. You know, playing like VR for a long time, you think it can't amount to something like this, but it's a really neat event that you guys put on. You guys got an awesome space here. It was really fun to play. Even though it was like an interesting morning, it ended up being a really fun event. So, yeah.
Any shout outs to anyone at home?
Only y'all.
And last but not least, at the end here, it's been a long road for Ignite, I think. You know, how does it feel to be in Orion Drift, to be a champion again, to just be right back into the swing of things?
Amazing, really. It's just surreal to be here, and honestly, meeting these guys for the first time is just amazing.
Any shout outs?
Not really. The whole AA dev team for being here, these guys, and just the fan back home. That's about it. What about you? And Yop.
Let's hear it one more time for your VRML CON 2025 champions, Ignite. We really thank everyone for being here at VRML CON. It's taken an army to make it happen. We've shouted out a lot of people today. One of them that deserves it is our light operator in the corner. Stand up, give him a wave, give him a shout out. We appreciate him. Princess, stand up. Princess, a shout out. Yeah. Princess's parents, a shout out. My parents, behind them. All the parents, Dimwee, Palador, all of the casters, all of the production team. It is a huge, huge accomplishment for VR, for esports. This is a stepping stone for VRML to continue to grow this industry, and it's only possible because of the support of everyone here, everyone at home, everyone that watches what's going to be a spectacular Season 1 for Orion Drift. Thank you so much for being here and enjoying the experience. And I cannot wait for more with VRML. But until then, we are wrapping VRML CON 2025. So, that's it. Stay classy.